Shadow Mountain presents Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. Book 4 in the Fablehaven series. Written by Brandon Mull. This unabridged production is performed for you by E.B. Stevens.
Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary by Brandon Mull. Chapter 1, Journal. Kendra Sorensen briskly scraped the head of a wooden match against the rough strip on the side of a rectangular matchbox. Cupping her hand to shield the new flame, she held the burning match against the blackened wick of a candle stub. Once the flame spread to the wick, she shook out the match, thin strands of smoke winding upward. Seated at the desk in her bedroom, considering the remains of the match, Kendra was struck by how quickly the fire had consumed the match, leaving the top third fragile and charred, the substance transformed into an unrecognizable state. She contemplated the plague at Fablehaven that had swiftly turned many of the inhabitants of the magical preserve from beings of light into creatures of darkness. She and her family and friends had managed to reverse the plague before it destroyed the preserve, but their efforts had cost the life of Lena the Naiad. Snapping out of her reverie, Kendra set the spent match off to one side, slid 3 keys into a locked journal, opened the book, and began hurriedly leafing through the pages. This was her last oomite candle. She could not afford to waste any of the special illumination that made the words on the pages visible. She had brought the Journal of Secrets home from Fablehaven. It had once belonged to Patton Burgess, a former Fablehaven caretaker whom Kendra had unexpectedly met when he had traveled forward through time at the end of the previous summer. Written in a secret fairy language, the words inside were further disguised by being inscribed in oomite wax. Only under the light of an oomite wax candle would the characters glow into view, and only by virtue of her status as fairy-kind could Kendra decipher them. Reading and speaking fairy languages were only some of the abilities granted to Kendra after hundreds of giant fairies had mobbed her with kisses. She could see in the dark. Certain magical mind tricks failed to affect her, allowing her to penetrate the illusions that concealed most magical creatures from mortal eyes, and fairies had to follow any command she issued. Kendra checked over her shoulder, listening for a moment. The house was quiet. Mom and Dad had taken to jogging at the rec center on weekday evenings, hoping to make it a habit before the new year. She doubted the resolution would survive more than a couple of weeks, but for now, it provided her an opportunity to peruse the journal unsupervised. Her parents were blind to the magical world she and her brother had discovered. As a consequence, when they had caught her reading a book full of strange symbols by candlelight, they thought she was getting involved with some bizarre cult. There was no way to explain that the book contained the secrets of a former Fablehaven caretaker. Not wanting her parents to confiscate the journal, Kendra pretended to have returned it to the library and had started reading it only when she could be sure of prolonged privacy. Because the presence of her parents reduced her reading time, and because she had a limited supply of candles, Kendra had not yet read every word from cover to cover, although she had skimmed the entire volume. The voice in the journal was familiar. She had read many entries in some of Patton's less secretive journals at Fablehaven. While browsing the Journal of Secrets, Kendra had found where Patton described at length the story of how Ephira had become a spectral menace, omitting none of the dismal details, along with the passages where he expressed his innermost fears about his relationship with Lena. Kendra had also learned about a passageway to a grotto beneath the old manor, various stashes of treasure and weapons concealed around Fablehaven, and a pool at the base of a small waterfall where an intrepid fortune hunter could catch a leprechaun. She found information about a secret chamber at the end of the Hall of Dread in the Fablehaven dungeon, along with the passwords and procedures needed to gain entry. She read about journeys abroad to India and Siberia and Madagascar. She absorbed information about various preserves at the far corners of the globe. She scanned theories regarding possible threats and villains, including many alleged plots by the Society of the Evening Star. Tonight, with the oomite candle burning low, she turned to her favorite entry in the journal and read Patton's familiar handwriting. It read, "Having returned scant hours ago from a singular adventure, I now find myself unable to suppress the urge to impart my thoughts. I have seldom considered whom I intend to read the covert information compiled in this record. Upon the occasions when I have paid heed to the matter, I have vaguely concluded that I was jotting these notations for myself. But I am now aware that these words will reach an audience, and that her name is Kendra Sorensen. Kendra, I find this realization both thrilling and foreboding. You face challenging times. Some of the knowledge I possess could aid you. Regrettably, much of that same knowledge could usher you into unspeakable danger. I keep staging vigorous internal debates in the attempt to discern what information will grant you an advantage over your enemies and what information might further imperil your situation. Much of what I know has the potential to cause more harm than good. Your enemies among the Society of the Evening Star will balk at nothing to obtain the 5 artifacts that together can open Zizix, the great demon prison. At the time I left you, to our knowledge, they had acquired only 1 artifact, while your able grandfather retained another. I have information about 2 of the artifacts that you lack, and could probably acquire more knowledge with some effort. And yet, I hesitate to share. If you or others try to pursue or guard the artifacts, you might inadvertently lead our enemies to them. Or you could be harmed in the attempt to retrieve them. Conversely, if the Sphinx is in avid pursuit of the artifacts, I am inclined to believe that he will eventually succeed. Under certain circumstances, it would benefit our cause for you to have my knowledge in order to keep the artifacts out of his grasp. Therefore, Kendra, I have elected to rely on your judgment. I will not include the specifics in this journal, for who could resist such temptingly convenient access, regardless of that person's integrity? But in the hidden chamber beyond the Hall of Dread, I will disguise further details regarding the hiding places of 2 of the artifacts. Unearth that information only if you find it becomes absolutely necessary. Otherwise, do not even mention that such knowledge exists. Use discretion and patience and courage. My hope is that the information will lie dormant for your whole lifetime. If not, information about the location of the hidden chamber awaits elsewhere in this journal. Go to the chamber and use a mirror to find the message on the ceiling. Kendra, I wish I could be there to help you. Your loved ones are strong and capable. Put your trust where it belongs and make smart decisions. Keep that brother of yours in line. I am grateful to have such an exemplary niece." Drumming her fingers on the desk, Kendra blew out the candle. Enough for the waxy lump remained to light it again, but the flame would not last long. Grandpa probably had more oomite candles at Fablehaven by now, but getting them would be a hassle. She leaned back in her chair, pinching her lower lip. Between school and her volunteer daycare job, she had hardly found time to give the matter the contemplation it deserved. She had not yet shared the message from Patton with anyone. He had trusted her judgment, and she was in no hurry to betray that trust. Patton was right, that once the information about the location of the artifacts got out, people would want to pursue them. And he was also right that the Sphinx would be watching for a chance to exploit any such attempt. Unless information about the hidden artifacts became essential, she would let it be. Throughout that fall season, Kendra had kept in touch with her grandparents. They did not talk openly about secrets on the phone, but they had found ways to pass needed information without getting too specific. Ever since the Sphinx had been revealed as the leader of the Society of the Evening Star, all activity by the Society had seemed to cease. But they all knew that the Sphinx was out there, watching and plotting, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. 2 members of the Knights of the Dawn kept Kendra and Seth under constant surveillance and smuggled them information when necessary. So far, there had been no alarming incidents. Although the individuals assigned to protect Kendra and Seth rotated, at least one of their bodyguards was always a trusted friend, like Warren, Tanu, or Coulter. For the past 4 days, Warren had been watching them, along with a supposedly trustworthy girl named Elise. Kendra sighed. After all the subterfuge during the past couple of years, she wondered if she would ever fully trust anyone again. Perhaps that was another reason she kept Patton's message to herself. Something rustled faintly behind her. She turned to see that a folded sheet of paper had been slipped under her door. She crossed to the doorway, picked up the white piece of paper, unfolded it, and scanned the typed list. The more she read, the narrower her eyes squinted. She stalked out of her room, down the hall, and stopped in Seth's open doorway. "Do you honestly expect to get a hang glider for Christmas?" Kendra asked her younger brother. Seth glanced up from the desk where he had been doodling lizards on his math homework. "I certainly won't if I don't ask." Kendra held up the list. "Who else got this?" "Mom and Dad, of course. Plus, I emailed copies to all of our relatives. Even some distant ones I tracked down online. Oh, and I mailed a copy to Santa, just to cover all my bases." Crossing the room to stand beside her brother, Kendra wiggled the page in front of him. "You've never made crazy requests like this before. A set of custom golf clubs, a hot tub, a bullet bike." Seth snatched the list from Kendra. "You're only naming the big-ticket items. If you can't afford to get me a massage chair, well, you could get me a kite, a video game, or a movie. Look, you'll find ideas on my wish list for any budget." Kendra folded her arms. "You're up to no good." Seth stared at her with the wide-eyed, mildly offended expression he typically used when hiding something. "Limiting what I get for Christmas is one thing. Limiting what I ask for is another. And who are you, the Grinch?" "Yeah, well, you normally use a strategic approach to Christmas, asking for a few presents you really want, and it usually works. You've never campaigned for anything that costs more than a bike or a video game system. You keep your wish list realistic. So, why the change?" "Oh, you're overanalyzing, Professor," Seth sighed, handing back the list. "I just figured it couldn't hurt to aim high this year." "Why send the list to relatives so distant they don't even know you?" "Well, one of them might be a lonely billionaire. Who knows? I have a hunch that this could be my lucky year." Kendra regarded her brother. Even since the summer, he looked less like a kid. He kept getting taller, all gangly arms and legs, and his face looked slimmer, his chin more defined. They had not spent much quality time together over the fall. He had his own friends, and she was busy getting accustomed to high school. Now the holiday break loomed less than a week away. "Don't do anything stupid," Kendra warned. "Thanks for the brilliant advice," he said. "Do you mind if I quote you in my diary?" "Are you keeping a journal?" "Well, I'll have to start if you keep dispensing such precious pearls of wisdom." "I have the perfect first entry," Kendra suggested, glaring. "Dear Diary, today I bought myself fancy Christmas presents with gold I stole from Fablehaven. I tried to pretend the gifts came from distant billionaire relatives, but nobody was fooled, and the Knights of the Dawn have hunted me down and locked me in a grimy dungeon." Seth's mouth opened and closed soundlessly as he commenced and then abandoned several possible responses. After clearing his throat, he finally managed, "You can't prove that." "How did you sneak out gold?" Kendra exclaimed. "I thought Grandpa confiscated the treasure you and the satyrs took from the Nipsies." We're not having this conversation, Seth insisted. I don't know what you're talking about. You must have had multiple stashes, and Grandpa didn't find them all. But how are you converting gold and jewels into cash? A pawn shop? This is nonsense, Seth maintained. Sounds to me like you're the one with the criminal mind. You have your guard up now, but I saw through it a minute ago. That gold wasn't Newell's or Dorn's to give you. After all that happened last summer, how did you walk out the front door with stolen treasure in your pockets? How shameless are you? Seth sighed in defeat. Well, Grandpa and Grandma weren't using it. Right, Seth, because they're the caretakers of Fablehaven. They're trying to protect the creatures and items hidden there. You might as well steal from a museum. Oh, kind of like you taking the rain stick from Lost Mesa? Or Warren keeping the sword he found there? Kendra flushed. Technically, Painted Mesa wasn't part of the Lost Mesa Preserve. Plus, I'm not hawking the rain staff to buy a wave runner, and Warren isn't trying to trade the sword for a snowmobile. Part of why we have those items is in order to protect them, not to sell them for a fraction of their value. Settle down. I still have all the gold. Maybe you should give it to me for safekeeping. Ha! Not likely, Seth snorted. He eyed her reluctantly. But I'll return the treasure to Grandpa the next time we go back. Kendra relaxed. I can live with that. I don't have much choice, since I live with the world's biggest tattler. Hey, what if I pay you off? Would you keep quiet? I could buy you some awesome Christmas presents. I'm not in the market for a hang glider. It could be anything, Seth offered. Dresses, jewelry, a pony, whatever stupid girly junk you want. The main thing I want this year is for my little brother to develop some integrity so I can stop babysitting him. I could always use some of the gold to hire some thugs to kidnap you and hold you captive until after the holidays, Seth considered. Yeah, good luck with that, Kendra said, crumpling the typed list and tossing it at the wastebasket beside the desk. The irregular ball of paper bounced off the lip of the wastebasket and landed softly on the floor. Seth leaned down from his chair, snatched up the crumpled paper, and dropped it into the trash. Nice aim. Nice list. Kendra strode into the hall and returned to her room. The scent of candle smoke still lingered, so she opened the window, admitting a cold draft. She waved her hands to disperse the smell, then shut the window and flopped down on her bed. Even far from Fablehaven, at their own house, with constant supervision from hidden bodyguards, Seth was still finding ways to cause unnecessary trouble. Part of her wished she could share the message from Patton with her brother. These days, he was the only person she could talk to about this type of problem, but she would not dare allow him access to the information in the Journal of Secrets. He would undoubtedly find a way to put that knowledge to bad use. Her secrecy about the journal had caused some friction between them. When they discussed the subject, he knew by her vague answers that she was withholding information. But unable to translate the arcane writing himself, there was nothing he could do about her reluctance to share. Rolling over onto her stomach, Kendra slid a hand under her mattress and pulled out 5 envelopes bound together by a rubber band. There was no need to read the letters from Gavin. She had the content memorized, but she enjoyed holding them. He had promised that he would try to take a turn as one of her guards, but he had yet to show up. As a dragon tamer, he had unusual skills that had recently been required in some distant parts of the world. At least he had sent letters delivered by bodyguards. In the notes, he shared details about his dealings with dragons, cutting skin tumors out of the slimy hide of a long, slender dragon, studying a rare dragon that lived underwater and used dense clouds of ink to confuse her prey, rescuing a team of magical plant experts from a small but ferocious dragon that spun webs like a spider. Interesting as the dragons were, Kendra had to admit that her favorite parts of the letters were any mention of him missing her or looking forward to seeing her again. When she wrote him back, she made it clear that she was looking forward to seeing him as well, hopefully without sounding too over-anxious. Closing her eyes, she pictured him. Was he getting better looking in her memories? Content to have held the letters for a moment, she slipped them back under her mattress. She had done her best to keep Seth from noticing the correspondence. He already loved to tease her about having a crush on Gavin. Imagine if her brother found evidence that it was sort of true. From downstairs came the rumble of the automatic garage door opening. Her parents were home. Kendra sprang from her bed and snatched the journal and the candle stub from her desk, placing them on a high shelf in her closet and moving folded sweaters in front of them. She unzipped her backpack and put a notebook and a pair of textbooks on her desk, although her homework was already finished. Kendra took a deep breath. She only had to make it through 2 more days of school, and then winter break would allow her to relax and think through some of the issues that had been troubling her. She left her room and walked to the stairs, trying to compose her face into a casual expression with which to greet her parents. Chapter 2. Sting Bulb. Crunchy dirt-flecked snow covered the ground outside of Wilson High School as Kendra proceeded down the steps toward the curb. Jagged, crusty mounds flanked the street, and irregular piles bordered the sidewalk. Although the walkway looked clear, Kendra stepped carefully for fear of ice patches. A hazy ceiling of light gray clouds added monotonous shade to the cold day. Idly swinging her backpack, Kendra peeked at the spots where her bodyguards normally loitered and noticed Elise leaning against a parked car across the street, penciling a word into a crossword puzzle. The woman did not make eye contact, but Kendra knew she was slyly watching. Elise appeared to be in her 30s, thin, medium height, with ruler-straight bangs. Kendra wondered if Warren thought she was pretty. As Kendra turned left at the sidewalk that paralleled the street, she continued to survey the area. Most of the time she could spot Warren, but she did not try hard today, since he was probably off guarding Seth. At the crosswalk, Kendra hustled to the other side of the street and then walked past the library to the huge rec center. The boxy brick structure housed a swimming pool, an exercise room, a basketball court, 3 racquetball courts, locker rooms, and a spacious daycare. Kendra volunteered at the daycare every day after school until 5. It was an easy job, and there were even occasional windows of time when she could get some homework done. The closest elementary school got out before the high school, so when Kendra entered the daycare area, kids were already coloring, building with blocks, squabbling over toys, and running around. Some of the kids near the door greeted her as Miss Sorensen. None of them knew her as Kendra. Rex Tanner stood across the room coaching a young freckled boy as he sprinkled fish food into the aquarium. An olive-skinned, middle-aged man from Brooklyn, Rex ran the daycare and maintained a relaxed atmosphere. He had a natural, easy way with the kids. Nothing ever seemed to fluster him. When the boy finished with the fish, Rex noticed Kendra and waved her over, his smile wider than usual. His curly hair, thick mustache, and lightly tinted glasses meant he always looked like he was wearing a corny disguise. When Kendra got close, she could smell that, as usual, he had gone heavy on the old spice. "Hey, Rex," she said. "Kendra, good to see you, good to see you." Whether addressing kids or adults, Rex normally spoke like he was hosting a show for young children. He clapped his hands, rubbing them together. "We're going to explore the 5 senses today. I came up with a very exciting exercise. Come see what you think." She followed him to the counter at the back of the room, where 5 square cardboard boxes stood in a row. Each box had a hole cut in the side. "Am I supposed to feel what's inside?" Kendra asked. "Bingo," Rex said. "Try to guess what you're touching. Go left to right." Kendra reached into the first box, her fingers sliding off the surfaces of small, greasy spheres. Slimy eyeballs?" she guessed. "Peeled grapes," Rex revealed. "Try the next one." Kendra reached inside the second box. "Intestines?" "Noodles." The third box contained rubber erasers of various sizes, which she guessed correctly. The fourth felt empty at first, then she found something that felt like a potato. She was opening her mouth to guess when she felt a stabbing pain in her thumb. Yelping, Kendra withdrew her hand. "Oh, what was that?" she cried. "You okay?" Rex asked. "Let me guess. Cactus?" Kendra sucked the pad of her thumb, tasting blood. "Close. A cactus fig. Edible fruit. I could have sworn I removed all the sharp spines." Kendra shook her hand. Missed one." Rex blinked, looking off balance. Let me get you a Band-Aid." Kendra checked her thumb. No, it's just a little prick." "Maybe we'd better limit the exercise to 4 boxes," Rex decided. "Probably. What's in the last one? Rusty razors?" "Damp sponges." "Did you use any of them to wipe up broken glass?" Rex chuckled. "They should be safe." He picked up the box with a cactus fig inside. "I'll stow this back in my office." "Good idea," Kendra said. As Rex took the box away, Rhonda came over. The overweight mother of 3 worked part-time at the daycare, mostly during the afternoon shift. "You all right?" she asked. "Yeah, Rex had me feeling cactus fruit. Stuck me pretty good. I'm fine, though." Rhonda shook her head. "For such a nice guy, he can be a real knucklehead." "It's no big deal. I'm just glad the victim wasn't a 5-year-old." The rest of the afternoon went smoothly. Kendra had no urgent homework, so she was able to relax and enjoy the kids. She ran a game of musical chairs and a couple of rounds of Simon Says. Rex read a story, Rhonda played her ukulele for singing time, and the touch exercise went over big. Soon the clock over the sink read 4:55, and Kendra began gathering her things. She was shouldering her backpack when Rex came up behind her. "We have a problem, Kendra." Kendra turned, her eyes darting around the room, searching for what had broken or who was injured. "What is it?" "I've got an irate parent on the phone in my office," Rex apologized. "I need you for a minute." "Oh, sure," Kendra said, trying to guess what might have provoked the call. Had she treated any of the kids unfairly in recent days? No incidents came to mind. Perplexed, she followed Rex into his office. He shut the door and pulled the blinds closed. The handset of the phone was off the hook, resting on his desk. He motioned toward the phone. "Who is it?" she stage whispered. Rex jerked his head toward the far corner of the office. "For starters, take a gander behind the filing cabinet." Furrowing her brow, Kendra moved toward the tall metal filing cabinet. Before she arrived, a girl emerged from behind the cabinet. A girl who looked exactly like Kendra. Same height, same hair, same face. It could have been her twin, or some trick with a mirror. The Kendra replica cocked her head, smiled, and waved. Kendra froze, trying to process the bizarre sight. She had seen some impossible things in the past couple of years, but nothing more surprising. Taking advantage of the stunned pause, Rex attacked from behind. One of his arms reached around Kendra's torso, roughly pulling her against him. A pungent rag covered her nose and mouth. She bucked and squirmed, but the fumes from the rag quickly made her lightheaded. The room swayed, and her sense of urgency faded. Senses muddy, she sagged against Rex and slipped into unconsciousness. Kendra returned to consciousness by degrees. First, she heard a distant babble of kids and parents. As she lazily tried to stretch, she became aware that her arms and legs were bound. Her alertness increasing, she remembered the mirror image of herself and how Rex had inexplicably attacked her. When she tried to call out, Kendra noticed the cloth wadded in her gagged mouth. Only then did she open her eyes. She was on the ground behind Rex's desk, trussed to a long piece of plywood. A pounding ache pulsed behind her forehead. She struggled, but her bindings were snug, and the board kept her immobilized. Panicked, she concentrated on breathing through her nose and listened as the prattle of kids and parents diminished to nothing. Disorganized thoughts flashed through Kendra's mind. Could she somehow call fairies to her aid? She hadn't seen a fairy in months. Did her fairy-kind status grant her any advantages in her present predicament? Nothing came to mind. She needed a Tylenol. Her head was really throbbing. Maybe Warren would rescue her, or Elise. Kendra wished that Gavin had been here watching over her. Where was he? The most recent letter had come from Norway. Why had they crammed so much cloth in her mouth? One of the fluorescent lights in the ceiling was dying. Would Rhonda miss her and come looking for her? No, that would be the purpose of the duplicate Kendra. The imposter would probably fool Warren and Elise as well. Where had the imposter come from? Could Rex be a member of the Society of the Evening Star? If so, he must have been some kind of undercover sleeper agent. He had worked at the daycare for years. The door to the office opened. Desperate hope surged inside of Kendra until Rex came and stood over her. "Just you and me, kid," he said pleasantly, crouching. Kendra uttered muffled complaints, pleading with her eyes. "Don't like the gag much?" Kendra shook her head from side to side. "Can you keep your trap shut? Believe me, I'll put you right back under." He opened a desk drawer and withdrew a small bottle and a rag. Unstopping the bottle, he moistened the rag and set it aside. "Cry out, and you'll be sorry. If you think you have a headache now, just wait until after a second dose. You with me?" Eyes wide and glistening, Kendra nodded. Rex peeled the duct tape from her mouth and tugged out the saliva-soaked cloth. Kendra smacked her lips. Her tongue felt dry. "Why, Rex?" He smiled, eyes squinting behind lightly tinted lenses. Rex wouldn't do this to you, kiddo. Haven't you caught on? I'm not Rex. Are you some kind of shapeshifter? You're getting warmer. There were two of you, Kendra guessed, just like there was another me. Rex sat down on the chair by his desk. Want the lowdown? Honestly, I came from a tree. I was originally a fruit, a sting bulb. We're not supposed to exist anymore, but here I am. I don't get it. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. When you reached into the box, playing the touch game, a sting bulb pricked you. Sting bulbs must be handled carefully. They become the first living thing they sting. That clone of me used to be the cactus fig? We're amazing fruit. Takes about 90 minutes for the metamorphosis to occur. Throughout the transformation, we continue to draw matter and nutrients from the tree we were plucked from. Then the remarkable connection breaks. We survive for 3 or 4 days, and poof, we die. Kendra stared at Rex, thinking through the implications. So the Kendra sting bulb is going to pose as me? Yeah, she is a remarkable duplicate. She even has most of your memories. She'll do a good job imitating you. Your guardians will be none the wiser. Kendra scowled. If she has my personality, why isn't she helping me? Rex placed his palms together, tapping his fingers. Not your personality, your memories. Well, the majority of them anyhow. Like any sting bulb, she has her own consciousness. So do I. Just because I can access Rex's memories doesn't mean he gets to run the show. We sting bulbs follow whatever commands we are issued after our transformation. My course is set. Rex was complicated. I'm not. I was created for the purpose of abducting you. While Rhonda was leading singing time, I was issuing instructions to your duplicate. Why not disobey your instructions and let me go? The people who made you are evil. You don't want to help the bad guys, do you? Rex chuckled, smiling broadly. Don't waste your breath. Sting bulbs are single-mindedly loyal, Kendra. Our awareness functions differently from yours. We accomplish what we've been programmed to do. Despite the fond memories of you that Rex possesses, I can only perceive you as my enemy. Tough luck. I'll only exist for another day or two. I must fulfill my assignment. What are you supposed to do with me? Kendra whispered. Deliver you to my creator. Who created you? His eyebrows went up. You'll see. Are we going far? He shrugged. Is the Sphinx behind this?
Is that a name I should know?
Kendra pressed her lips together. What was the mission of the other sting bulb?
Posing as you is a main task. If your guardians suppose you are snug in your bed, imagine how simple it would be to smuggle you away.
What other tasks does she have? Rex nodded, leaning forward.
They said you would be full of questions, and that you would try to persuade me to help you. They said I should help you understand what had happened, that it would calm you. They didn't tell me much more than I needed to know, and I've told you all that I can.
Who programmed you?
We're done talking for now.
Rex, don't do this. You know me. You don't want to hurt me. Rex, they'll kill me. They'll hurt my family. Rex, please, don't give in to them. This is life or death. They're trying to destroy the world. He smiled as if the plea were cute and pathetic.
Enough chit-chat. I'm pretty well oriented. Been in this skin for more than a day. I can't be confused or persuaded. Let's enjoy some music. I really like music. I've never had ears before. Don't scream. Don't try anything. It will only make matters worse.
Rex switched on the radio atop his desk and turned up the volume. Kendra assumed the classic rock was meant to help mask any sounds she might dare to make. The blaring guitars and screaming vocals made it harder for her to think. Would anybody catch on to this ruse? Would Warren come rushing to her aid, or Elise, or Seth? How could they possibly guess that somebody else had taken her place? Until he had revealed himself, it had not even crossed Kendra's mind that Rex could be a fake. If the counterfeit Kendra had her memories, what information might she share with their enemies? What might she steal? Who might she harm? Rex remained beside Kendra in the chair, patiently watching her, occasionally beating an imaginary drum set. He showed no sign of letting his guard down. Try as she might, she could envision no way out of the predicament. It was a perfect, unforeseeable trap. The Sphinx had to be behind it. Would Rex take her to him? When? Closing her eyes, trying to tune out the rock music, Kendra yearned hopelessly for a plan. Chapter 3. Imposter. Chewing on a bite of toast, Seth watched his sister shake an impressive pile of Cocoa Krispies into her cereal bowl. When she added milk, the mound of cereal rose, rice bits spilling over the edge of the bowl onto the table. As the cereal crackled, she brushed the fallen rice bits into her palm and popped them into her mouth. Then she dug in with her spoon.
Hungry today?
Seth asked. Kendra glanced over at him. I love this stuff.
Yeah, that's your third bowl? Are you on some sort of anti-diet?
She shrugged, spooning another heaping mouthful.
You're probably just in mourning, he teased, taking another bite of toast. Last day of school until next year. No tests, no assignments. What will you do?
There's not much going on today. Maybe I'll skip. Seth laughed.
Nice, good one. Where are you heading instead? Over to the movie theater? Burn up some quarters at the arcade?
Kendra shrugged. Seth studied his sister.
What's your deal today? You hardly ever touch my Cocoa Krispies.
I guess I forgot how tasty they were. He shook his head in amused disbelief.
You know, you're almost to the bottom of the box, where all the chocolate dust is hiding. It's really good. Might as well.
Kendra looked into the box, sniffed it, then dumped the cereal remnants into her bowl. She stirred the cereal with her spoon and resumed eating. Her eyes widened. You're right.
Make sure you drink the milk at the bottom. Whatever is left will be delicious.
Kendra nodded, gulping down another mouthful. Seth glanced at the clock.
Well, I should get out to the bus stop, unless you're serious about ditching. If you were, I'd stick around to witness the miracle.
Kendra stared at him as if tempted, then rolled her eyes. You know me better than that.
Do I? You almost had me going. Dad already left for work, Mom went to her painting group. We could pull this off.
Better hurry. There's nobody here to drive you if you miss the bus. Seth snatched his backpack and headed for the door. Don't just leave your junk on the table, Kendra called.
Oh, could you grab it for me? I let you have the best part of the cereal.
You're such a pest. Seth walked out the door. He still felt frustrated that Kendra had foiled his plans for a gold-funded Christmas. All of that work, hauling the batteries to Fablehaven to trade with the satyrs, collecting his payment from the Nipsies, returning only part of the gold to Grandpa before sneaking the rest out, had gone to waste. Then again, he could still set aside a little gold and pretend to return it all the next time they visited Fablehaven. But with Kendra around, who knew when he could find a chance to convert gold into cash undetected? His sister had sure been acting odd this morning. He had walked in on her smelling the decorative soap in the bathroom, not just taking a whiff. She had been cupping the lavender rosebuds in her hands and inhaling with her eyes closed. And he knew from experience that consuming 3 huge bowls of sweet cereal would lead to a serious stomachache. Kendra normally ate a smallish, healthy breakfast. Furthermore, what was with her comment about ditching? Even as a joke, that was out of character. He wished she hadn't planted the idea of skipping school in his brain. The possibilities were attractive. When Seth saw the yellow bus lumber around the corner down the street, he hustled to the bus stop, taking care not to slip and fall with an audience watching. He arrived just in time, and his thoughts turned to horsing around with his friends. As he descended the bus steps after school, Seth felt as though an enormous weight had been taken from his shoulders. Winter break was nothing compared to summer, but it was still long enough to pretend that school would never happen again. Walking to his house, he kicked chunks from the crusty snowbanks, scattering an icy spray with each impact. He found the front door locked. Mom had mentioned that she might be off running errands. He took out his key and let himself inside. In the kitchen, Seth foraged for snacks in the cupboards. They were out of the best stuff, so he settled for Doritos and chocolate milk. After the snack, he plopped down in front of the TV and flipped through the channels, but of course, nothing was on but talk shows and worse. He hung in there for some time, skipping around, hoping variety might substitute for quality. But eventually, he surrendered. When he turned off the TV in despair, inspiration struck. Mom was gone, Dad was at work, and for perhaps the last time in a while, Kendra was absent. He knew that she occasionally received letters from Gavin. Back in October, while hunting for the Journal of Secrets, Seth had found 2 notes buried in her sock drawer. Each had contained all sorts of awesome information about dragons. But then Kendra had chosen a new hiding place. He was sure that she had received more letters, but he had not recently found an opportunity to search thoroughly. Hurrying up the stairs, Seth felt exhilarated and a little guilty. He trotted to Kendra's room and peeked between her bookshelf and the wall. Nothing. She used to keep the Journal of Secrets there. Like the letters, she had apparently moved it to a less obvious spot. He started opening drawers, pawing carefully through the neatly folded clothes inside. Part of him wished he could accelerate the search by dumping her junk on the floor and kicking over furniture. But obviously, it was crucial that he leave no evidence of his intrusion. Why did his sister have so many drawers, so many clothes? As the process began to feel painfully slow, he started to reassess how badly he cared about seeing the letters. He went to the center of the room, hands on his hips, eyes scanning high and low. Kendra was no moron. Where might she have chosen to hide the letters? Where was a really tricky spot? Maybe she had taped them under her desk. Nope, nothing there. Inside the vent in the wall? Not there either. Between the pages of her mammoth dictionary? No dice. Seth began working his way through her closet. Inside a shoebox? Inside a shoe? On a shelf? Behind and beneath some sweaters on a high shelf, he found the Journal of Secrets and the oomite candle stub. He was surprised that she still kept something so important in a fairly obvious place. He would have hidden it behind the insulation in the attic or somewhere else truly out of the way. Unbeknownst to Kendra, Seth had found the Journal of Secrets before. He had lit the oomite candle, pondered the undecipherable symbols, realized he would never know what the book said without her to translate, and carefully replaced it behind her bookcase. Seth flipped open the journal in case she had stashed the letters inside. Nope, just blank pages. He considered hiding the journal in a different spot to demonstrate that she needed to keep it in a smarter place. The exercise would serve as a reproachful object lesson. But of course, if he did that, his sister would know he had been snooping around her room, which would only lead to trouble. And then, without warning, Kendra entered the room. Seth stood frozen, his eyes dropping from his sister to the journal in his hands. What was she doing home? She should be at the daycare for another hour. "What are you doing?" Kendra accused sharply. Seth tried to appear calm while he struggled to recover from the surprise and devise a plausible response. Meeting his sister's stern gaze, he resisted the urge to try to conceal the journal. It was too late. She had seen it. "I wanted to make sure you'd hidden the journal in a safe place." "You have no right to come in here and go through my stuff," she stated flatly. "I wasn't hurting anything. I was just bored." He held up the journal. "You didn't hide it very well." Kendra's clenched fists quivered at her sides. When she spoke, she sounded barely in control. "Don't try to pretend you're my watchdog. For starters, Seth, you need to admit that what you did was wrong. You can't pretend that this was okay." "Okay, I was invading your privacy," he admitted. She relaxed a tad. "Was that right or wrong?" "Wrong. To get caught." Her face reddened. For a moment, it looked like she would charge him. Seth was startled by the extent of her reaction. "Oh, have you done this before?" she asked, voice strained. Seth knew he should placate her, but when people got this mad at him, even if they were right, it made him feel belligerent. "Would you believe that the first time I ever snuck into your room happened to be the one day you came home early? Talk about terrible luck." "Ugh, I know you think that everything is a big joke, that no rules apply to you, but I'm not going to let this slide." He tossed the journal on her bed. "Man, settle down. It isn't like I can read it." She huffed. "Ugh, I'm surprised you would read anything on purpose." "You know what I like to read? Love letters. Oh, yeah, those are my favorites." Kendra trembled with rage. He noticed her eyes flick to the bed. Seth tried not to smile. What was with her today? She was normally more clever than this, and less angry. "Get out," she seethed. Just wait until Mom and Dad get home." "You're going to bring Mom and Dad into this?" "Yeah. Are you planning on telling them about Gavin's letters and your secret Fablehaven journal? Grow a brain." Face contorted with rage, Kendra rushed at him. Seth was taller than his sister, but not by much, and he found himself staggering away from her, blocking ferocious punches. What was with her? She was aiming at his face with closed fists. They had often wrestled around when they were younger, but she had never gone after him like this. He didn't want to try to pin her down or push her away. That would just enrage her even more. Instead, he deflected the onslaught as best he could, maneuvering around so he could retreat out the door. Fortunately, Kendra did not follow him into the hall. She lingered in her doorway, eyes fierce, hands gripping the doorframe as if holding herself back from further violence. From below came the grumble of the automatic garage door, grinding open. Kendra's expression melted from angry to worried and perhaps ashamed. "Stay out of my room," she said numbly, shutting the door. In his room, Seth examined the bruises forming on his forearms. Something was definitely out of whack with his sister. Was she having trouble at school, getting a B in some class? Maybe she had received bad news from Gavin. Whatever the cause, he definitely needed to go easy on her for a few days. Clearly, something had upset her enough to drastically alter her personality. Seth awoke late that night to a gentle tapping at his window. He sat up, blinking, and squinted at his digital clock. 3:17 a.m. The only light in the still room came from the face of his clock and the moonlight seeping in through the softly glowing curtains. Had he really heard a tapping sound? He plunged back into his pillow, curling up and snuggling into his comforter. Before sleep could enfold him, the tapping was repeated, faint enough that it might be only a twig scraping his window pane as a branch shifted in a gentle breeze. Except there was no tree near his window. More alert now that he realized the tapping had not been hallucinated, Seth scooted out of bed and crossed to the window. Pulling a curtain aside, he found Warren, looking a bit haggard, crouched on the narrow shelf of roof beyond the glass. He had already removed the screen. Seth reached to unlock the window, then hesitated. He had been burned before by recklessly opening a window. There were creatures in the world that could disguise themselves with illusions. Warren nodded, acknowledging the hesitation. He gestured toward the street. Leaning his cheek against the cool glass, Seth could see where Elise stood beside one of the cars they had been driving. She waved. It might not be concrete proof, but Seth felt convinced. He opened the window. Shockingly cold air flowed past him. Warren crept inside. As far as Seth knew, this marked the first time any of his bodyguards had entered the house. Back when Tana was watching them, he and Seth had talked quite a bit, but it had always been outside. Only something extraordinary would have motivated Warren to drop by like this. "You're not going to turn into a goblin and try to kill me," Seth whispered. "It's really me," Warren said quietly. "Although you probably shouldn't have let me in, even after seeing Elise. The society would stop at nothing to get to you." "Should I get Kendra?" Seth asked. Warren held up both hands. "No, I approached you like this so we could talk in private. Elise and I are concerned about your sister. Have you noticed any odd behavior recently?" Guilt surged through Seth. "Well, she wasn't herself today. Mainly it was my fault. She caught me snooping around her room and went ballistic." Warren eyed Seth thoughtfully. Did her reaction seem extreme? Seth paused. "Well, I shouldn't have been in there. She had a right to be mad. But yeah, it was really extreme." Warren nodded as if the description fit his expectations. "Kendra snuck out of the house earlier tonight, a little after 1. She went over the back fence. Elise was on watch. She spotted Kendra and followed from a distance." "Kendra knows she isn't supposed to go anywhere without you guys," Seth interrupted. "Why would she try to give you the slip? It isn't how she operates." "You're right. It doesn't fit her behavioral pattern, but it gets much worse. Elise followed your sister to a public mailbox where Kendra deposited a letter. You understand, Seth, our mission is to protect you from outside influences, and part of that mission includes protecting you from yourselves. Once Elise made sure that Kendra was safely back in the house, she verified that I was on guard and returned to the mailbox. She got inside, located the envelope Kendra had mailed, and checked to see what information it contained." "Whoa, you guys go through our mail?" Seth asked, unsettled. "Routine screening," Warren assured him. "We have to make sure you don't accidentally leak compromising information, especially when a letter is mailed under such suspicious circumstances. We don't check the mail you send through us to your grandparents, just communication to outside parties." "I assume Kendra messed up." Warren held up an envelope. "The message she sent was no mistake. Have a look." Seth accepted the envelope. Warren clicked on a flashlight. The envelope was addressed to T. Barker at a post office box in Monmouth, Illinois. Any idea who this is? Seth asked. No, no clue. Doesn't ring a bell? Seth considered the question. I can't think of any Barkers. As far as I can recall, we don't know anybody in Illinois. Read the letter. The envelope had been expertly opened. Nothing ripped. No evidence of intrusion. It could easily be resealed and mailed. He removed the folded paper inside and read the following. Dear Tarina, they keep a close watch on me here. I'm not sure if I'll find another chance to forward more info. I'm unsure whether they have the phones tapped, so I'll probably stick to mail. By the way, so far so good. Nobody suspects, although Seth has been a pain. I have key information. They found one of the artifacts. The chronometer is in their possession at Fablehaven. They also have a journal from Patton Burgess. He claims to know the location of other artifacts. Those locations are not described in the journal, but are hidden at Fablehaven, in a secret room beyond an area in the dungeon called the Hall of Dread. I'll try to write again if I learn anything essential. Before I finish here, I will try to hide Patton's journal near the old treehouse at the creek along Hawthorne Avenue. Faithfully yours, Kendra Sorensen. Seth looked up at Warren. What's going on? Good thing we screen letters, although we never expected a note like this. Imagine the consequences if this message fell into the wrong hands. It looks like her handwriting. I'm confident that Kendra wrote it. Is Vanessa out of the quiet box? Maybe she was controlling Kendra in her sleep. Warren shook his head. I considered the possibility and contacted your grandfather. He checked. Vanessa remains in her prison. But that sort of thinking may be along the right lines. Somebody must be blackmailing her or controlling her. She would never just betray us, not on her own. I can't imagine that she would. Yet, it is tough to read this letter and not see a deliberate attempt at crippling betrayal. Elise doesn't know Kendra very well. She wants to take her into custody. Seth stood up. She can't lock up Kendra. Simmer down. I'm not saying that's the only option, but whatever the method, given all that's at stake, immediately silencing Kendra has become necessary. I don't want to incarcerate your sister, but we have to get to the bottom of this. Do we confront her? Seth wondered aloud. Spring this on her and watch how she responds? I'd love to hear an explanation. I haven't managed to conjure up a reasonable one. Unless somebody is using mind control. Warren shrugged. After reading that letter, nothing would shock me. Whatever we do, we mustn't disturb your parents. You want to confront her right now? We can't wait on this. Besides, moving now should catch her off balance. If she's a little groggy, it might help us extract honest answers. Okay. Seth led Warren to his door. You're right that we don't want to wake Mom and Dad. They don't appreciate strange men visiting their home in the middle of the night. Seth chuckled darkly. Yeah, it wouldn't be a good scene. Let's go find out why your sister is mailing potentially disastrous letters. Seth led Warren into the hall and tiptoed to Kendra's door. He gently tried the knob. Locked, he mouthed. He leaned close to Warren. We don't need a key, just a pin or a paperclip. Something skinny to poke in the hole and pop the lock. Holding up a finger, Warren removed what looked like professional lock-picking gear from a pocket. He quietly inserted one of the slender instruments into the tiny hole by the doorknob, and the lock clicked. Pocketing the tools, Warren swiftly opened the door and strode into the room with Seth right behind him. Kendra sat cross-legged on her bed, reading a letter. She looked up, annoyed at first, then perplexed as she recognized Warren. What is it? She asked. Seth closed the door. You're up early, Warren said. Well, I've had trouble sleeping, Kendra replied, folding the letter. We need to talk, Warren said. Kendra shifted uncomfortably. Why? Warren held up the envelope she had mailed earlier in the night. For a moment, her face betrayed pure terror. Then she scowled. "How dare you go through my personal Don't even try it," Warren cut her off. "I need honest answers right now, or we're carting you away. There's nothing personal about this note. It was naked treachery. Why, Kendra? We need an immediate explanation." Kendra's eyes darted around the room as she flailed for a response. "I wasn't sending it to an enemy." "I never said you were," Warren replied. "Sending this type of information to anyone outside our circle of trust would qualify as a major betrayal. I have never heard of Torina Barker. Who is she?" "Please, Warren, you have to trust me. You know I would never but—" "I will try to hide Patton's journal near the old treehouse at the creek along Hawthorne Avenue," Warren read. He lowered the letter. "You're right, Kendra. I would never have suspected you capable of this kind of disloyalty. Explain yourself." Her mouth opened and closed wordlessly. Suddenly her eyes filled with pain and worry. "Oh, okay, please, Warren, don't ask more questions. I had to do it. They made me. I can't explain." Warren studied her shrewdly. "This feels like an act. Seth?" "She's lying," he agreed. Abruptly, Kendra looked angry. "Ugh, I can't believe you would treat me like this." "What I can't believe is how clumsily you keep jumping from tactic to tactic," Warren said. "Who am I speaking with? I'm not convinced that Kendra's mind is behind these words." "It's me, Warren. Of course it's me. Remember how I helped restore you from being an albino? Remember how we faced that three-headed panther with Vanessa? Ask me anything." "Why did you forget the combination to your locker?" Warren wondered. "What?" "I was watching you at school today. You had to go get help from the office to open your locker. Why?" "Why does anybody forget anything?" Kendra protested, her voice unsteady. "The numbers, just slipped my mind." "Why did you come home early from daycare?" Seth asked. "Rex was out sick. The lady replacing him said she didn't mind if I ducked out early." Seth took a step toward his sister. "That's not a very Kendra-like thing to do. You're right, Warren. This isn't her. I don't think it's been her all day." "I'm your sister," Kendra insisted, eyes pleading. She jammed her hands into her pockets. Seth waved a finger. No, You are definitely not my sister. Know what you are? You're a pig. I've never seen anyone down so many Cocoa Krispies." Warren grabbed Kendra's arm. "I need you to come with me, whoever you are, until we can ensure you have released your hold on Kendra's mind." He spoke harshly. Kendra slapped her free hand to her lips and swallowed. Warren pushed her back onto the bed, trying to swab her mouth with his finger. Kendra laughed. "Too late, Warren," she said around his intrusive finger. She started to cough. "Quick acting leaves almost no trace. Everyone will think it was a stroke." "That was poison?" Seth asked, looking stricken. Kendra pouted at him and nodded. "Aw, no more big sister. Hope you two are—" She started gagging and then recovered. "Are proud of yourselves." Her body began to convulse. "Do something," Seth urged. Warren leaned forward, gripping Kendra's chin. "Whoever you are, you will pay for this."
Doubtful,"
Kendra choked. The convulsing stopped. Warren checked for a pulse in her neck. "She's not breathing." He pressed an ear to her chest, then started CPR. Seth watched in horror, his legs weak beneath him, as Warren relentlessly attempted to revive his sister's body. He wished she was awake and angry and punching him, whether her mind was in control or not. Anything but this. After several minutes, Warren finally backed away from the dead body.
"Seth, I don't know what to say."
You better leave," Seth sobbed, cheeks soaked with tears. Mom and Dad can't find you here with her like this."
"I should have. I didn't realize."
"Who could have seen that coming?" Seth said hoarsely. He approached his sister, trying to find a pulse, caressing her face, searching for any sign of life. There was none. Warren helped Seth tuck her in under her covers. Mom and Dad would think she had passed away peacefully in her sleep. Seth could not stop crying. Finally, Warren helped Seth back to his own room and into bed, then slipped out the window and replaced the screen. Seth found he could not sleep. Soon his pillow was drenched. He could not stop obsessing about the lifeless body in his sister's room. After all they had been through together, Kendra was gone. Chapter 4. Captive. When the minivan eased to a stop in the darkness, Kendra had no idea whether they had reached their final destination. Bound and gagged in a cramped, enclosed trailer hitched behind the maroon vehicle, she had surrendered to the dismal theory that she might spend the rest of her life being shuttled from campground to campground. Kendra had spent the previous day tethered to a tree in a remote, wooded camping area, eating applesauce, baked beans, and canned pudding. A modest campfire had held off the chill, but it occasionally became almost unbearable when the smoke wafted her way. This was after being transferred from the daycare to the trailer in the dead of night, then driving for hours on highways and winding roads. The phony Rex did not converse much, but he had tried to keep her relatively comfortable. Multiple quilts currently bundled her, and she rested on several pillows. The sting bulb imposter made sure she remained fed and hydrated, but there were plenty of inconveniences. She had not been able to use a real restroom. The gag was obnoxious, and her bindings had proven frustratingly secure. Suddenly, the door at the back of the trailer rolled up, and two figures shone flashlights at Kendra. She blinked and squinted into the light as the figures approached, wrapped her up in one of the quilts that surrounded her, and lugged her out of the trailer. Kendra opted not to squirm. What was the point? Bound and gagged, the most she could accomplish by resisting was to get dumped on her head. As the strangers carried her, part of the quilt fell away from her face, and Kendra found herself gazing up at a big, run-down house against the backdrop of a starry sky. Inside her cocoon, she traveled up the porch steps and through the front door. Though the house was unlit, no amount of darkness could blind Kendra, and she saw that the interior was better furnished than the exterior would have suggested. She tilted as the strangers toted her up a staircase, then leveled out as they hauled her through a set of double doors and deposited her on the glossy wooden floor of a brightly lit room. Glancing up, Kendra saw that one of the men lugging her had been the Rex imposter, the other a heavy-set bearded man wearing dark glasses. The two men withdrew, and Kendra shifted her attention to the room. Vibrant abstract art adorned the walls, tastefully illuminated by tracks of lights on the ceiling. A stylishly designed clock, accented with neon, hung above an ornate mantel. Dynamic metal sculptures of various sizes added further personality to the room. "So you're what all the fuss has been about," a feminine voice declared. Kendra rolled over to face the speaker. Apparently in her 50s, the woman had a slender figure and wore an elegant red gown. Her heavy makeup was well applied. The hand resting on her hip glittered with rings. She wore her blonde hair short and curly, the style seeming a tad too young for her age. The woman walked toward Kendra, high heels clicking, and pulled a switchblade from her handbag. The blade snapped into view. Kendra stared with wide eyes. Wearing an unreadable expression, the woman bent over and cut the gag away without scratching Kendra's cheek. "Don't you dare scream," the woman chided breezily. "No one will hear you, and my nerves can't abide it." "Okay," Kendra said. The woman smiled. She had full lips and a broad mouth. Perfect teeth. Her light blue eyes were wide set, her nose a bit thick, her ears small, her face shaped a little like a valentine. Even though some of her individual features almost seemed unfortunate, overall, her face retained an undeniably striking beauty. The years were trying to steal her looks with creases and lines, but she was successfully retaliating with cosmetics. "Am I the kidnapper you expected?" "What are you going to do with me?" Kendra asked boldly. "Untie you, if you promise not to make a ruckus. I must look like a rusty old relic to you, but please believe me that under no circumstances could you possibly fight your way out of this room. I'll make you sorry if you try." "Oh, you don't look old," Kendra said. I won't try to escape. I know you have henchmen." "Oh, you are in serious danger of getting on my good side," the woman said, bending down with her knife. The keen blade whispered through the cords. Sitting up, Kendra massaged where the bindings had left marks. "Who are you?" "I'm Torina," the woman said. "Your host, your captor, your confidant, however you prefer to think of me." "I think kidnapper probably nails it." Torina tilted her head, absently fingering her pearl necklace. "Oh, I'm glad you have some spunk. I'm keeping a low profile these days, which means I'm slumming in a small Midwestern town, breathing the same air as goats and hogs and cattle." She closed her eyes and shuddered. Her crystal blue irises reappeared, locking on Kendra. "Maybe you can relieve some of the blandness." "Are you some kind of witch?" Kendra guessed. Torina smirked. "I can stomach audacious if you keep it polite. Fortunately for you, I've met some smoking hot witches in my day, so I take no offense. I'm not a witch, per se, though I know my fair share of magic. Inside these walls, my identity is no secret. I'm a lectoblix. The type that can suck away the youth of other people?" "Ah, not bad," Torina said, impressed. "Yes, I drain vitality from others in order to remain young. Before you start formulating smart comments, no, I have not done so in quite some time, which explains my haggard appearance. I prefer not to gratuitously abuse my ability." "You don't look haggard," Kendra assured her. Torina regarded Kendra through lowered eyelids. "You have a knack for imitating sincerity. How old would you peg me?" Kendra shrugged. "Oh, late 40s. She deliberately guessed a little young. Early 50s would have been more honest. Eyes suspicious, Torina uttered a brief, amused laugh. "My body is currently 62. "You're kidding. Oh, you really look much younger," Kendra said, noticing that Torina could not resist looking pleased. "But if you've drained vitality from others, you must be older than 62. "Oh, goodness, yes, child. I would never divulge my actual age. You'd think you were conversing with a mummy." Studying her stylish captor, Kendra took a shuddering breath. "Are you going to suck away my youth?"
This is the end of CD number 1. Please continue listening on CD number 2. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary, CD number 2.
Torina chuckled. Her smile suddenly appeared brittle, and though the laugh was meant to dismiss the possibility as ridiculous, it carried a predatory undertone. "No, Kendra, you silly thing. The Sphinx would have my head. Besides, I live by a code. I am opposed to draining children. It stunts their growth, turns them into freaks. No, too unfair." Torina paused, briefly scraping the corner of her lips with a long fingernail. "Then again, should you try to escape, I would have no choice but to hinder the attempt by those means which are available to my kind." Her eyes glittered. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Kendra claimed. No, I don't, Tarina agreed. The windows are all barred. The bars are invisible, so as to avoid unwanted attention. The doors are locked and powerfully reinforced. I could leave you unsupervised, and you would have no hope of escaping. But I have guards, and my whisper hound. Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen had a whisper hound guarding the prisoners in the basement. Kendra did not know too much about it. What does a whisper hound do? Funny you should ask, Tarina remarked, crossing to the door through which Kendra had entered. She opened the door and spoke a command in a foreign tongue. A gust of cold wind rushed through the doorway. Keep very still, Kendra. Kendra sat rigidly on the wood floor as frosty air swirled around her. The air settled, stirring mildly, and became even colder, a penetrating chill that made her teeth chatter. She held her breath as the frigid air caressed her strangely. Tarina issued another unintelligible command, and the cold pocket whisked away, gushing out the door. Now that the whisper hound has your scent, escape is out of the question, Tarina said, closing the door. Bars on the windows are a needless redundancy, as are my associates who will assuredly keep a sharp eye on you, as are the spells I have in place on the doors. I get it, Kendra said glumly. For your sake, I hope you do. Now, dearest, I know it is no fault of yours, but you reek of wood smoke and tree sap. I am sorry to have subjected you to the outdoors. Such torture is cruel and unusual, but poor Rex was doing his best to keep a low profile. Our first order of business will be to restore you to a presentable state. You'll find a fresh outfit in my bathroom, along with such amenities as you may require. Beckoning for Kendra to follow, Tarina clicked across the floor, through a doorway, and into a tastefully decorated bathroom. Kendra traced a hand across a granite countertop, taking in the groupings of expensive-looking cosmetic products. The heady aromas of fine soaps and lotions mingled in the air. Soft lights lined the mirror above the counter. Kendra thought her reflection looked unusually pretty. Amazing what proper lighting will do for a complexion, Tarina observed airily. Here are your things. She stroked a thick soft towel and gestured at a green and white checkered dress. You can use the jetted tub or the roomy shower. As for shampoos and body wash, what is mine is yours. I'll leave you with some privacy. I'll be nearby should you need anything. Thanks, Kendra said. Tarina exited, closing the door behind her. Kendra locked it. The bathroom had a window with opaque glass. It was large enough for a person to fit through. In case the invisible bars were a ruse, Kendra opened the window. It appeared to offer easy access to the roof, but when Kendra extended her hand, as Tarina had promised, she could feel metal bars blocking any exit into the cold night. She closed the window with a sigh. Folding her arms and leaning against a wall, Kendra considered the opulent bathroom. She would almost have preferred confinement in a dingy cell. It would have felt less treacherous. She did not appreciate the illusions of friendliness and comfort. To Kendra, Tarina came across like an alluring tropical plant, poised to devour unsuspecting insects. Yet here she was, in a lovely bathroom, and she did need a shower, so she might as well. Kendra disrobed. Beneath her bare feet, the floor was tacky with hairspray residue. The warm stream of the shower felt good, as did the perfumed body wash. After she had washed, Kendra lingered in the shower with her eyes closed, breathing steam, enjoying the sensation of the water running down her back, reluctant to end the solitary interlude. Finally, she shut off the water and toweled dry. She put on fresh undergarments and the checkered dress. Everything fit her just right. Hair still damp, Kendra unlocked the door and returned to the trendy bedroom. Tarina hastily pulled off a pair of reading glasses and tossed aside a celebrity magazine. Folding the glasses awkwardly and tucking them into her handbag, she stood up. Well, I was beginning to worry that you would never emerge. Oh, the shower felt good. The dress looks darling. Twirl for me. Kendra obliged her. Very nice, Tarina approved. We should do something with your hair. Oh, I'm not really in the mood, Kendra said. Just style it a smidge, or we could roll up our sleeves and have some real fun. Red and gold highlights. No, another night perhaps. I'm no amateur. Oh, I believe you. I'll take a rain check. Tarina smiled. Shall we have a look around, or should I just show you to your room? I'm kind of tired. Oh, of course you are, dear. But you must also feel unsettled, a stranger in a new place. Let me at least show you the aquarium, then I'll let you get some rest. Okay, you're the boss. Tarina led the way into the hall, heels clicking, hips swaying. Kendra followed, impressed by the decor. What would it cost to furnish such a large house so lavishly? Our aquarium is unique, Tarina commented, pulling open an ornate pair of doors. It doubles as our library. Kendra halted in the doorway, astonished by the sight before her. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, interrupted by an occasional niche displaying antique scientific instruments. Bulky leather sofas and recliners offered plenty of places for a reader to relax, accompanied by a variety of handsome tables for added convenience. Aside from the lights in the ceiling, plentiful lamps contributed to the even illumination. But none of this held Kendra frozen in the doorway. Dozens of fish drifted through the air as if swimming in water. The more Kendra stared, the more details registered. Rays of various sizes patrolled the room, wing-like fins flapping gently. An octopus clung to the side of an ottoman. Exotic fish with vivid stripes and splotches swam in synchronized schools. Crustaceans crept across the floor, antennae probing. A spotted 6-foot shark prowled the library in ominous circles. In contrast to the bizarre vision before her, Kendra inhaled what seemed like normal air. Nothing in the room was even damp. Tarina sashayed into the spacious, fish-infested library. Isn't it a marvel? Come on in. What about the shark? Kendra asked. Shinga? Oh, he's a leopard shark. We've never had any serious trouble out of him. The eels can get nippy. Just stay away from the globe. Kendra hesitantly stepped into the room, enchanted by the fish swimming all around her. Can I touch one? Oh, sure. Try the big one with the yellow stripes. The fish drifted within reach, fins flowing as if in water, and Kendra brushed a fingertip along its side. It felt slightly slimy and surprisingly solid. Are these real? Tarina grinned. Absolutely. Kendra noticed an orange fish with an elaborate series of spines nearing the doorway. Should we close the doors? They can't get out. Kendra crouched down beside the octopus, tipping her head so she could see some of the suckers on the tentacles. The body of the octopus flexed, pulsing strangely, and Kendra hastily stepped away. 3 seahorses hovered nearby. Off to one side, beside a lamp, small fish gobbled up tiny fragments of floating matter. Oh, this is so cool! How does it work? The easy answer, Tarina asked, manicured hand on one hip. Magic. She compressed her lips thoughtfully. How could I put this in layman's terms? Imagine that in an adjacent reality, this library is full of water. A sturdy container holds all of it in place. Then imagine that these fish are able to inhabit both realities at once. They are fully interacting with both realities, while we remain oblivious to the water. That description isn't exact, but it conveys the proper idea. Wow, unbelievable, Kendra breathed, warily watching the sleek shark glide by almost within reach. We may be surrounded by barnyards and outnumbered by livestock, but not even countless miles of farmland can deny us at least a few truly sophisticated amenities. How do you feed them? Sometimes they devour one another, though we have some magical deterrents in place, particularly on the shark. Normally we just do to their food what we did to them. Leave it floating in both realities, and they find it without much trouble. Torina clapped her hands. I have tested your patience long enough. Allow me to escort you to your room. Kendra let Torina usher her back into the hallway. Stealing a few backward glances at the surreal aquarium, she wondered how anybody would get any reading done in there. Torina directed Kendra up some stairs to a third level, where numerous doors flanked a narrow hallway. Kendra glimpsed an old man peering from one of the doorways, but he ducked away as they approached. Paying him no heed, Torina escorted Kendra to a third door on the right. Beyond the door awaited a frilly trundle bed, a dresser, a bookshelf, a pair of nightstands, a modest desk, and a small private bathroom. The simple room had a single window and unadorned walls. "This will be your room while you remain here," Torina said. "You're welcome to explore this floor. Please do not wander the rest of the house, except by invitation. I would rather not resort to less comfy accommodations." "You've been pretty nice for a kidnapper," Kendra said. "Too nice. It's really weird. Are you going to fatten me up and eat me?" Torina pursed her lips and gently scratched at the corner of her eye. "The witch references are getting tiresome, dear. What will you do with me? You mentioned the Sphinx." "You answered your own question. I'll do what the Sphinx tells me." Kendra's mouth felt dry. "Will he be coming here?" A sly smile crept onto Torina's lips. "Well, I am not his keeper, but I expect he will, sooner or later. Look, darling, I have no desire to make your situation harsher than necessary. Believe me, you can't escape, and nobody will find you. Don't rock the boat, and I'll keep things bearable." Kendra doubted she could get more useful information out of Torina. "Oh, okay, I'll try to be good. Sleep well, Kendra." Torina closed the door. Kendra sat on the edge of the bed. What would the Sphinx want? Information? Cooperation? Would he torture her? Could she resist torture? Ancient as he was, he probably knew a million ways to get people to talk. There were plenty of secrets that she needed to protect. Would he want to use her fairy kind ability to recharge spent magical objects? Would he find ways to use her abilities to harm the people she loved? She pictured the false Kendra currently sleeping in her bed. What was the imposter doing? Would she harm Seth or her parents? Supposedly, the imposter had access to her memories. Was she already divulging secrets? Kendra lowered her face to her hands. By the time the Sphinx arrived, whatever secrets she possessed might be irrelevant. There came a soft knock at the door. Kendra scooted off the bed and opened it. A pair of elderly men waited outside, one in a wheelchair, the other pushing. "Welcome," said the man in the wheelchair. His white hair was disheveled. He wore thick horn-rimmed glasses, plaid pajamas, and felt slippers. A folded newspaper rested on his lap. "Can we come in?" asked the man pushing the chair. Liver spots dotted his bald scalp. "What do you want?" Kendra asked, not moving out of the way. "To introduce ourselves," said the man in the chair. "We're your new neighbors." The man behind the chair lowered his voice. "We know some things that might be of service," he winked. Kendra stepped aside. "Isn't it late?" "What do we care about late?" griped the man in the wheelchair.
Too many days are the same here. You get sick of it. A new face is front page news.
The bald man guided the wheelchair into the room. I'm Kendra.
My name is Hayden,
said the guy in the wheelchair.
The other geezer is Cody. We're not really geezers, Cody said. I'm 32. Hayden is 28.
Oh, no, Kendra said. She trained you. What was it like, can I ask?
The first bite is quick, Cody said. It leaves you paralyzed. Then she really latches on, and you can feel your life ebbing away. Your body withers, deflates. It doesn't hurt. It's dreamlike, hard to describe. Torina can put on quite an act. Don't trust her, not for a second.
Why do you guys live here with her? Kendra wondered.
We're prisoners, Hayden said. Torina chooses her victims wisely. I don't have any close relations. Even if I somehow busted out of here, old duffer like me, I'd have no place to go. Ditto, Cody echoed. So, we cooperate, Hayden said,
resignation in his tone.
It beats the alternative. Yeah, you don't want to end up in the basement, Cody cautioned. Some of the other guys in our situation ended up down there. Not pleasant. They don't always return.
How many of you are there? Kendra asked. Hayden inflated his cheeks and exhaled slowly.
Well, 7 right now. 2 in the basement, 1 on his deathbed. 1 mostly keeps to his room, quiet type, and Kevin is her lapdog. Hangs on her every word. Steer clear of Kevin. 2 others have died since I've been here, Cody added.
That doesn't add up, Kendra complained. You're talking about hundreds of years of vitality. Are there lots of lectoblixes here?
Just her, Hayden said. She's an old one, and she's slipping like a reusable battery that doesn't hold a charge anymore. Every year she ages, at least 25? Closer to 30, Cody asserted. She steals 40 or 50 years from us and consumes them in less than 2.
How terrible, Kendra said.
Well, she tries not to overindulge, Cody said. She hates to show any wrinkles, but too many disappearances, and she'll have to move the whole operation, find a new lair. She's been here close to 20 years, near as we can figure.
Hayden lifted the newspaper from his lap and began unfolding it.
She's on the prowl for new blood. Been running this ad in all the nearby counties for a week now.
He directed Kendra's attention to a certain want ad. It read, Wealthy dowager seeks young male companion, autumnal solace at gmail.com. This is how she nabs victims? Kendra exclaimed. Hayden and Cody exchanged an uncomfortable glance.
Yeah, we were dumb enough,
Cody said.
Sounded like easy money,
Hayden admitted.
It was curious. She has something of a conscience, you see,
Cody said.
Especially when she gets on a talk show binge,
Hayden interjected, rolling his eyes.
Yeah, she tells herself she's just sapping years from gold diggers, taken from takers. Of course, we never got a chance to take anything, and she didn't bother to find out what kind of guys we were. No worse than most, no malice. We just stumbled across the wrong ad, as some other poor fool will shortly. Yeah, and then we'll have another new face.
Cody raised his eyebrows.
Yeah, misery loves company.
Despite the actual ages the men claimed, the duo sure acted like crotchety old fogies. It made Kendra wonder how much their aged bodies affected their personalities. Speaking of new faces, she said, what were you guys going to tell me? To help me. Hayden adjusted his glasses.
Don't trust her. Don't disobey, or you'll end up in the basement. Don't make her angry.
Cody's face became solemn.
I saw her suck the last years out of a guy who didn't know when to lay off the insults. She got younger, and he got, dead. She normally leaves her prey with some final years, She feels enough guilt to leave most of us something. But don't cross her. She's capable of ugliness like you can't imagine. Ah, you're scaring the girl,
Hayden complained.
Here's the best tip. Flattery works wonders, even when she knows you're laying it on thick. Torina can't help but respond to generous remarks. Pathetic, really. Way I see it, deep down, she so desperately needs to feel admired, she absolutely treasures sugary words, especially about her looks. She's extra vulnerable right now, while her age is showing,
Cody agreed. Hayden harumphed.
Old or young, she's always a sucker for compliments. Not so much that she lets you go or anything, but she'll make your life easier if you play to her vanity. Word to the wise,
Cody said, adding a wink for emphasis.
Now that we've made our introductions,
Hayden announced,
we had better leave this young lady in peace. Ah, don't be in such a hurry,
Cody complained.
One last question. Kendra, tell us, what did you do to earn her attention? Why did Torina bring you here? Don't press her to spill her guts on a first meeting,
Hayden growled. Cody shushed him. I think it's mainly because I have information she wants, Kendra said.
You're part of her world,
Cody confirmed.
Not some girl off the street.
I know there are magical creatures hidden among us, along with other dangerous people like her, Kendra confirmed. Hayden and Cody nodded in silence.
We don't know much about the supernatural,
Cody said.
Only what we've gleaned since living here. Tread carefully,
Hayden advised.
We'll try to watch out for you. Keep our hearing aids to the ground.
Cody wheeled Hayden out the door.
See you tomorrow, Kendra,
Cody said. Good night, guys. Sorry you're in here. Hayden twisted in his chair and pointed at her.
Same to you, but more of it.
Chapter 5. Morning. The crusty snow gleamed beneath the winter sun, refracting the light in dazzling patterns, as if the graveyard were flooded with diamonds. Eventually, the rising breeze pushed the vanguard of a fleet of threatening clouds across the sun, reducing the glare, leaving the cemetery cold and bleak. Here and there, flowers and tiny flags added splashes of color to the snow-choked graves. Dressed in a dark blue suit, hair neatly combed, Seth sat with his back against an 8-foot obelisk, resting his wrists on his knees. The suit coat offered only flimsy protection against the chill, but he hardly noticed. His sister had recently been laid to rest in the family plot near his grandma and grandpa Larson. He had quietly told his parents that he needed a few minutes by himself. No tears pooled in his eyes. He figured he had used up his lifetime allotment over the past few days. Now he felt numb and dry, as if all emotion had been wrung out of him. Footsteps crunched through the icy snow, approaching from the side and behind. A moment later, Grandpa Sorensen stood over him, hands in his pockets.
How are you holding up, Seth?
Seth kept his eyes on Grandpa's shoes.
I'm okay. How about you?
They had not found a chance to really talk yet. Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen had barely arrived in time for the services.
You can imagine,
Grandpa sighed.
The whole situation is an unbearable nightmare. We've been scrambling to piece together what happened.
Seth's head snapped up.
Find any leads?
This was what he needed. Everyone kept wallowing in the loss. He needed answers.
Some. When you feel ready, we can talk. I'm ready right now,
Seth assured him.
I need to know how and why.
Grandpa nodded.
Some of our friends broke into the morgue and conducted an informal autopsy on Kendra. Seems to really be her, not a changeling at least. We still can't fathom what species of mind control may have been at work here. She wasn't herself, Seth stated. It wasn't Kendra calling the shots. I'm sure of that, Grandpa agreed.
So is Warren. The man who ran the daycare where she volunteered, Rex Tanner, turned up dead in his condo over the weekend. What do you know about him? Nothing, but that is really suspicious. A safe guess is that whatever happened to Kendra originated at the daycare, but the trail is cold. Grandpa looked around, then motioned with one arm. Your folks are gone. I told them I would bring you home. They were in no condition to argue. I want you to meet someone. Seth heard more footsteps approaching, these much stealthier than Grandpa's. They rustled the snow rather than crunched. A bald black man wearing a long leather coat and dark, glossy boots came around the obelisk. Snowy gravestones reflected in his sunglasses. Seth, this is Trask, Grandpa said. He's a detective and a Knight of the Dawn. He'll help us get to the bottom of this. You look the part, Seth said. Do you ride a motorcycle? Trask stared down at him. I'm sorry for your loss. There was a no-nonsense tone to his voice. Have you found out anything yet? Trask glanced at Grandpa, who gave a nod. I spent the last couple of days in Monmouth, Illinois. Where the letter was addressed, Seth recalled. Kept an eye on the post office box. Spent some time at the local college. Got to know the town and the outlying areas. Nice place. So far, we have nothing. I left a man watching the post office. I'm glad you guys followed up on the letter, Seth said. We're nowhere near done, Trask promised. I want to hear firsthand about any oddities you noted regarding your sister's behavior. Seth recounted how Kendra had acted at breakfast, how she had come home early from the daycare, how she had overreacted when she found him in her room, and the final tragic confrontation with Warren. All of this happened on the same day, Trask confirmed. Yep, except the scary part with Warren was technically early the next day. No strange behavior the day before? Well, she kept to herself more than usual the evening before, stayed shut up in her room. After she got home from the daycare, Trask said. Right, Seth said. She seemed very much herself the day before. Trask turned his head toward Grandpa. Everything points to the daycare. Elise checked in the windows multiple times while Kendra was there. Nothing appeared amiss. I interviewed Rhonda Redmond, a woman who works overlapping hours with Kendra. I presented myself as a private investigator. She claimed that the only time Kendra was out of her sight on the day in question was when Rex brought Kendra into his office for a minute or two to respond to a call from a parent. We've kept Rhonda under heavy surveillance and have dug deep into her past. Whatever transpired, she seems to be an oblivious bystander. That brings you up to date, Grandpa said to Seth. I want to help find out more, Seth said. Maybe you can use me as bait. Grandpa shook his head. We can't risk anything like that until we better understand what we're dealing with. Warren and Elise are no rookies, Trask said. Neither am I. This was done with an unthinkable level of finesse. We'll get to the bottom of it, but time will be required. Unless fresh details come to mind, Seth, you could best serve our needs by returning to Fablehaven with your grandfather. To Fablehaven? Seth asked. Tanu is already prepping your parents, Grandpa said. Given their agitated condition over the loss of Kendra and his skill with potions, they will soon arrive at the conclusion that you should spend Christmas with your grandmother and me. No, Seth protested softly. I want to be here, helping the investigation. We can't protect you as well here, Trask said. There are many causes for concern. We can't be certain the letter was the only communique sent to our enemies by whoever was posing as your sister. Who can say what they may have already learned? We need to assume a defensive posture until we have a more complete grasp of the situation. On your feet, Grandpa said, extending a gloved hand. Seth took it and let Grandpa haul him up. On his feet, he gained a better appreciation for Trask's impressive height. They began walking across the snowbound cemetery. Have you kept track of Kendra's belongings? Grandpa asked Seth. I hid the journal and the letters, like Warren told me, and I found the rain stick from Las Mesa. She actually hid it really well, behind the drywall in her closet. She cut out a small opening and slid it in, then sealed it up pretty good. It took some time to figure it out.
We'll bring those belongings home with us,
Grandpa said. Grandpa, Seth said hesitantly, I took some gold from Fablehaven last summer. I felt I'd earned it doing business with the satyrs, so I didn't return all of it to you. Kendra caught me. Before she wasn't Kendra anymore. She isn't here to make me. But I wanted you to know I'll return it all. Grandpa's eyes grew moist. He patted Seth on the back and nodded. The last time Seth had driven to Fablehaven, he had streaked through the night in the back of a flashy sports car piloted by Vanessa. The pace was considerably slower with Grandpa Sorensen at the wheel of a bulky SUV. Grandpa and Grandma had spent 2 days consoling Seth's heartbroken parents, while Tanu assisted Warren, Elise, and Trask with the homicide investigation. The days were frustratingly uneventful. No new clues were discovered, no enemies made a move, and they could find no ties between Rex and the Society of the Evening Star. The daycare supervisor appeared to have been an innocent victim. Trask, Warren, and Elise had stayed behind to keep working. Unusually quiet and thoughtful, Tanu rode beside Seth, the seatbelt barely long enough to stretch across his massive Samoan frame. Grandma sat up front with Grandpa. Seth tried to sleep, but could never quite get comfortable. His imagination refused to stop inventing scenarios to explain what had happened to Kendra. He tried to keep an open mind, even to the point of questioning whether magical mind control had actually been employed. If somebody had used brutal blackmail, the stress alone might have altered her personality. But what leverage could have motivated Kendra to betray her family? Maybe she thought she was protecting them from something worse. But what? The cell phone rang, and Grandpa answered. After a moment, the SUV accelerated briskly.
Have you told Dugan?
Grandpa said.
Keep trying. Uh-huh. Right. Do what you can for him. We'll hurry.
Grandpa set the phone aside.
What was that?
Grandma asked, alarmed.
Maddox showed up in the attic, Grandpa said. He's a mess. Skinny, dirty, injured, sick. Coulter and Dale are doing what they can.
Although he was thrilled to hear that the fairy trader had returned, it saddened Seth to picture the robust adventurer sickly and weak. At least Maddox was alive.
He came through the bathtub?
Seth asked. The previous summer, he had learned that Tanu had taken a large tin washtub to the fallen Brazilian preserve in order to give Maddox a portal home. The washtub shared the same space as an identical washtub in the attic at Fablehaven. After an object had been placed in one washtub, the object would appear to be in both, allowing an accomplice to remove it from the other. When the washtubs were far apart, the linked space allowed items to be instantly transported over great distances.
He did, Grandpa said. After all this time, well done, Tanu.
Sounds like Maddox will need some healing, Tanu said.
Which is why I'm stepping on the gas,
Grandpa replied.
Oh, when it rains, it pours,
Grandma remarked. As the SUV turned off the road, Seth gazed out the window at the skeletal forest, amazed at how far he could see with the leaves gone and the undergrowth reduced to tangled twigs. He had previously only seen Fablehaven in the summertime. Everything was now brown and gray, with the few snow patches lingering among the crumbling dead leaves. The SUV raced down the driveway, through the gate, and up to the house. The garden surrounding the house remained incongruously in bloom. Seth realized that the fairies must be responsible for the improbable verdure. When they skidded to a stop, Tanu vaulted out of the car and dashed into the house. Ever since the call, he had been sorting through his potions and ingredients. Seth jogged inside after him. Dale stood in the entry hall.
Hi, Seth. Where's Maddox?
Seth asked. unable to tell which way Tanu had gone. Up in your grandparents' bedroom, the nearest bed to the washtub.
How is he?
Dale whistled softly.
Well, he's seen better days, but he'll pull through. You keep getting taller.
Not as tall as you yet.
Grandpa and Grandma came through the front door together.
Where is he?
Grandma asked. Dale led them up the stairs and down the hall to the room where Tanu sat in a chair beside the bed, rummaging through his potion bag. Coulter leaned against the wall in the corner. Maddox rested on the bed, lips dry, cheeks flushed, a filthy red beard hiding half of his face.
Good to see you, Stan,
he croaked, craning his neck forward.
Lie still,
Tanu admonished.
Save words for later.
The Samoan turned to look at Grandpa.
He's feverish, malnourished, and badly dehydrated. Probably has parasites, broken wrist, sprained ankle, mild concussion, cuts and bruises everywhere. Give me some time with him.
Grandpa shepherded the others out of the room. Coulter came with them. They gathered not far down the hallway.
Has he divulged anything?
Grandpa asked in a hushed tone.
He doesn't have the artifact, nor does the society,
Coulter said, passing his hand over his mostly bald head, matting down the tuft of gray hair in the middle.
He knows the location of the vault where the artifact is housed. I don't have details. Dale and I were trying to make him rest. Still no leads on the room beyond the Hall of Dread?
Grandpa asked. Coulter shuddered.
Just a blank wall. I've spent some real time investigating, even though it isn't my favorite environment. You haven't found the room from Kendra's letter? Seth asked. I figured as caretaker, you would already know all about it. The secret was not handed down, Grandma said. We aren't even convinced that we want to learn the possible artifact locations, Grandpa explained. For now, we just want to know we have access to the information, should the need arise. What exactly is the Hall of Dread? Seth asked. You guys never get very specific. Dangerous creatures that require no upkeep are jailed there, Coulter said. They need no food or drink. Beings like the Revenant we met in the grove. Do they radiate fear? Seth asked. Yes, some of them do, Coulter said. Makes working down there a pain and a half. I'd normally prefer to stay far from those cells. Maybe I could help search for the room, since magical fear doesn't bother me.
Grandma shook her head.
No, Seth. In some ways, that makes it more perilous for you. The threat posed by those creatures is real. Fear can be a good thing. It keeps us respectful of their power. Many of those entities could destroy Fablehaven if loosed.
I wouldn't free them. I'm not a nut job. But it might be interesting to see what they looked like, Grandpa suggested. Have you seen them? Seth asked. What do they look... Wait a minute, you're testing me. Curiosity killed the cat, Grandpa said. And it has almost leveled Fablehaven in the past, if I recall accurately. Oh, I'd follow your rules, Seth said. If the rule is no peeking, I won't even consider it. Yes, well, if we find a need for your special immunity, we'll make use of it, Grandpa promised. If you find a need, Seth muttered, I bet you won't be looking very hard. Say, Coulter, how did you know Maddox had come through? I mean, he could only exit the bathtub he entered. Isn't that how it works? To come out on our side, somebody needed to physically lift him out. That's exactly right, Coulter explained. We posted Mendigo as a permanent sentry watching the tub. Truth be told, we probably wouldn't have kept the overgrown puppet stationed there much longer. After all these months, there was scant room for hope.
Tanu opened the bedroom door and poked his head out.
I have him stabilized. He responded well to the treatments. I've advised him to sleep, but Maddox insists he wants to speak with you sooner rather than later. All of you.
Is he up to it?
Grandma asked.
He'll be all right. He's determined. He'll rest better after we give him a chance to be heard.
Grandpa led the procession back into the bedroom. Maddox sat propped up by pillows. His skin shone with perspiration, and his lips already looked less chapped. His eyes regarded them alertly.
You don't have to stare like I'm in a coffin,
Maddox said, his voice stronger than before.
Inviting as the mattress feels, this isn't my deathbed. I'd already be up and about if Tanu would allow it.
You must have quite a tale to tell,
Grandpa prompted.
Aye, and I've learned a lesson or two. First and foremost, never accept assignments from the Knights of the Dawn.
He winked at Seth.
Where's your sister?
All of the other adults exchanged awkward glances.
She's dead,
Seth said flatly.
The society got to her.
Maddox blanched.
Oh, my apologies, Seth. I had no idea. Oh, what a tragedy.
Wasn't your fault, Seth assured him. You've had plenty of your own trouble. How did you survive?
Grandpa asked.
Hiding in caves mostly. Wet, dark, narrow places. I found chambers where Lacerna couldn't reach me. Lived off terrible food, insects and fungus and the like. I lost track of time, could hardly poke my head outside without something trying to bite it off. All openings to the cave remained heavily guarded night or day, rain or shine. So I tunneled my own exit, made a break for the house, and found the washtub. If I hadn't found a coded message from Tanu informing me about my free ride home, I'd still be sloshing through half-flooded caverns.
I'm glad my mission served a purpose, Tanu acknowledged.
Oh, then he saves me twice over, administering miraculous potions. I'm doubly indebted, my friend.
Nonsense, Tanu said dismissively. You were risking your neck for us in the first place. We're glad you made it out alive, Grandpa said. We were beginning to lose hope.
Maddox winked.
Never count me out. I've survived some close scrapes in my time.
Coulter mentioned that you have an idea where the artifact is located,
Grandma said.
Ah, that I do,
Maddox replied.
I could draw a map or even lead a team back there.
A map would suffice, Grandpa said.
We'll want to move on this swiftly, and you're in no condition to go afield.
I'm surprised you didn't return with some fairies in tow, Coulter said.
Oh, almost did,
Maddox said, eyes brightening.
Came across some exotic specimens. I've a few patented methods for luring and befriending fairies, even under those dismal conditions. Without some help from the fairies, I could not have survived in the caves. I wanted to bring some with me, but in the end, well, I barely got out of there with my own hide intact. Wasted opportunity.
You should rest now, Tanu urged.
What about the map?
Maddox complained.
We'll bring you materials soon enough,
Grandma promised.
Close your eyes, recover some strength.
Maddox looked around the room at each person in turn.
Thanks for pulling me out of there and giving me a place to land. I owe you all.
On the contrary, Grandpa said, we owe you for undertaking such a perilous mission. Get some rest. Maddox closed his eyes and settled back into his pillows. Chapter 6. The All-Seeing Eye.
Okay, Kendra,
Hayden said, picking up a cunningly sculpted queen between a finger and a thumb.
Knowing how the pieces move and capture is only a small part of the game. Understanding position and values is crucial. I know a point system that ranks the values of the pieces in a useful way. Think of this queen as 9 points.
He set it down and touched the other pieces as he named them.
Rooks are 5, knights 3, bishops 3, and pawns 1. That should help you calculate if a sacrifice is worthwhile.
What about the king?
Think about it.
Right. Top priority. You can't really give it a number.
Good. White moves first, so it's your turn.
Kendra studied her row of pawns. She could move 1 of 8 pieces a square or 2 forward. Is there a best first move?
The early moves establish a lot about the game. Just experiment.
Kendra bit her lip. Isn't chess sort of a game for old fogies? Hayden raised his eyebrows.
Do I look like a young guy to you? My legs don't work. Sort of, limits my options. This keeps my mind agile. I'm excited to train a new opponent.
Kendra picked up the pawn in front of her queen and moved it ahead 2 squares. Hayden's door opened and Cody entered.
We have a visitor,
Cody announced. Who? Kendra asked.
The latest fly has landed in Torina's web, he replied.
Kendra stood up. The next person she wants to drain. Hayden mirrored Kendra's move, his pawn blocking hers from moving further forward.
You'll get used to it,
Hayden murmured. We have to warn him, Kendra declared.
That may not go over too well,
Cody said.
We just rile Torina and make life worse for everyone, the new victim included.
Have you guys totally given up? Kendra accused.
We've accepted the unavoidable,
Hayden soothed.
Have a seat.
No thanks, Kendra said, storming from the room. Cody stepped aside to let her pass.
Hard-headed,
she heard Cody mumble behind her. She was walking too quickly to discern Hayden's response. She reached the end of the hall and started down the stairs. What was the worst that could happen? Torina might suck away her youth? Kill her? Lock her in the basement? Kendra clenched her fists. She was already a prisoner. What was the use of pretending to be a guest? At least this offered a chance to help somebody, and maybe in the process help herself. If she didn't take advantage of opportunities like this, she would never get away. Kendra reached the 2nd floor. A broad goblin dressed in a suit barred access to the stairway down to the ground floor. His gaunt red skin stretched over jutting cheekbones and a prominent jaw. Veins corkscrewed grotesquely at the sides of his bulging forehead.
Get back upstairs,
he growled, baring uneven teeth. I need to talk to Torina, Kendra demanded. It's an emergency.
No games,
the goblin snarled. I've never met you before, Kendra said. I have no reason to obey you. I have to speak with Torina. It's urgent.
What makes you think she's down there? The mistress is occupied. She will come to you later. You belong upstairs.
Kendra tried to step around him and descend the stairs, but the thick goblin seized her arm with a rough hand. This is none of your business, Kendra spat. I have to go downstairs. You know I can't leave the house. Let go of me, or the Sphinx will turn you into ground beef. They glared at each other for a moment. After a hesitant pause, the calloused fingers abruptly opened, releasing her arm.
I'm not sure the Sphinx is yours to command,
the goblin chuckled. Kendra rushed down the stairs. Obviously the goblin had some doubts, but she did not bother to point that out. She trotted through the entry hall, pausing when she saw a young man standing in the parlor, admiring a large painting in a gilded frame. A battered suitcase and an overstuffed duffel bag leaned against a sofa not far from him. Who are you? Kendra asked from the doorway. The young man turned. He had dark hair that hung to his shoulders and a scraggly mustache. A few pimples dotted his pale face. He wore a black t-shirt and tight jeans.
I'm Russ. Have you seen Torina?
Kendra entered the room. Are you here responding to the ad?
You got it. Are you a relative?
I've been kidnapped. Torina is holding me prisoner. You have to leave immediately. Russ snickered.
Yeah, okay. Good one. I like it. Should I run off screaming and call the cops?
I'm serious, Kendra said. Come on. She raced to the front door. Russ followed, displaying only mild curiosity. Kendra tugged at the door. It was locked. She jiggled the handle desperately. Help me break it down.
Yeah, that will make a great first impression, Russ chuckled. They need to put you in the movies.
Tears of frustration gathered in Kendra's eyes. I'm not acting, Russ. She's a psycho. She keeps old men and kids locked up here. There's no time. Please, help me. Get away and contact Scott Michael Sorensen or Marla Kate Sorensen. They live outside of Rochester. My name is Kendra. I'm a missing person. Through her tears, Kendra saw that Russ finally looked uncomfortable. He started chewing one of his fingernails. What are you carrying on about, my dear? A silky voice inquired. Torina strolled down the stairs, her black evening dress shimmering with sequins. Your mother won't be back until 4. Russ glanced from Kendra to Torina. Run, Russ, Kendra pleaded. Kendra, go easy on poor Russ. He isn't used to your antics. Why not run along and go play out back? Aunt Torina has arrangements to discuss with our new friend. Kendra had been caught in the act. She couldn't see how she would get into worse trouble. It was all or nothing. Russ, come out back with me. I need to show you something. He'll follow along in a minute or two. We have grown-up things to discuss. Torina clicked across the floor to Russ, taking his hand. Shall we adjourn to the parlor? Don't let her bite you, Russ. She'll suck you dry, Kendra warned. Together, we can take her, fight our way out of this. Torina's radiant smile faltered ever so slightly. Oh, am I a vampire now? How novel. Young lady, I value a healthy imagination, but your behavior is bordering on impertinent. Jameson, would you escort Kendra to her room?
Certainly, madame,
answered a rough voice. The goblin in the suit strode down the stairs. He glowered at Kendra. Glancing at Russ, Kendra realized that he could not recognize the goblin's true form. To him, the monstrosity probably looked like an ordinary human butler. Kendra raced for the back of the house, but the goblin intercepted her, gripping her shoulders painfully. The goblin steered her toward the stairs as Kendra screamed and writhed and tried to kick him. Oh, such a display, Torina exclaimed. Your mother will hear about this, young lady. Look at them, Kendra shrieked. Locked doors, people dragging me away. Get a clue, Russ.
What's going on?
Russ asked, his voice nervous. The girl is mentally disturbed, Torina purred. Let me tell you a secret. The goblin heaved Kendra over his beefy shoulder. Staring back at Russ, she saw Torina nuzzle his neck, then catch him as he slumped to the floor, one leg twitching. As the goblin mounted the stairs, the pair passed out of sight. Kendra crouched over the desk in her room, refolding a piece of stationery. The note already had so many creases that it was almost useless. She had tried once again to improve on the only design that had sort of worked, and once again the result had been unsatisfactory. She folded the paper into the familiar basic shape, pressing hard on the creases, hoping the form would hold. When she finished, she held up the paper airplane, inspecting it from various angles. It would win no contest for beauty or function. She could almost hear Seth laughing at the pathetic attempt. Why had she never learned to fold a proper paper airplane? Her brother could produce at least 6 varieties, all excellent flyers. They were sleek and simple, and he would add little extra tears or wrinkles to produce acrobatic effects. The airplane she had designed, after several miserable failures, flew only a little better than crumpling up the paper and throwing it. She transported her ugly little plane to the window, opened it, and passed her hand between the invisible bars. Cold air flooded into the room. Experience had shown that a quick, gentle flick of the wrist was the best way to send the plane soaring. The dark night would conceal the flight, and hopefully some passerby would find one of the notes in the morning. The notes read, "My name is Kendra Sorensen. I've been kidnapped. Please contact the police. Then contact Scott Michael Sorensen or Marla Kate Sorensen. They live outside of Rochester, New York. This is not a joke." Not long after the goblin had locked Kendra in a room, she had decided to start an airborne letter campaign, the aeronautical equivalent of letters in bottles. Kendra debated about which way she should angle this next toss. A key rattled in the door. Kendra threw the plane and hurriedly shut the window, turning to face the doorway. Tarina entered, exuding confidence. She wore the same flashy dress from earlier, but filled it out differently, her body now curvier. Her arms and legs were firm and toned, her skin soft and healthy. She wore much subtler makeup, relying on the natural radiance of her stunning features. Gazing triumphantly at Kendra, she looked like a prom queen, ready for her big night. After an awkward pause, Kendra realized that Tarina was awaiting a compliment. "You look amazing," Kendra said. "People can say what they want," Tarina remarked casually, placing a hand on her slim waist. "Diet, exercise, pharmaceuticals, surgeries, spa treatments, cosmetics. There is simply no substitute for youth." "You drained him?" "Much more ruthlessly than I would have, without your intervention," Tarina stated, eyes hard. "Why?" She closed the door and sauntered into the room. "The way I live grants me limited pleasures, Kendra. Toying with my prey is perhaps the most satisfying. I already had to settle for a less than adequate specimen. Then you soaked all the fun out of the whole encounter, forced me to rush it." "I'm so sorry," Kendra apologized. "That must be rough when sucking someone's life away isn't super fun." "Don't you dare mock me, Missy," Tarina hissed. Outrage tightened her youthful features. Tendons stood out in her neck. "You're so beautiful when you're angry," Kendra said dramatically. Tarina's fury transformed into fierce laughter. "Even though you're joking, Kendra, you thought to say it, which means it must be true at some level." She wiped a tear from the corner of one eye and crossed to the desk, gathering up the papers there and opening drawers to collect any extra stationery. "No more airplanes. We gathered the ones you've thrown so far. Origami isn't your strong suit." "Yeah, they weren't very good," Kendra admitted. "Understatement of the year," Tarina murmured. "Look, normally I would relocate you to the basement for the stunt you pulled today. I gave you a lot of leeway, and you burned me for it. But there is a certain euphoria that comes with regaining my youth, and the Sphinx will be here tomorrow, so you can just stay locked in here until he is ready for you." Kendra's legs suddenly felt wobbly. "The Sphinx? Why do you think I settled for a subpar specimen like Ruz?" Tarina said emphatically, snapping her fingers as if to get Kendra's attention. "Read between the lines. I wanted to look my best for a reason. Impress the boss. Aren't you the same girl who supposedly took down Vanessa Santoro?" "You know Vanessa?" "New Vanessa, past tense. As you're well aware, the Sphinx's little pet bit off more than she could chew. She's out of the picture. Word was you had something to do with it. I can't fathom how. I mean, Vanessa was overrated, but the girl wasn't completely incompetent." "What does the Sphinx want with me?" Kendra asked. Tarina flashed a predatory grin. "Great question. I'll let you mull that one over until he sends for you tomorrow. Sweet dreams." She strode to the door. "Oh, by the way, dear, don't lose sleep planning a daring escape.
The Whisper Hound was under orders to let you roam the house. Until instructed otherwise, it will now keep you confined to this floor. Once the hound has your scent, you can't fool it. Wait, can I just... Torina cut her off by firmly closing the door. Kendra heard the lock click. She returned to the window, staring out into the gloom, unsure how she would possibly sleep. Somebody was knocking on the door. Kendra squinted at the bright light pouring between her half-drawn curtains. She had rested poorly, waking many times in the night, plagued by unsettling dreams that evaporated under conscious scrutiny. And, of course, once she had finally slipped into a deep sleep, somebody was pounding at the door. "Oh, I'd invite you in, but the door is locked," Kendra called, still groggy.
"I have a key."
It sounded like Cody.
"And I have breakfast."
Kendra rubbed her eyes. She had slept in her clothes. "Oh, come in then." The door opened, and Cody entered with a tray.
"Scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, toast, yogurt, and juice," he announced,
setting the tray on the desk.
"You barge down the stairs, infuriate Torina, and end up with a first-rate breakfast. Maybe I should start acting a little less compliant."
"Don't get too jealous. This may be my last meal." Cody shrugged.
"They're expecting visitors. They told me to deliver this. I'm supposed to suggest that you be on your best behavior, so, well, I've suggested it."
"You want some bacon or something?" He hesitated.
"Oh, I couldn't take your food."
"Have a strip, and some sausage, too. How am I supposed to eat all that?"
"Well, personally, I'd use the toast to make a breakfast sandwich. If you're willing to part with a strip and a link, I'll call it my tip."
Cody placed some bacon and sausage on a napkin and exited the room. She heard the lock re-engage. Kendra sat at the desk. Molten cheese glued chunks of ham to the fluffy eggs. The sausages glistened with grease but tasted good, and the bacon had a pleasant crunch. As she was sipping some juice, the door unlocked and Torina entered, wearing a flirtatious sundress and sandals. "Oh, he's here," she announced, girlishly flustered. "Oh, did you sleep in those clothes? Really, Kendra, we need to get you washed up and presentable." There was an edge of excitement to her expression and voice, as if she were about to greet her favorite rock star. "Is he really going to care what I'm wearing?" Kendra replied, munching on a bite of toast. "I care," Torina said. "How's breakfast? I made it for you. I'll be sure to let the Sphinx know how domestic you are." "Oh, I am going to miss the music of your sarcasm," Torina pouted. "Done eating? You didn't give me much time. He's early. Why don't we skip the shower?" Torina giggled nervously. "Seriously, come now, or I'll have Jameson scrub you down." Kendra drained the last of her juice. "You win." She stole a final bite of toast as she rose and followed Torina down to the lavish bathroom. Soon she stood under a warm spray, wondering how the upcoming encounter would play out. She had not seen the Sphinx since he had hidden behind a mask at a Knights of the Dawn gathering the previous summer. Now that he had been exposed as an enemy, what would he do with her? She tried not to dwell on the possibilities. Worrying would just leave her rattled. She needed to relax and stay ready to deal with whatever problems actually materialized. After finishing her shower and toweling off, Kendra put on the black slacks and blouse that Torina had laid out for her. In the mirror, the outfit actually looked pretty cute. She returned to Torina's room, and the blonde Lectoblix insisted that Kendra let her style her hair. Kendra reluctantly sat in a chair in front of the bathroom mirror while Torina added some curl. "What do you think?" Torina asked at last, adding a final squirt of hairspray. Kendra swiveled her head from side to side,
The end result actually looked fabulous. Guess I'm ready for my date. I'm glad you can still joke. You have now officially passed my inspection. Shall we? Kendra followed Tarina down the stairs to the main level. On her way to the rear of the house, Kendra became peripherally aware of a group of adults conversing in the living room, but her focus remained on where Tarina was heading. Stopping in front of a heavy wooden door, Tarina rapped twice, then opened it, favoring Kendra with a sugary smile that silently conveyed, "You are no longer my problem." When Kendra entered the study, the Sphinx rose to greet her. The last time she had seen him unmasked had been outside the quiet box at Fablehaven. He was dressed simply, his maroon shirt untucked over dress pants, his feet bare. Short, beaded dreadlocks framed his ageless face. Dimly, Kendra heard the door shut behind her. The Sphinx took her hand, clasping it affectionately in both of his. "I am so happy to see you again, Kendra," he said, his voice mellow, the accent prompting Kendra to envision tropical islands. The greeting was so warm and gentle that she almost found herself relaxing. "I wish I could say the same," Kendra responded cautiously, removing her hand from his grasp. "Please," he said, motioning to one of two chairs positioned to face each other. They both sat down. "You have ample reason to feel frustrated." "You're a traitor," Kendra said. "What is it with people pretending to be nice as they hold me prisoner? Tarina has the same personality disorder. What do you want with me?" "I mean you no harm," the Sphinx replied, unruffled. "I need to have a conversation with you. Cornering you has been a difficult task, now that I have fallen out of favor with your dear ones." "Oh, you mean since you stole the artifact from Fablehaven, released a demon prince from captivity, torched Las Mesa, and got Lena killed?" The Sphinx leaned forward, fathomless eyes intent. "I always admire spirit, Kendra. I do not blame you for perceiving me as your enemy. I am aware of the pain my actions have caused. However, your comments raise a question. Why do you label the prisoner from the quiet box a demon prince?" Kendra silently admonished herself for the outburst. She needed to say as little as possible. The Sphinx had no reason to suspect they knew that the occupant of the quiet box, before Vanessa had taken residence there, had been a demonic dragon named Navarog. Every tidbit that Kendra offered the Sphinx about what she and her family knew could potentially give him an advantage. No reason. He considered her in silence. "Not important," he finally decided. "How has Tarina treated you?" "She did my hair today. I think she has a crush on you." "Did she show you her aquarium?" "That was actually really cool." "Agreed. How is Seth?" "You tell me," Kendra said. "Hasn't the Kendra clone been reporting?" "Ah, remarkable fruit, the sting bulb. Almost everyone who knows of sting bulbs believes them to be extinct. But having lived many years and visited many places, I know where one sting bulb tree still grows. The tree does not bear many fruit in a year. They must be used within a narrow window of time, or they are rendered useless." "Is the phony Rex gone?" "The forms the sting bulbs adopt survive only for a few days. He served his purpose." Kendra looked away from the Sphinx's gaze. "What about the real Rex?" I honestly like you, Kendra. Unfortunately, we are on different sides of a heated struggle. You would be surprised if you knew all those who side with me on this issue. The conflict boils down to this. You and those you have aligned yourself with believe that magical creatures should be held captive at all costs, while I believe they should be free. Rex was an unfortunate casualty of that disagreement. There have been many before him on both sides. He will certainly not be the last. "Am I the next?" Kendra wondered. "I don't think so," the Sphinx said. I hope not. I need to perform an experiment, and I require information from you. Help me find answers to my questions, and you will go home immediately and unharmed. Some profess to see courage in enduring hardship for a cause. This only makes sense when victory is possible. I have the means to involuntarily extract the required information from you. I see wisdom in graciously accepting the inevitable. Kendra, where is the artifact that was hidden at Lost Mesa? His sultry voice invoked a sort of trance, and Kendra found herself on the verge of answering the question. Gripping the arms of her chair, she kept her mouth clamped shut. I am convinced that you either have the chronometer or know where it is. Kendra closed her eyes. His stare was too penetrating, as if his eyes could bore inside her mind and uncover the truth. I don't know what you're talking about. You need to share every lead you have regarding the missing artifacts. Give me the information I require, and you will soon go free. Refuse to share the information, and believe me, Kendra, I will take it. Kendra opened her eyes. There is nothing to take. There was no artifact at Lost Mesa. When I got back to Fablehaven, a demon was trying to destroy the preserve, so we killed him. End of story. Try and take what you want. I have nothing to give. The Sphinx watched her closely. A small smile produced a pair of dimples. You have more to give than you know, Kendra. Allow me to introduce two of my associates.
This is the end of CD number 2. Please continue listening on CD number 3. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary, CD number 3.
The door opened. A chubby man with pink skin and a black pompadour entered the room. An ancient brown lady with wiry gray hair rested her pruned hand on his elbow. Her shabby homespun shawl contrasted with his pinstriped suit. Kendra, I would like you to meet Darius and Nonora, the Sphinx said.
Charmed,
Darius sniffed, looking Kendra up and down disapprovingly. Nonora stared silently. Was she drooling?
I understand you are reluctant to share what you know about the artifacts.
There is nothing to share.
Let me be the judge of that,
Darius said. It seemed like he was trying hard to appear debonair. He laid a thumb beside his temple. Nonora raised her arthritic hands, twisting her fingers into a complex pattern and peering through a gap with one eye. Darius scowled and took a step closer. Nonora took a step back. Apparently, they were trying to read her mind. With all the force she could muster, Kendra mentally transmitted the message. You are both idiots. Darius glanced at the Sphinx, who nodded slightly. Keep still, Kendra, the Sphinx said.
Don't think about the artifacts,
Darius cooed, leaning forward and placing the tip of one finger against Kendra's forehead. His eyes squeezed shut. Kendra stared at the thick gold ring on his pudgy pinky. Nonora tottered closer, her gaping mouth revealing a squishy lack of teeth.
Too bright,
Nonora rasped. Her mouth sounded full of saliva. Darius stepped away, looking perplexed.
Nothing. You're right. She would be an interesting candidate.
I'm unsurprised, the Sphinx said. Have Mr. Lich bring the object.
If you want, we could try to...
The Sphinx cut him off by raising one hand.
Right,
Darius said, withdrawing from the room. You have an unsearchable mind, Kendra, the Sphinx said. Psychics are not my only recourse to unlock your secrets. just the least tedious."
"At least they came in on cue without you calling for them," Kendra said. "That part was sort of impressive."
Darius returned, accompanied by Mr. Lich and a figure in a mask. Mr. Lich reverently carried a small red pillow. A silken square of pink cloth concealed an object on the pillow. The Sphinx gestured at a low table. Darius pulled it between Kendra and the Sphinx. Then Mr. Lich set the pillow down. The Sphinx reached out and removed the handkerchief. Upon the pillow sat a spherical crystal with countless facets. "Behold the oculus."
"Looks expensive," Kendra said.
"Kneel beside the table," the Sphinx instructed, "and lay a hand on the sphere."
"Do you need it recharged? Is it going to suck out my secrets?"
Pointing at the crystal, Mr. Lich let out a brief grunt. The tall Asian man towered over Kendra, his long face humorless. Even back when she had thought the Sphinx was an ally, Mr. Lich had made her nervous. The Sphinx held up a hand. "What Mr. Lich is trying to say is that if you refuse to comply, we will force you to touch the crystal. That would not be as safe for you as voluntary compliance."
"What is it?" Kendra asked.
"The oculus, the infinite lens, the all-seeing eye. The prototype all-seeing stones and scrying tools are hopelessly patterned after. It is the artifact from the Brazilian preserve."
"You found another one?"
Kendra cried. "When we first spoke, I discussed the topic of patience. I have exercised great patience for many centuries, learning, preparing, infiltrating. But patience proves futile without the will to take decisive action when the opportune moment arrives. My long-awaited window of opportunity has come at last. I will possess all of the artifacts sooner than you can guess."
"I won't charge it for you."
The Sphinx laughed softly. "The oculus does not require energy from you. The artifact is functional. We want to see whether you can survive using it." Kendra looked around the room at the many faces regarding her.
"What do you mean?"
"This is the artifact of sight, Kendra. With it, you can see anywhere, everything."
"So why don't you use it to find the remaining artifacts yourself?"
"Most minds cannot handle the vast sensory input available through the oculus. It has already put 4 of our best people into catatonic stupors. Given how your status as fairy kind shields your mind from certain magic, we want to see if you fare any better than our colleagues."
"I refuse," Kendra said.
"If we force your hand onto the sphere, Kendra, it will surely overpower your mind. But if you participate voluntarily, and I guide you, there is a chance you will survive."
"If you fry my brain, you'll never learn what I know about the artifacts."
"Ah, we already know so much," the Sphinx said. "We received an extensive email from the Stingbulb facsimile we created of you. She felt suspicious she had been followed on her way back from the mailbox, so she risked electronic surveillance and sent the email as a backup. She explained that your grandfather has the chronometer at Fablehaven, and that Patton Burgess left clues regarding some of the remaining artifacts. We know those clues wait in a hidden room beyond the Hall of Dread in the Fablehaven dungeon. We already have a plan in motion to recover the information. Our facsimile could not recall exactly how to access the room. They never remember everything. I'd love that information if you have it, the password or trigger, but we'll get into the room with or without you. I'd love your help translating the journal, but we'll find someone who reads the required tongue with or without you. What I really want is to see if you can survive the oculus. It is arguably the most powerful of the 5 artifacts. Mastering it is my highest priority.
I am optimistic that you can survive.
Kendra had no idea what to say.
Consider this, Kendra, the Sphinx continued. If you succeed in mastering the oculus, you can look anywhere, discern anything, and we will be none the wiser. You might find knowledge that will help you escape us, or beat us to the next artifact. There are plenty of self-interested reasons for you to look. The possibilities are endless.
Then why give me a chance? Kendra asked. So you can torture the information out of me later?
Right now, a man in this town is at the local post office watching box 101 in hopes of intercepting a murderer. This man is here on behalf of your grandparents, hoping to catch the people who killed their granddaughter. I know what the man looks like. I want you to use the oculus to describe him to me in detail. That is the first test. Will you try voluntarily?
You wish, Kendra spat. The Sphinx glanced at Mr. Lich. The tall henchman grabbed Kendra's arm just below the elbow, dragged her out of her chair, and lowered her unwilling hand toward the oculus. Oh, wait, Kendra yelled. I'll do it. Don't force me. I'll do it.
Now? The Sphinx asked.
Now.
The Sphinx nodded, and Mr. Lich released her.
Kendra knelt beside the table, considering the intricate facets of the crystal globe.
You will want to close your eyes, the Sphinx instructed. The oculus will become your organ of sight. Many visions will compete for your attention. Your task will be to ignore the massive interference and focus your gaze on the post office. Find a man. It will be visually disorienting. If you lose control, you have permission to remove your hand from the crystal. Describe what you see, and I will help talk you through it.
Yeah, and if it blows my mind and I go insane? Kendra asked.
Another casualty of our conflict. I wish you well. Relax and focus.
Kendra took a deep breath. Unable to dream up another option, she extended a trembling hand toward the crystal. Tiny rainbows winked inside the glimmering sphere. When her fingers were almost there, she closed her eyes. The instant her fingers came into contact with the cool surface, it looked like her eyes had opened, even though she could clearly feel that they were still closed. She stared at the Sphinx, then she realized that she could also see Mr. Lich standing behind her, as if she had a second pair of eyes in the back of her head. No, more than that. She could see forward and backward, up and down, left and right, all at the same time. There were no blind spots. I can see in all directions, Kendra said.
Good, the Sphinx encouraged. Keep looking, and your vision will broaden.
He was right. Now, not only could she see in all directions, she could also see herself, as if she had eyes outside of her body. She could see the Sphinx from the front, back, top, and sides. She could see the room from hundreds of different angles, not fragmented or compartmentalized, but part of a single seamless, mind-warping image. Trying to ponder the perspective made her feel dizzy. Oh, now I can see the room from every direction, Kendra said.
You can also see beyond the room, the Sphinx said.
Kendra tried to move her vision out into the hallway, and the view expanded suddenly, hitting her with a sensation like vertigo. She could now see every room in the house from multiple vantages. It was like her mind was hooked up to thousands of security cameras, but instead of looking from one screen to the next, she was seeing through all of the cameras simultaneously. There was the leopard shark prowling the library. There was Torina fussing over an elaborate lunch in the kitchen. There was Cody playing chess with Hayden. There were imps scurrying through the walls of the house like rats. It was hard to focus on anything specific because she perceived too much. I see Torina in the kitchen. I see the whole house.
Move your vision outside. Examine the town. Find a post office. Find a man.
As her vision expanded beyond the walls of the house, The feeling inside Kendra was similar to taking the first drop on a roller coaster, except she was falling in all directions at once. Her viewpoint extended so that she was looking at the town from high above, peering down on tiny rooftops, while also staring up into the cloudy sky, and gazing down busy streets, and inside houses and shops. She saw into dank sewers, dusty attics, dim garages, and cluttered closets. All at once, she observed every person in town from every angle, every room in every building, the exterior and interior of every car, and the brain-tingling vision kept stretching outward, unstoppable now. She looked down on landmasses and cloud formations from space. She saw sprawling cities and everyone in them. She observed every cubicle in every skyscraper. She penetrated caves and forests and oceans. She saw cows, deer, birds, snakes, insects. Gophers burrowed in the ground, dragons perched on lofty crags. She saw inside hospitals and circus tents and prisons. She saw the barren surface of the moon. Kendra was no longer aware of her body, the crystal, or the Sphinx. She had been rendered powerless by the flood of sensory input, everything viewed at once, all of it in motion. There was too much. It was impossible to even begin to try to process this staggering view of everything. In this moment, she was witnessing so much more than she had experienced over the entire course of her life. She couldn't bring anything into focus. She couldn't even think clearly enough to try. Conscious thought had ended, drowned by incomprehensible overstimulation. Then she noticed something so new and brilliant that it distracted her from everything else. A beautiful face suffused with light. A physical embodiment of purity. The face gazed at Kendra, not merely in her direction. Kendra somehow knew that, unlike anyone else within her endless view, the radiant woman could see her. Release the crystal. The thought came to her mind in a familiar way, not with words for her ears. It was communication through thought and feeling, mind to mind. Kendra realized that she was seeing the Fairy Queen. Release the crystal. What crystal? Then Kendra remembered that she had a body. She was in a room with the Sphinx conducting an experiment. She still saw everything from every angle, but the vision became distant. She concentrated on the brilliant, beautiful face. Faintly, using forgotten senses, she could hear a voice calling her name, and she could feel her fingers touching something. Release the crystal. Kendra pulled her hand away from the cool, glassy surface. The vision ended as though somebody had pulled a plug. Kendra fell back on her elbows, blinking, astonished by how limited her sight seemed. She actually had to turn her head to take in the surprised faces around her. The Sphinx crouched over her, grinning, his teeth white. "Welcome back, Kendra," he said. "You know me, correct?"
"Oh, never again,"
Kendra gasped. Everyone in the room murmured. They sounded amazed. "I thought that perhaps you would see nothing, that your nature as fairy kind would totally shield your mind from the vision. But you saw everything and made it out."
"Yeah, barely," Kendra said. "I lost all sense of where I was, who I was. There was too much."
"You seemed to slip away once you looked beyond the house," the Sphinx coaxed.
"It was like trying to drink from a tsunami," Kendra said. "How long was I gone?"
10 minutes, the Sphinx said. "You were convulsing gently, like the others. We had lost hope that you would return on your own. What brought you back? Once the seizure struck, I expected you to end your days in a vegetative state." Kendra did not want to tell him about the Fairy Queen. Her realm had to stay hidden.
"My grandma saw me. Grandma Sorensen. She saw me seeing her and told me to release the crystal."
The Sphinx studied Kendra. "I had no idea Ruth was clairvoyant." Kendra shrugged. Bottom line, you want me to touch that thing again? You will have to force my hand onto it. And please don't pretend you're doing anything besides erasing my mind. There was no way I could control what I saw. No way to focus. I was nothing.
Ah, you did well, Kendra, the Sphinx said. If not an outright success, the experiment was instructive. I am convinced the oculus is beyond your capacity to wield. Having witnessed the others who have tried, I feel there was no way you could have imitated their state of agitation so precisely. We could all tell when the oculus overpowered you. It was earlier than with any of the others.
Kendra shifted her gaze to the oculus, glittering innocently on the pillow, like nothing more than a sparkly bauble from a museum collection. Yet never again would she see it as a glimmering work of craftsmanship. The oculus was a gateway to insanity. The Sphinx locked eyes with the others in the room, one by one.
We are essentially done here. Tomorrow we will move out. Kendra, you may return to your room. Thank you for your cooperation. Get some rest. Plan on departing with us at daybreak.
Chapter 7. Sabotage. As the hammock swayed back and forth, Seth stared up at the naked branches overhead, stark against the hard blue sky. A satyr reclined on a similar hammock to his right, softly playing a flute fashioned from reeds, shirtless despite the cold. A second satyr with redder fur and longer horns lay on a third hammock to the other side, a long striped scarf dangling from his neck to the ground.
You're right, Seth admitted. This is the most comfortable bed in the universe. Did you doubt us?
Newell blurted, adjusting his woolen scarf.
And we're in view of the yard, so Stan won't be able to come down on you. You fed me and made me really comfortable, Seth said. I'm guessing you want to ask me something. Ulterior motives? Newell gasped. I'm shocked and appalled. Can you only conceive of us helping a long-time friend relax if we were buttering him up for a proposition?
Doran stopped piping.
We're out of batteries again.
Yeah, thought so, Seth said.
Haven't you guys heard of conservation? I gave you a mountain of batteries last time.
Newell folded his arms across his hairy chest.
Have you ever used batteries to power a television? Even a small one? They don't last. Plus, we watch it non-stop until we run out,
Doran added, earning a glare from his comrade.
This could be another golden opportunity for you,
Newell enticed. I had to bring back the gold I earned last time, Seth said.
They won't let me keep it, and they're right. It isn't yours to give me. We're stealing from the preserve. Oh, stealing?
Newell sputtered.
Seth, hunting for treasure is not stealing. You think trolls like Nero got their hoards through legitimate channels? You think wealth does any good piled in crypts or caves? If currency isn't exchanged, the economy stagnates. We're heroes, Seth. We're keeping the gold in circulation for the benefit of the global marketplace. And so we can watch more TV,
Doran clarified.
I really don't feel good about taking any more gold, Seth said. Removing treasure from Fablehaven, well, is like robbing a museum. What about something other than gold? Newell suggested. We have loads of wine. We make it ourselves. Top-notch stuff, worth a hefty sum. If you sold it, you'd make money, and you wouldn't be stealing.
I'm not going to become a wine dealer, Seth said. I'm barely 13.
What if we recovered treasure without an owner? Doran said. Not stolen, salvaged.
Newell tapped the side of his nose.
Ah, now you're thinking, Doran. Seth, we've been doing some fishing in the Lake of Tar, by where Kirasok lived. Ever since Lena got rid of him, his domain has become neutral territory. Yeah, wasn't like he left a will, Doran joked. We've found some interesting objects.
Stuff has collected in the sludge over the years, some of it worthless, some of it surprising.
Any bones? Seth asked.
Bones, weapons, armor, trinkets, equipment,
Newell listed.
We've been stashing away the interesting stuff. No actual gold yet, but we've only been trawling the tar at our leisure. If you'll accept treasures from its depths, we'll spend more time there.
Well, I'll have to check what Grandpa thinks, Seth said.
What, Stan?
Newell cried, exasperated.
Since when are your Stan's lackey? He'll put a damper on our dealings no matter what. He's against us watching TV in the first place.
What happened to you, Seth? Doran asked.
You don't quite seem like yourself.
Oh, it's hard to explain, Seth said.
Doran, you missed your vocation,
Newell exclaimed.
You should have been a therapist. There it was, right in front of us, but we missed it. Something is troubling the boy. What is it, Seth? What's taking the wind out of your sails?
The society killed Kendra, he said reluctantly. Both of the satyrs fell silent, their expressions melancholy. It wasn't very long ago. I can hardly think about anything else. We don't even really understand what happened. I have to figure it out. Sorry to hear it, Seth, Doran said gently.
Whatever you do, don't mention it to Verl,
Newell cautioned.
He might dive into a chasm. Kendra's all he can talk about these days. Oh, the poor guy is hopelessly smitten. I keep reminding him that she's Stan's granddaughter. He doesn't care that she's too young. Says he'll wait. I tell him satyrs don't tie themselves down to one maiden. He says he's not tying himself down. He says she captured him against his will, and he's forever her prisoner. Those exact words.
Seth chuckled.
The phase will pass,
Doran said.
Verl is a nut. We'll give you some time,
Newell relented.
We can talk business when you're feeling more like yourself again.
Guys, I know how much those batteries mean to you. Maybe I could just go and get a bunch of them and bring them to you without any Doran sat up swiftly, setting his hammock rocking.
Something's coming. Something big,
Newell confirmed, cupping a hand to his ear.
Coming fast. Seth was sharing an idea about batteries.
Seth propped himself up on his elbows. He could now barely hear the distant thump of heavy footfalls.
Hugo?
Seth guessed.
Must be,
Newell said.
But why is he coming so fast?
Who knows, Doran replied.
The big guy has been acting strange lately.
Hugo bounded into view, a humanoid conglomeration of rock, soil, and clay. The last time Seth had seen him, the golem had been enlarged and outfitted for battle by the fairies. Now he looked like his old self, except perhaps a bit taller and thicker. Hugo took a final tremendous leap, landing solidly near the hammocks, the impact making everything tremble.
Hugo, Miss Seth,
the golem declared in a voice like a rock slide. The words were enunciated more clearly than Seth had ever heard the golem manage.
Hi, Hugo,
Seth said, rolling out of the hammock.
Oh, it's good to see you too. You're talking so well.
The golem gave a craggy smile.
Well, looks like our party has officially been crashed,
Newell lamented. Hugo stared at Seth.
Wanna play?
Seth asked.
Yes,
Hugo said.
You know a fun game,
Newell murmured softly to Seth.
Pulling treasure out of the tar pit.
Newell, that's really far from the yard, Seth whispered.
Keep Seth safe,
the golem rumbled.
Right,
Newell said.
Just an idle thought. I was, brainstorming. You two run along. We'll have another hammock party soon,
Doran promised. Okay, sure, guys, Seth said. What do you want to do, Hugo? The simple question was something of a test. The golem was still getting used to having a will of his own. He typically struggled to come up with an activity without some suggestions.
Come.
Hugo said, extending a stony arm. Seth grabbed on, and Hugo hoisted him onto his shoulder. Seth liked the satyrs, but he felt relieved to escape their company. The conversation had become too serious once the subject of Kendra came up. He wished he could make a general announcement to everyone he had ever known that his sister was dead, and that he needed some time to cope with it in his own way. Recounting the tragedy to new people inflamed the pain too much. Maybe while hanging out with Hugo, he could finally ignore the loss for a while. The golem tromped over to the unseasonably green lawn of the yard and approached a large tree in the far corner. Seth recognized it as the former site of the treehouse before he had infuriated the fairies and they had torn it down with him inside. The rubble had been cleared away long ago, but now Seth saw that a new treehouse had been constructed, bigger and sturdier than the previous one, buttressed by a pair of heavy stilts.
Make.
Hugo said, pointing at the treehouse. You rebuilt it? Seth asked. How could those big hands manipulate tools with the skill necessary to construct something like a treehouse?
Seth, see.
Hugo said, lifting Seth and setting him on the narrow wooden ledge outside a door in the side of the treehouse. Seth went inside. There were few furnishings, but the room was spacious. The floor felt solid, and the walls were thick. An old iron stove sat in the middle of the floor, with a pipe that extended through the roof. Since the golem was much too big to enter, Seth didn't stay inside very long. He uncoiled the rope ladder by the door and climbed down. Hugo, that is the awesomest hideout ever!
Happy,
Hugo said. Seth hugged the earthy creature, his arms barely reaching halfway around Hugo's waist. The golem patted his shoulder. Seth stepped back. Did you do that on your own?
Hugo idea. Stan, help.
Let's go over to the house. I want to thank Grandpa, too. Hugo picked up Seth and trotted to the house, setting him down near the deck. Seth charged inside. Hugo is talking so well, he called, not seeing anyone from where he stood by the back door. He showed me the treehouse. Guys? He heard a faint banging. The sound seemed to come from the basement. Was everyone down in the dungeon? When Seth opened the door to the basement, the banging became much louder. Somebody was hitting the door beyond the bottom of the stairs. He heard a female voice shouting, muffled by the heavy door into the dungeon. Dale? Stan? Hello? Ruth? Tano? Help! Someone? Hello! Seth charged down the stairs. Vanessa? Seth, get your grandparents. Hurry! What are you doing out of the quiet box? No time to explain. You have a spy among you. Hurry, bring them here quickly. Seth turned and ran up the stairs, his head spinning. What could possibly explain Vanessa's being outside the quiet box? Was she no longer being kept there? Had his grandparents lied? Could she have been the person controlling Kendra? That was ludicrous, right? He dashed through the kitchen, reached the entry hall, and raced up to the second floor. Grandpa! Grandma! Hello? Still no answer. He ran through his grandparents' room and pulled open a door in their bathroom. Instead of a bathroom closet, a steel door awaited, with a large combination wheel. Seth dialed in the numbers he had memorized the previous summer, yanked a lever, and the heavy door clacked open. Hello? Seth shouted up the stairs to the secret side of the attic. Seth? Called Grandpa. Vanessa is out of the quiet box, Seth announced. She wants to talk to you. He heard footsteps. Grandpa, Grandma, and Tano rushed down the stairs. What were you doing? Seth asked. Having a meeting, Grandma said. Where is she? At the door to the dungeon, Seth said. She's banging on it and calling for you guys. The three adults charged past Seth. Grandma held a crossbow. Tanu scrambled in a pouch for potions.
Where's everybody else?
Dale went to the stables to check on the animals, Tanu said. Maddox went into the dungeon to help Coulter search for the hidden chamber in the Hall of Dread. Tanu took a detour to his room to grab a flashlight and handcuffs. Seth trailed after his grandparents as they descended the stairs to the entry hall and then down to the basement. Tanu caught up as they arrived at the bottom of the stairs. Grandpa approached the door to the dungeon.
What are you doing out of the quiet box?
He called through it. Open the door, Stan, Vanessa answered. We need to talk.
How do I know every prisoner in the dungeon isn't at your side, ready to storm past us?
Because I called you, Vanessa replied. If this were a trap, I would have used surprise to my advantage.
You have to do better than that, Grandma said. Where is Coulter?
In the quiet box. Grandpa and Grandma shared a concerned glance.
What about Maddox?
Tanu asked. He's the problem, Vanessa said. Look, I have a key, Stan. I'm contacting you this way, only to reduce the shock and avoid a fight. I'm on your side. A key rattled in the lock, and the door opened. Vanessa stood alone beyond the doorway, holding a flashlight. A dark corridor lined with cell doors extended behind her. Even wearing one of Grandma's housecoats, she was strikingly attractive, with long black hair, dark eyes, and smooth olive complexion. Maddox released me, she said. He wanted me to help him subdue the rest of you and access a secret room beyond the Hall of Dread.
What?
Grandpa cried. He's not really Maddox, Stan, Vanessa said. I put him to sleep with a bite. Come with me. The three adults followed the narcoblics down the dreary corridor. Seth brought up the rear, relieved that nobody had forbidden him from tagging along.
What do you mean it wasn't Maddox?
Grandma asked.
Who was it?
A sting bulb, Vanessa said.
There are no more sting bulbs, Tanu protested. They've been extinct for centuries.
Vanessa glanced back at him. The Sphinx has access to sting bulbs. I knew that, even before this phony version of Maddox confirmed it.
He confessed?
Grandma asked. He assumed I was on his side, Vanessa said. He was enlisting my help. The corridor ended, branching left or right. Vanessa turned right.
The quiet box is the other way,
Grandpa pointed out. Maddox is this way, Vanessa said. I extracted as much information as I could before incapacitating him outside the Hall of Dread.
Does this mean the real Maddox is dead?
Tanu asked. He was alive when they made the copy, Vanessa said. Sting bulbs can only replicate the living, but Maddox was in bad shape, as was reflected in the copy. The sting bulb maintained that Maddox was alive the last he saw.
What exactly is a sting bulb?
Seth asked. A species of magical fruit that can extract a sample of living tissue and then grow into an imitation of that organism, Vanessa explained. The copy is almost exact, even duplicating most memories. Seth furrowed his brow.
So they could impersonate somebody pretty good, but they might be a little off.
Right, Vanessa said.
What if that explains what happened to Kendra? Seth gushed. Maybe she was replaced by a sting bulb.
Grandpa stopped walking, and the others paused along with him. He slowly turned to face Seth, two fingertips resting on his lips, his expression unreadable.
That could be, he murmured. That fits really well.
Oh, she could still be alive,
Grandma gasped. Seth made a choked little sob as he tried to fight back the tears of hope and relief that sprang unbidden to his eyes. What happened to Kendra? Vanessa inquired.
We thought she was dead, Grandpa said. We caught her trying to leak secrets to the society, and when Warren confronted her about it, she poisoned herself. Our best guess was that she was under the influence of some kind of mind control.
You're right, Vanessa said. Sounds like a sting bulb. The Sphinx would be in no hurry to harm Kendra. He knows how valuable she could be. Come." They started walking again and turned a corner.
"What do we do?"
Seth asked.
"We'll get this info to Trask," Grandpa said. "Vanessa, if the Sphinx sent the sting bulb to free you, why tell us?"
"The Sphinx only sought to free me once I regained strategic value," she said coldly. "He didn't think the sting bulb could access the hidden room unaided. So suddenly, Vanessa Santoro deserved to be rescued. I should have secured that loyalty long ago. For years, I have functioned as one of his top operatives, risking my neck time and again, succeeding in mission after mission. He discarded me at the first moment I might have become an inconvenience. The sting bulb had an entire speech memorized, explaining how my incarceration was always planned to be temporary, a tactical necessity. In his pride, the Sphinx thinks I'll come whimpering back at the first opportunity. He is in for a surprise. I no longer trust his character and, by extension, I no longer believe in his mission. I won't rest until I take him down." Up ahead, the flashlights illuminated a form sprawled on the floor of the hallway. The group jogged forward, staring down at Maddox.
"Can you revive him?"
Grandma asked. Vanessa crouched over Maddox, her hands probing his head. He flinched, crying out. She stepped back, and he sat up, blinking into the flashlight beams. His eyes flicked to Vanessa, his expression guarded.
What is this?" he asked, rubbing his head. "Stan, what happened?" "We have reason to believe you're not Maddox," Grandpa said. Maddox chuckled incredulously. "Not Maddox? You're kidding. Who am I then?"
"A sting bulb,"
Grandma said. Maddox glanced at Vanessa.
"Is that what she told you? Oh, Stan, don't be so hasty to trust a liar like her. Coulter thought it might be smart to consult with Vanessa about what happened to Kendra. You know, see if she knew anybody in the society who lives in Monmouth. We thought we could handle her together, but she shot out of the quiet box like a tornado and overpowered us. That's all I remember."
"Monmouth, Illinois," Vanessa verified. "Is that where they took Kendra? Stan, that must be Torina Barker. She's a Lectoblix who works closely with the Sphinx."
"Do you know where she lives?"
Grandma asked urgently. "I've never seen her lair," Vanessa said. "I just know of her."
"Stan, give me the cell phone,"
Grandma said.
"The reception down here is lousy. I had better go call Trask."
"Wait, you believe her?" Maddox spluttered. "You think I'm some kind of talking fruit?"
Grandma accepted the cell phone and started down the hall. Grandpa glowered at Maddox.
"Yes, I do. And you had better start doing some serious talking. What's the news from Brazil? What's really happening at Rio Branco?"
Maddox chuckled silently, eyes down, face flushing.
"Oh, boy, you're taking her word over mine. Ho,
he mumbled to himself. He raised his head.
"Stan, I know you're torn up because of Kendra, but I can't help you. I'm Maddox. Remember that night in Sri Lanka? You won that ring-tailed sparkler off me with a full house." "We'll go release Coulter from the quiet box," Grandpa said. "If his story fails to match yours, I'll make you very sorry for wasting more time." "Don't bother,"
the sting bulb spat, glaring at Vanessa.
"There will be consequences,"
he threatened, holding her gaze. "I've never been a big fan of rotten fruit," Vanessa commented calmly. "Your mission is over," Grandpa stated. "What can you share with us?"
"There isn't much to say,"
the sting bulb replied. "Search your memories," Grandpa invited. "You're aware of some wonders that Tanu can work with potions. Or, beyond the door behind you, I could introduce you to a wraith. Ever meet a wraith, friend?"
"You misunderstand me,"
the sting bulb replied.
I know very little. Do you suppose they would risk sending me here with my head full of sensitive information? I have a small amount of knowledge specific to my mission, nothing more. The Society is aware of the secret room at the end of the Hall of Dread. They want me to recover coded messages from Patton Burgess about where certain artifacts might be hidden. They explained where Vanessa was imprisoned and how the quiet box worked. They told me that I should be able to rely on her for assistance. I came into being inside the main house at Rio Branco, beside the wash tub that brought me here. The memories I have from Maddox at Rio Branco are mostly of hiding in a cave, much as I described, until he was captured. They have him in custody. With my consent, they added to my injuries, so I would look authentic. I know nothing else.
That could be true, Vanessa said. They wouldn't want to risk a sting bulb divulging their schemes. Tanu rolled the sting bulb onto his belly, crouched over him, and cuffed his hands behind his back. When Tanu stepped away, the sting bulb did not move.
Do they have the artifact? Grandpa asked. I have no idea, the sting bulb said, but I told them where it was hidden. Maddox knew that much. What now? Grandpa asked Vanessa.
We could stash him in the quiet box, Vanessa proposed. Get Coulter out of there.
I was afraid you might say that, Grandpa said. Having bitten most of us, you can control us in our sleep. The quiet box is the only place we can hold you to curb that power.
Haven't I earned any credibility? Vanessa asked.
Without a doubt, Grandpa said. But you could still be setting us up for a greater betrayal in the future. We can never let you see the information beyond the Hall of Dread.
I hear you, Vanessa said. What do I care about some sting bulb? Turning him in could be a ruse to earn your trust. Except, if I'd meant to betray you, that is not how I would have done it. I would have followed the script the sting bulb brought me. It was a golden opportunity. Coulter was already out of play. With keys to the dungeon and help from the sting bulb, it wouldn't have been difficult to use the element of surprise to capture the rest of you. Then I could have proceeded to seek out the desired information at my own pace.
And she wouldn't have told us about the Lectoblix in Monmouth, Seth added.
You don't need to place full trust in me, Vanessa said, hands on her hips. Keep your secrets. Just let me assist you. I know things, and I have bitten many people in my time, including several inside of the Society. Let me use my abilities, and I'll help you recover Kendra.
You make a compelling argument, Grandpa sighed. Tanu?
Ruth won't like it, Tanu said. But Vanessa is right. That turning in the sting bulb was unwise, unless she's on our side. Simply knowing that the Sphinx has sting bulbs is invaluable intelligence.
Seth? Grandpa asked. Seth was so flattered that Grandpa was asking his opinion on the matter that it took a moment to collect his thoughts.
I think we should stick the sting bulb in the quiet box and have Vanessa spy for us.
Vanessa arched an eyebrow. Stan?
Tanu has it right about Ruth, Grandpa said. She won't want us to give you an inch. We'll have to keep you down here in a cell, at least at first. We'll try to make it comfortable. Vanessa, let me be clear. If you take control of any of us in our sleep, I will consider it irrefutable evidence of your allegiance with our enemies, punishable by death.
Understood, she said evenly. Grandpa nodded.
We could use your help. As soon as possible, I want you searching for sleeping members of the Society who can help us locate Kendra.
Grandpa bent down and helped the sting bulb to his feet.
Let's go release Coulter.
Chapter 8. Knapsack. The room was dark, but as always, Kendra could see. Unable to sleep, she stared at the ceiling, watching a tiny spider progress across the featureless white expanse. She wondered what the room would look like to the small arachnid inching along upside down. Knowing that spiders had many eyes, she felt new empathy for how they viewed the world. It still made her dizzy to recall her encounter with the oculus. Half a day later, she found that she could not recreate the experience in her mind. The vision had been too disorienting, too distinct from the way she had always seen and the way she saw now. She could only hazily recollect the sensation of observing the world from billions of perspectives. What if the Sphinx, or someone else in the society, mastered the use of the oculus? It would mean no more secrets. The society would be able to see everyone, everything, everywhere. The thought made her shiver. Tomorrow she would leave with the Sphinx and his freaky entourage. Where would they take her? Would the journey offer any opportunities for escape? Could she possibly get away with the oculus? What a coup that would be! The door to her room eased open. She had not heard the lock disengage, but caught the motion out of the corner of her eye. Her body went rigid. A hand reached inside and placed something on the floor. "Hello?" Kendra called softly. "Who's there?" The door closed. Kendra swung her legs out of bed and crossed to the door. She opened it, peering up and down the dim hall, but saw no one. Had her door been unlocked all night? Had the stealthy visitor unlocked it silently? On the floor, just inside her door, sat a tan leather knapsack. A piece of paper leaned against it. Kendra picked up the paper and read these words. You must escape tonight. The knapsack contains an extra-dimensional storage compartment. You can easily fit inside. Once you're inside, the knapsack can be flattened, jostled, or dropped, and you will feel none of it. You'll find a sting bulb in the front pocket. Prick yourself, wait for the duplicate to take form, and then issue instructions. Leave the decoy behind, and get as far from here as you can. Hurry. The note was unsigned. Kendra was glad that she could read it without turning on a light. No need to draw attention to her room now that escape was suddenly an option. Her heart pounded. She opened her door, wandered over to the top of the stairs, and listened. The house was quiet. If she didn't disturb anyone, she should have at least a few hours to herself. She returned to her room and examined the knapsack. Could this be some kind of trick? Was the Sphinx playing mind games? Or was the note legitimate? Maybe somebody really was lending her aid. What need would the Sphinx or Tarina have for mind games? She was their prisoner. Subtlety was no longer required. If the note was genuine, she should move quickly. Kendra opened the small flap that covered the front pocket of the leather knapsack. Thrusting her hand inside, she felt a stinging prick that reminded her of when she had reached into the mystery box at the rec center. Instead of pulling away, she closed her fingers around the fruit and removed it from the pouch. The sting bulb was a dull, purplish color with an irregular shape and a rough, fibrous texture. She was no expert, but the fruit seemed authentic. The sting had felt right. She placed the fruit by the wall near the window and returned to the knapsack. Would she really fit inside? Kendra unbuckled the big flap that covered the top, pulled it open, and looked inside. Instead of seeing the inside of a knapsack, she was peering through an opening down into a room with a dingy slate floor and cracked adobe walls. Weathered crates and barrels were stacked along two of the walls. Iron rungs descended the wall near the opening, granting easy access to the unlikely space. Kendra gaped at the room in amazement. Were there no limits to the wonders possible through magic? She tried to guess who might have given her such an incredible gift. Nobody came to mind. What could the Sphinx gain by giving her false hope? What if she really had a secret ally? Kendra glanced at the fruit. How long would the transformation take? She certainly did not want a second Kendra wandering around without instructions. The process seemed to be advancing slowly so far. Surely she had enough time to slip down and investigate the room. Kendra poked her head into the knapsack. What cargo did the barrels contain? Might she find other useful materials inside? Pulling the mouth of the knapsack open wide, Kendra slithered through the opening and climbed down the ladder. An unlit lantern waited on the floor at the bottom. Kendra ignored it. Her enchanted vision would suffice. The room was about 10 feet tall, 15 feet across, and 20 feet long. She noticed small vents on 3 of the walls near the ceiling. She approached the goods stacked against one wall. Everything looked time-worn and cobwebby. Random items were scattered among the heaped containers. A folded rug, an outdated tennis racket, the mounted head of an antelope, a clear jar of marbles, a few fishing poles, torn work gloves, several filthy rolls of wrapping paper, a damaged wicker chair, some framed pictures, rotting coils of rope, unused candles, and a battered chalkboard. Nothing looked useful. Kendra tried to open a crate, but the top felt nailed down. She found a rusty rake and used it to pry the top off. Inside, she found bolts of gray cloth. She tried a barrel, but stopped attempting to pry it open once she caught a whiff of the contents. Whatever food had been in there had spoiled long ago. Kendra set the rake aside and stepped back. This felt like rummaging through a long-abandoned garage. She supposed if useful items had been included within the knapsack, the note would have mentioned them. Returning to the ladder, Kendra climbed up and shimmied through the mouth of the knapsack, back into the dim bedroom. She checked on the sting bulb and found that it was now the size of a football and had taken on a more elongated shape. Kendra changed her clothes, trying to select an inconspicuous outfit that could withstand the cold. She settled on the clothes she had worn to talk to the Sphinx, plus the jacket she had been wearing when she was abducted. She bundled the rest of her clothes and chucked them into the knapsack. Sitting cross-legged near the knapsack, Kendra reread the note. Obviously, she would enter the knapsack and have the sting bulb duplicate slided through the invisible bars of her window. Once on the snowy ground, she would exit the knapsack and run for it. Where would she go? She supposed she could stash the knapsack under a bush and hide inside it until morning. Could she find a phone and call home? Might be tough in the middle of the night in a small town. Would the duplicate fool the whisper hound? Torina had talked as though the creature used scent to identify targets, so if the duplicate smelled just like Kendra, the hound should be satisfied. Kendra's scent would never leave the house. Of course, there might still be trouble if the hound could somehow sense her scent outside. Apparently, whoever had left the knapsack felt the ruse would work. In her desperate circumstances, it was worth the risk. Kendra scooted across the floor so she could lean against her bed. The sting bulb expanded so gradually that she could not discern the change unless she looked away for a few minutes and then looked back again. Should she invite Hayden and Cody to run away with her? If they ratted her out, she would lose her only opportunity to escape. The prematurely aged men were bitter about what Torina had done to them, but they seemed resigned to their fate. They might have no interest in breaking out. After all, Torina was providing them with a free retirement home, an option they might not find elsewhere. But was it fair to deny them the option to decide for themselves? The men might quietly long to rejoin normal society. They could certainly fit inside the capacious knapsack, although Hayden might have a tough time getting down the ladder. They had both treated her well. It would be wrong to simply abandon them. She didn't need to share the specifics of how she planned to flee. She could wait to tell them how the escape would be accomplished until they agreed to join her. If they chose not to accept the offer, she didn't have to mention the duplicate or the knapsack. They wouldn't even know she had escaped. They would assume she had changed her mind. The sting bulb continued to slowly grow. Kendra wondered at what point it would begin to look human. So far, it looked like a big purple yam. Settling back against the bed, Kendra rested her eyes, assuring herself that she would not doze. How could she sleep with the prospect of a desperate escape looming? But it sure felt nice to close her eyes. Before long, the silent house, the dim room, the eventful day, and the late hour conspired against her, and she slipped off to sleep. Kendra was aroused by a crunching, cracking sound, like green wood splitting. Still an irregular shape, the sting bulb was now larger than Kendra. Fingers had broken through the purplish husk of the fruit and were peeling it away. Kendra crawled over to the oversized fruit and helped widen the hole as quietly as she could manage. Soon, Kendra sat back and watched an identical copy of herself squirm out of the fibrous husk. The duplicate was even wearing the same clothes Kendra had been wearing when she was pricked. "I'm Kendra," Kendra informed the newcomer. "I can't see you," the duplicate said. "Can't you see in the dark?" The duplicate paused before answering. "Nope, I should be able to. I can remember seeing in the dark. Now, I can't." "I guess my powers aren't transferable," Kendra mused. "Apparently not," the duplicate agreed. "What am I to do?" "Well, I've been imprisoned by an evil lady," Kendra said. "I need you to pose as me." The duplicate thought about this for a moment. "No problem." "You know you're a fruit," Kendra said. "I'm perfectly aware of what I am." "Where did you grow?" Kendra asked. "Far from here. I couldn't think very clearly back then. I love this body." She flexed her fingers, then took a deep breath. "Oh, so many sensations." "Can you remember being a fruit?" Kendra wondered. The duplicate furrowed her brow. "Vaguely. Nothing was as sharp or immediate as it is now. There was an awareness of light and heat, a sense of growing, of being nourished by the mother tree, and later, a sense of being separated from the tree. A tenuous connection remained until I exited the husk. By that connection, the mother tree nourished me from afar, so I could grow into a replica of you. You even have my clothes. How is that possible?" "Who knows? Magic, I guess. The same way I started thinking like you from the first instant I sampled you." "Weird," Kendra said. "So all you want me to do is imitate you?" "I guess I have a few more instructions," Kendra said. "I exist to follow them," the duplicate pledged. "First, don't divulge any sensitive information to the Sphinx, Tarina, or anyone. Keep the secrets you know at all costs. Second, learn what you can about their plans, and then try to escape and notify me." She recited Grandpa's cell phone number. "The Sphinx will take you away from here in the morning." "I remember," the duplicate said. "Keep your eyes and ears open. Take whatever opportunities you can to harm the Society of the Evening Star." "I will," the duplicate responded. "You can count on me. Are you going to invite Hayden and Cody to join you? What do you think?" The duplicate shrugged. "Seems like you think you should." "Right," Kendra said. "When I return, after I'm inside the knapsack, I'll need you to put it through the window bars and toss it to the ground." "Gotcha." "You'll only follow my instructions, right?" Kendra verified. "The others would love to find you out and change your allegiance." "I'll only obey you. I'll do a good job. Unless you mess up, the Sphinx will never know I'm an imposter." "Unless they try to get you to use my powers," Kendra said. "You'll have to make up excuses." "Leave it to me," the duplicate said. "What time is it, anyhow?" "I can't see, remember? Isn't there a clock on the desk?" "Oh yeah," Kendra realized. "It's almost 3:30 a.m. I'd better hurry." She went to the door. "I'll be right back." Kendra sat down on the bed next to her duplicate. She had to wait longer than she liked for Cody to show up, and was just getting ready to return to his room when he entered quietly. Diffused light from his room illuminated him faintly. He wore a dark green topcoat and a matching Homburg hat with a brownish band and an upturned brim. "You look sharp," Kendra remarked.
"Torina got me the outfit," Cody said. "You're right about Hayden. I went by his room and gave it a shot, but he's set on staying. So, how do we escape?"
"We climb into this knapsack," Kendra said.
"The knapsack?"
Cody said incredulously.
I'm sorry, Kendra. I can't see a thing in here."
Kendra clicked on a light.
"Two of you?"
Cody gasped.
"Long story,"
Kendra said. She lifted the flap of the knapsack.
"This backpack has a magical compartment. Climb down the ladder. I'll take care of the rest."
"Now I've seen everything,"
the old man muttered, peeking into the knapsack. It took some twisting and some steadying from Kendra, but eventually Cody got his feet onto the rungs and started down. The generous mouth of the knapsack stretched as his shoulders squeezed through. Had Cody been a heavy-set man, he might not have fit very easily.
"Just chuck the bag out the window," Kendra reminded the duplicate. "I'll call up from the bottom when I'm ready." "I'll wait for your signal," the duplicate confirmed. "Bye," Kendra said. "Thanks. I exist to execute your will. Thanks for the intriguing mission."
Kendra descended through the mouth of the knapsack into the unlit room below. When she reached the bottom, she gazed up at the duplicate peering down at her. Kendra gave a thumbs up.
"We're ready."
The mouth of the knapsack closed. Kendra waited. There was no sense of motion.
"What's happening?" Cody asked. "I can't see my hand in front of my face in here."
"She'll throw the knapsack out the window."
"Out the window? We're 3 stories up."
"We won't feel it in here."
She hoped it was true. From up above, Kendra heard the window slide open. A moment later, she heard the knapsack hit the ground. The room didn't tilt or tremble. Kendra retrieved the damaged wicker chair from among the goods heaped against the wall.
"You can sit here," she offered.
The wicker creaked as Cody took a seat. Despite the numerous broken, missing, and protruding fibers, the brittle chair looked like it would hold him fine. Kendra rushed over to the rungs in the wall and climbed up to the closed mouth of the bag. Reaching up, she pushed open the flap.
"Where are you going?"
Cody inquired.
"I'm going to take the knapsack someplace safe," Kendra said. "Sit tight."
"You're the boss."
Kendra climbed up through the opening into the side yard of the big house. Above her, the bedroom window she had fallen from was dark. The house remained quiet. There was no sign of pursuit from the whisper hound. Kendra closed the knapsack, picked it up, and hurried away across the crunchy snow. Fortunately, the snow looked pretty chewed up, so leaving footprints probably wouldn't be a problem. Just to be sure, she dragged her feet so that whatever footprints she did leave would look misshapen. She reached a sidewalk and started down the road. Slipping on a patch of ice, she fell hard, banging her elbow. She remained on the ground for a moment, breathing icy air, feeling the cold from the concrete seeping through her clothes before rising carefully and continuing. She had seen enough of the neighborhood to know it consisted of large old houses on good-sized lots. Her first goal was to put some distance between herself and her enemies. She turned down a couple of streets, heading for what she thought was the center of town. Not much after 4 in the morning, the chilly streets were quiet. No light seeped down through the cloudy sky. As she progressed, the houses were getting smaller and closer together. Most needed some upkeep. A few were really run down, with weedy yards, cluttered porches, and sagging roofs. From a pen at the side of one house, a big dog barked, prompting Kendra to walk even faster. The house she had escaped from was well out of view. She kept glancing over her shoulder, unable to believe she had made a clean getaway. How far did she need to get before she stashed the knapsack and hid inside until morning? Up ahead, a car came around the corner and drove toward her. The headlights flashed onto her, and Kendra knew she would look even more suspicious if she tried to hide. If she stayed calm, the car would almost certainly just drive on by. except that the car was slowing. Was it a good Samaritan wanting to make sure that this teenage girl walking alone at night was all right? Or could it be some psycho who really liked the idea of girls on their own in the dark? Or could somebody from the house have noticed already that Cody was missing?
This is the end of CD number 3. Please continue listening on CD number 4.
Tiptoeing into the hall, Kendra crept over to Hayden's room. She tried the door and found it unlocked. Easing it open, she slipped inside and crossed to the adjustable bed where Hayden snored softly. She shook his bony shoulder. "Hayden, wake up," she hissed. Hayden bunched up his covers and rolled away from her. She gave him another shake. Huffing and sniffing, Hayden sat up.
"Oh, what is it?"
he asked.
"It's Kendra."
"Kendra? What time is it?"
He was gazing in her general direction, but his eyes weren't quite looking into hers, a reminder that although she could see, he could not.
"Late. Hayden, I think I have a way to sneak out of here. I'm wondering if you want to come with me."
He considered the proposition for a moment.
"You're serious?"
"Yes, I discovered a sure way to escape. Something safe and reliable."
When?
"Now or never." He cleared his throat.
"Oh, I'd better stay. I would just slow you down."
"You really wouldn't slow me down. Don't stay behind for my sake."
He scratched the side of his nose.
"I never expected an opportunity like this."
He patted his chest, frowning.
"Oh, all things considered, I think I'd better stay. I'm not sure where else I'd go, what else I'd do. I guess I won't be able to complain about being held captive anymore."
"You're sure?"
Kendra checked.
"Yeah, I'm sure. I wish you the best. Do you need my help?"
"Just for you to keep quiet about this," Kendra said.
"My lips are sealed. Good luck."
"Thanks, Hayden."
"Did you invite Cody?"
"Not yet."
He looked troubled.
"Oh, okay. Even if he goes, I had better stay. That's my final word."
"Who knows?"
Kendra said, backing toward the door. "Maybe it won't work out, but I think I have a solid plan."
"From what I hear, either way, you'll be moving on tomorrow."
"Which is why I have to duck out tonight."
"Good luck."
"You too."
Kendra exited and closed his door, then slipped down the hall to Cody's room. She quietly eased the door open.
"Who's there?"
Cody called, alarmed.
"It's just Kendra."
"Kendra?"
Cody repeated, his voice only somewhat quieter. Kendra shushed him gently.
"Not so loud. I don't want to get busted. I have to ask you something that couldn't wait until morning."
"Sure, come in," he whispered. "Sorry, you startled me."
"I have a sure way out of here. I'm leaving tonight. You could come if you'd like. Should be easy."
Sitting up, Cody switched on a reading light. He shielded his eyes until they adjusted.
"I know you're worried about leaving with the Sphinx tomorrow, but there is no way out of this place. Trying to bust out will only make matters worse in the morning."
"It isn't wishful thinking," Kendra insisted. "I've had some outside help, and I now have a guaranteed way to escape. I'm talking immediately. You won't slow me down, and it shouldn't be too tough. Do you want to come or not?"
"Have you asked Hayden?"
"He turned me down."
Cody picked up a mostly empty glass of water from the low table beside his bed. He took a sip and set it down.
"Oh, I suppose if the getaway is as sure as you make it sound, I wouldn't mind leaving this place behind. If I manage to find a comfortable place for Hayden on the outside, I could always come back for him."
"So you'll come?"
Kendra said.
"If I agree that your method of escape looks sensible, yes, I'll join you."
"Get dressed and come to my room. Be quick and quiet."
Cody slid his legs out from under the covers. They looked white and thin.
I'll be close behind you,
he assured her. Kendra jogged down the hall. The disappearance of Cody would raise questions. There was no sting bulb to replace him. They would certainly interrogate Hayden, since he and Cody were so close. Could it lead them to suspect the authenticity of the Kendra duplicate? Possibly. But if Cody wanted to come, leaving him behind was not an option. Returning to her room, Kendra found her duplicate sitting on the bed. The husk from the overgrown fruit was gone. "What did you do with the husk?" Kendra asked. "I cleaned it up and dropped it into the knapsack," the duplicate replied. "Are the old guys coming?" "Cody is," Kendra said. "His disappearance will raise questions. You'll have to be ready to act oblivious." "I'll make you proud," the duplicate said. "They won't suspect." Kendra felt confident that she could rely on the duplicate. It was like relying on herself. "Thanks. I'm sure you'll do great."
Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 4.
As the car pulled to a stop near her, Kendra made a break for it, running for the gate into the backyard of the nearest house. "Kendra!" a voice called from behind in a hushed shout. Kendra glanced over her shoulder and glimpsed a black man getting out of the silver sedan. She crashed into the gate, rattling the entire wooden fence, but couldn't figure out how to open it. She grabbed the top, splinters pressing into her palms, and boosted herself up. Strong hands seized her sides, yanking her off the fence. As her feet hit the ground, a hand covered her mouth. The other arm pinned her arms down and held her close. "I'm a friend of your grandfather's," the man whispered. "I'm a knight of the dawn." A light turned on inside the house. Kendra had rammed the fence pretty loudly. "Come on," he said, guiding her toward the sedan. "You're safe now." "How do I know I can trust you?" Kendra asked, coming with him half willingly. "You don't," he said. "The name is Trask. I've been driving around town all night. So have Warren, Elise, and Dugan. You know them, right?" He opened the back door, and Kendra ducked into the sedan. What else was she supposed to do? The stranger was fast and strong. If she tried to run again, he would catch her even more easily this time. She desperately wanted to believe him. Trask slid in behind the wheel. The car was still running. Judging by the leather seats and the fancy instrument panel, the sedan seemed expensive. "How did you find me?" Kendra asked. Trask pulled forward, accelerating smoothly. Kendra glimpsed a squinting male face in the lighted window of the house, his thinning hair standing up in messy clumps. "Stan Sorensen got a tip that you might be wandering the streets of Monmouth tonight. And, here you are." "Somebody helped me get away." He nodded. "Fits the tip." "You've been looking for me?" Kendra asked. "I'm a detective. I was called in to investigate your murder. We didn't suspect you were alive until earlier today." "Where will you take me now?" He took out a sleek cell phone. "We'll rendezvous with Warren and the others, then get you straight to Fablehaven." Chapter 9. Hall of Dread.
Hike.
Hugo rumbled, backing away from the line of scrimmage. Seth and Doran began their routes, struggling to keep their footing in the deepening snow. Newell defended Doran well, staying with him when he cut left. Verl shadowed Seth, playing him too closely. When Seth faked a cut, Verl bought it, so Seth went long. Hugo was the all-time perfect quarterback. The golem adhered religiously to a 6-second time limit for releasing the ball, negating the need for a rush. There were no constraints to how far he could throw. The passes were always accurate, and he showed no favoritism. Seth looked up and back. Blinding swirls of snow swept through the air, obscuring his view. He kept his legs pumping hard. Verl trailed 2 steps behind him. Seth could no longer see Hugo or the other satyrs. How far had he run? 50 yards? 60? A dark shape appeared amid the whirling flakes, hissing through the air. Seth extended his arms. Although the football hit him in stride, It was like trying to catch a meteor. Only Hugo could throw a long bomb with so little arc on the ball. Seth lost his footing and fell in a spray of snow, but managed to hang on to the football, trapping it against his chest. He lay for a moment in the furrow he had plowed through the snow, feeling an icy prickle on the back of his neck, hesitant to get up because he knew that the snow had collected inside his collar and would disperse chillingly down his back.
What happened?
Newell called.
He caught it, Vril replied. Touchdown.
Again?
Newell complained.
I'm taking Seth next time.
Please do, Doran said excitedly.
I want Vril covering me. This game is rigged,
Newell protested. Vril brushed away some of the snow from the back of Seth's neck and gave him a hand up. The good-natured satyr had woolly white legs with brown spots, stubby horns, and a more childish face than Newell or Doran. He wore a thick brown turtleneck, while the other satyrs played bare-chested.
Thanks,
Seth said.
I can't believe you held on to that one,
Vril said. He had dropped several similar passes.
Yeah, me neither, Seth admitted. Hugo throws hard.
I guess losers walk,
Vril sighed, trotting away to get ready for the next kickoff.
Seth,
Grandma shouted from the porch.
We have a car pulling into the driveway.
Kendra, he exclaimed, dropping the football.
I have to go, guys.
Vril came hustling back, smoothing his hands down the front of his half-soaked turtleneck.
How do I look?
He asked anxiously.
Like a prince, Seth said. Remember, no guts, no glory.
He had informed Vril that Kendra would be arriving today and had encouraged his hopes of winning her affection. Ever since learning that his sister had been recovered, Seth had felt much more like himself.
Oh, I don't know,
Vril whimpered, eyeing the woods.
Newell and Doran warned that Kendra is way too young. They said Stan would skin me alive if he knew about my ardent admiration.
Just be a gentleman, Seth said. This is the moment you've been waiting for.
Yeah, but I'd rather do this on my terms, Vril hedged, backing away. Perhaps in a hot air balloon with a picnic lunch and a top hat.
Suit yourself,
Seth said, jogging toward the porch. He had convinced Grandpa to grant the satyrs permission to enter the yard in order to play snow football with him. He had needed something to occupy his mind while waiting for his sister to arrive. The snowstorm had slowed her arrival by more than an hour.
You look like you've been making snow angels, Grandma said.
When he reached the covered porch, Seth flapped his arms and stamped his boots, shedding clumps of snow.
Yeah, well, Vril was guarding me, so I got the ball a lot, Seth said. Vril isn't much of a tackler, but Newell hits hard. He made me fumble twice. You shouldn't roughhouse with the satyrs, Grandma chided. The snow breaks the falls, and the jacket cushions everything, Seth assured her. It was a ton of fun. Doran and I were up 49-35.
Grandma helped him brush himself off. As Seth entered the house, he removed his boots and jacket. He heard the front door open and raced to the entry hall. Kendra and Warren were coming through the door. A red seam slanted across Kendra's cheek, evidence that she had dozed in the car. Eyes teary, Seth ran to her and gave her a big hug. "Whoa," Kendra said, hugging him in return, taken aback by the enthusiastic affection.
"I'm so glad you're all right,"
Seth said, blinking away the embarrassing tears.
"We buried you."
"I heard. Feels weird to know I have my own tombstone."
"Yeah, I'd keep it in my room if it was mine," Seth said. "Maybe make it my headboard. Can you picture it? Here lies Seth Sorensen."
"I hear you guys have a Stingbulb copy of Maddox," Kendra said, changing the subject.
"Yeah, he quit talking once we found him out. Vanessa says if we let him out of the quiet box, he'll die pretty quickly. His kind don't last long."
"How weird is that? Vanessa, out of the quiet box?"
"She helped us find you," Seth said.
"She used her powers to get info that somebody would help you escape last night. That was why everybody was patrolling the streets all night." "Wait a minute," Kendra said. Vanessa gave them the tip I'd be escaping? Who told her?
She won't say much. She would only reveal that the person who supplied the information was quietly on our side and had to remain unknown. All we know for sure is that Vanessa traveled into a sleeper somewhere and got the info. Must have been somebody who knew you'd be getting that knapsack.
Trask found me. I didn't know him, so I was freaked. Warren said they weren't sure exactly where I was being held.
Vanessa claimed not to know the precise location,
Seth explained.
She knew Torina was in Monmouth, and she had a tip that a traitor was going to help you escape. She wouldn't share who supplied the tip. Hey, can I check out your knapsack?
How much do you know about the knapsack?
Quite a bit. Your escape was all we could talk about this morning.
Kendra took the knapsack off her shoulder.
Whoa, you fit in there with an old guy?
Seth asked. Cody is actually 32, but he looks at least 70. Torina drained away his youth. She's a lectoblix. I think he wants some revenge. He stayed behind with Trask. She opened the main flap of the knapsack, and Seth peeked inside.
Oh, no way! Oh, how do you always end up with the coolest stuff? This would be the ultimate emergency kit.
Yes.
I'm surprised that anyone would part with such a valuable object,
Coulter said, coming up behind them.
The art of creating extra-dimensional storage has been lost. The knapsack is a rare and valuable item. Somebody went well out of their way to free you.
Hi, Coulter, Kendra said. He hugged her.
We'll have to examine all the contents, just in case your unknown benefactor had a secret motive of smuggling unwanted guests into Fablehaven. You don't know who gave it to you, correct?
No idea. Grandma, Grandpa, Dale, and Tanu had held back while Kendra spoke with Seth, but now they swarmed in, welcoming her and expressing their relief at her safe return. Seth backed away, waiting for the flood of good wishes to abate. Grandma ushered Kendra to the kitchen, offering her a variety of food choices. All Kendra wanted was hot chocolate, so Dale placed a pan of milk on the stove. What are we going to do with Vanessa? Kendra asked, now seated at the table.
Oh, don't get me started, Grandma griped. I'm sure she had reasons of her own for helping us. That woman cannot be trusted. She has lied to us so sincerely and betrayed us so deeply that I can't believe Stan is permitting her any degree of freedom. She should go right back into the quiet box.
She protected us from the imposter to her extreme disadvantage, Grandpa reminded his wife. And she helped us recover Kendra. If we're careful, we may be able to use her.
She's already concealing information from us, Grandma said. Who knows who she spoke with while in that trance of hers, or what she may have revealed? Go ahead, Stan. Keep using her. Boys love to play with fire. Just don't come crying when you get burned. We'll see who ends up using who.
Vanessa has good reason for hating the Sphinx, Warren observed.
How convenient for her,
Grandma replied. I have some important information, Kendra announced, staring at her hands. Stuff I didn't want to say in front of Trask or Dugan or Elise. Stuff I didn't want to discuss over the phone.
Hey, you were holding out on me? Warren said. That was a long, boring drive.
Oh, well, I thought I should wait until we were all together at Fablehaven, Kendra apologized. I met with the Sphinx. He has the artifact from Brazil. It's called the Oculus. Grandpa winced.
I was afraid the presence of the Maddox sting bulb meant the Society had already captured the artifact. Are they able to use it?
Coulter asked tentatively. I don't think so, Kendra said. They made me try. Grandpa banged a fist down on the counter, his face reddening.
Oh, the Oculus is the most dangerous of all the artifacts, he growled. What do you mean, they made you try it?
They forced me to put my hand on it, Kendra said. At first, I could see in all directions, like I had extra eyes. Then it was like I had eyes all over the room, showing me dozens of perspectives at once. Then I had eyes all over the house, then the town, then the world.
What did you see?
Seth asked eagerly. Everything and nothing, Kendra said, her voice haunted. It was too much. I couldn't really focus on anything. I forgot where I was, who I was.
How did the vision end?
Grandma asked. I couldn't think clearly enough to take my hand off the crystal, Kendra explained. I saw into the place where the Fairy Queen lives. I managed to focus on her. She commanded me to take my hand off the oculus. With her help, I escaped.
You could have lost your mind,
Grandpa seethed. I don't think any of them have mastered it yet, Kendra said. If they do, we'll have no secrets. The Sphinx seems determined.
Does this mean we need to enter the chamber beyond the Hall of Dread?
Tano asked.
Absolutely, Grandpa said. The Society is gaining too great an advantage. We must work under the assumption that they will soon be empowered to see anywhere. We need to learn all we can to even the odds. Can't we use the chronometer somehow? Seth asked. Wouldn't time travel come in handy? I've been studying the device, Coulter reported. I've made a little headway, but the chronometer is both complex and dangerous.
There is little available knowledge on the subject,
Grandma added.
We don't have an instruction manual.
Well, they have an artifact that heals any wound, and another that could let them see anywhere,
Seth said.
They'll use the oculus to find the others. We know about the chronometer. What do the other two artifacts do? One grants power over space, Coulter said. The other offers immortality.
If they collect all 5, they can open the demon prison, Kendra said.
Zizix, Seth breathed. Which would mean the end of the world as we know it, Grandpa said. The Society of the Evening Star would fulfill their self-proclaimed mission and usher in the night.
Grandma poured warm milk into a mug, added chocolate powder, and stirred. She placed the mug in front of Kendra. Thanks, Kendra said. Warren mentioned that you guys brought the Journal of Secrets.
It's in the attic, Seth said, on our side.
It has the passwords for opening the secret room, Kendra said. I'll need an umite wax candle.
I stocked up, Grandpa said. We have plenty.
Kendra took a sip from the mug. We might as well do it now.
You should rest first,
Grandma urged. Kendra shook her head. I slept in the car. I doubt the bad guys are resting. The dismal dungeon corridor stretched to the left and right, lined with cell doors on both sides. But none were comparable to the door before Seth, composed of blood-red wood bound with black iron. Coulter stood on one side, Grandpa and Kendra on the other. After considerable begging, Seth had been permitted to tag along. Coulter held a flaming torch. Grandpa carried a key and a mirror. Kendra clung to the Journal of Secrets. Seth had a flashlight.
Stay away from the doors in the hall, Grandpa reminded them. Each door has a peephole. Resist any urge to peek. You do not want to gaze into the eyes of a phantom. Do not touch any of the doors. Violate this rule, and you will be removed from the Hall of Dread immediately, never to return.
He was looking at Seth. So were Coulter and Kendra.
What? Seth said. You often ask for chances to prove yourself, Grandpa said. Don't blow it. You'll barely know I'm here, Seth promised. Many of these creatures can radiate fear and other disturbing emotions, Coulter warned. The special cells that hold them help dampen the effects. Speak up if the sensations get overwhelming. Kendra, watch out for feelings of depression, desperation, or terror. Seth, I'll be interested to see how well your immunity to magical fear holds up in here.
Grandpa inserted a key into the door. He placed a palm against the red wood and muttered a few unintelligible words as he turned the key. The door swung inward. Coulter entered the dark hallway first, using his torch to ignite others hanging on the walls. The wavering firelight cast an ominous glow over the stone walls and floor. As Seth followed Grandpa inside, he noticed that the air was palpably colder than elsewhere in the dungeon. His breath plumed in front of his face. The hall was not long. The torchlight already glimmered against the far wall. There were 8 doors on either side of the corridor, equally spaced, each crafted from solid iron and embossed with archaic symbols and pictograms. Every door had a keyhole and a closed peephole.
"You're right,"
Kendra said, her voice hushed.
"This place feels wrong."
Yes, you can feel the darkness, Coulter whispered. You all right, Seth? Yeah, just a little cold.
Aside from the inherent creepiness of the heavy doors bathed in torchlight and the unsettling guesses of what might be imprisoned behind them, he sensed no sinister emotions. Grandpa led the way toward the end of the hall. Coulter hung back at the rear. As Seth passed the second set of doors, he began to hear faint, spidery whispering. He glanced back at Coulter.
Do you hear that? The silence can play tricks on your ears, Coulter replied. No, don't you hear voices whispering gibberish? Coulter paused. All I hear is the torch crackling. It's quiet as a tomb. Are you squirreling around with me? We're falling behind.
They picked up their pace, catching up to Kendra. Seth concentrated on the babbling whispers. As he focused, he began to catch words.
Alone, pain, agony, hunger, thirst. Alone, pain, hunger, thirsty, mercy, agony.
The words were tangled, many voices overlapping. When his concentration lapsed, the sounds reverted to gibbering nonsense. Seth glanced back at Coulter, who motioned for him to keep walking. Why couldn't the older man hear the voices? The eerie babbling wasn't just in his head. He could hear the jumbled whispers as distinctly as his footsteps. Soon they reached the final set of doors at the end of the hall. The wall ahead of them was a blank expanse of stone blocks, interrupted by 3 brackets holding torches. Seth saw no evidence of a door. Kendra opened the Journal of Secrets, and Grandpa lit an oomite candle. Coulter watched over her shoulder.
It says to light the torches on the left and right. Then place one hand on the center sconce and the other on the block with the silver vein in it.
Coulter brought his torch close to the wall. He and Grandpa started to examine blocks.
Do you hear the voices whispering?
Seth asked Kendra. She punched him on the arm.
Cut it out. You might not feel the fear, but I'm kind of freaked right now.
I'm not kidding,
Seth said.
Save it.
Seth stepped away from her. The whispering sounded clearer than ever. He began picking out forlorn phrases.
I hear you,
Seth whispered in his quietest voice, barely more than mouthing the words. The overlapping whispers ceased. A chill ran down his spine, making the hairs on the back of his neck bristle. The tingle was not a reaction to magical fear. It came because of a certainty that the voices had clammed up in response to his words. During the menacing silence, Seth felt sure that all of the beings in the Hall of Dread were aware of him.
Help me, Great One, please, please help me,
a single voice hissed, breaking the silence. The silky whisper was coming from the cell to his left. Seth clenched his jaw. Grandpa and Coulter were debating about which of 3 blocks had the most obvious silver streaks. Kendra had her head bowed and her eyes closed. No one else seemed to have noticed the slithery voice.
Who are you?
Seth whispered.
Free me, and I will serve you for all time,
the voice vowed. Seth stared at the door. He wanted to see who was addressing him, but Grandpa would skin him alive if he peeked.
Yes, yes, look upon me, grant me mercy, pardon me, wise one, and I will serve you well.
Grandpa had one hand on a block and the other on a sconce. Kendra stood beside him, telling him what to say. The ghastly voice became more intense.
Behold me, mighty one, pity me, speak to me, answer me.
Seth, Coulter said, approaching with the torch and snapping his fingers. What's your interest in that door? Seth wrenched his gaze away from the iron door. I hear a voice. Grandpa turned away from the wall. A voice? The fiend in that sail doesn't speak. It speaks to me, Seth said. It wants me to free it. It says it will serve me. He said he was hearing whispers as we entered, Coulter said. I didn't take him seriously. You were really hearing voices? Kendra said. The voice from the cell continued to implore him.
Help me, great one, free me.
You guys really hear nothing? Seth checked. I'm not sure what this means, Grandpa said, studying Seth intently. Except that you had better leave this place immediately. Seth nodded. I think you're right. Grandpa blinked. He shot Coulter a worried glance. Take him upstairs. Right. Coulter took hold of Seth's elbow and guided him back toward the blood-red door.
I will wait,
the voice from the cell promised.
Please.
Seth pressed his hands over his ears as he exited. He began to hear faint, pleading voices from the other cells, so he started humming to himself until he was back in the regular part of the dungeon. As they walked toward the stairs to the kitchen, Seth uncovered his ears. What was going on back there? What's the matter with me? Coulter shook his head. I keep remembering how you were the only one who could see us when we were shades, back when the plague was overcoming Fablehaven. Grollis said that was because of removing the nail to defeat the Revenant. I thought once the nail was destroyed and the plague reversed, there wouldn't be any more shadow creatures left to see. Coulter stopped walking. The torch threw strange highlights and shadows across his features. Whatever explains your condition, if I were in your shoes, I would steer clear of shadowy creatures. Makes sense, Seth said, trying to keep his voice steady. Standing beside Grandpa, Kendra stared at the door through which Coulter and Seth had departed. She felt deeply worried for her brother, but it was hard to tell how much of that concern was a reaction to the dark emotions stirred by the atmosphere of the hall. Have you heard of anything like this? Kendra finally asked. Grandpa looked at her, his expression suggesting he had momentarily forgotten she was with him. No, I'm not sure what it means. I know I don't like it. You didn't hear anything, did you? Not a word, Kendra said. I feel plenty. I feel scared and sad and alone. I have to keep reminding myself the emotions are false. We should retrieve the information we need and get out. Grandpa placed one hand on the sconce and the other on the stone block he had decided contained the clearest vein of silver. What do I say? Kendra read from the journal. Here it is. Nobody deserves these secrets. Grandpa solemnly repeated the words. The entire center portion of the wall dissolved in a cloud of dust. Look at that, Grandpa murmured. Those who came before me were wiser than I am, Kendra read, coughing softly. Again Grandpa repeated the words. The second part disarms the traps, Kendra explained, closing the journal. Grandpa took a torch from the wall and led the way through the mist of dust. Kendra placed a hand over her nose and lips as she followed, squinting to keep the gritty particles out of her eyes. After about 15 feet, the dust cloud ended abruptly. A hall stretched ahead of them, To the left and right stood a final set of iron doors. Kendra tried not to envision what might lurk inside those secret cells. Grandpa led the way down the hall, eventually descending a flight of 24 stairs. At the bottom of the stairwell, they passed through an archway into a spacious room. The smooth floor, walls, and ceiling were composed of white marble swirled with gray. A stone fountain dominated the center of the chamber. No water flowed, but the basin was full. Diverse objects lined the walls, full suits of armor, upright sarcophagi, ornate jade sculptures, grotesque masks, laden bookshelves, colorful marionettes, statues from various cultures, archaic maps, painted fans, framed scrolls, antique carousel animals, elaborate urns, bouquets of glass flowers, the skull of a triceratops, and a heavy golden gong.
Oh my, many of these items would be priceless museum pieces,
Grandpa remarked, surveying the room, torch held aloft. Did Patton bring all of this here? Kendra wondered.
He and others before him, Grandpa said. I'm most curious about the books.
He approached the nearest bookshelf.
Lots of German and Latin, no English. Some languages I don't recognize. Some might be fairy dialects.
I don't see any words I recognize, Kendra said. Grandpa turned, eyes scanning the room.
The message from Patton is on the ceiling?
I'm supposed to use the mirror to read it. Footsteps resounded from outside the room, slapping down the stairs. Coulter trotted into view, bearing a torch and Seth's flashlight.
Would you look at this?
He murmured, shining the flashlight beam around the room. We're looking for a message on the ceiling, Kendra informed him. Probably a fairy language written backwards.
Watch for elaborate patterns, Grandpa instructed.
The three of them separated and roamed the room, eyes on the ceiling. Kendra held the flashlight, the others carried torches. With her eyes upward, she stumbled against the edge of the fountain, nearly tumbling into the glassy water of the basin. After almost taking a plunge, she proceeded with greater caution. Patches of unusual markings decorated several portions of the ceiling. Each time one of them found a suspicious cluster of designs, Kendra stood below the markings and viewed them in the mirror from various angles. After several disappointing attempts, Coulter spotted a particularly elaborate pattern of symbols above the gong. When Kendra viewed the symbols in the mirror, she beheld a lengthy message seemingly inscribed in plain English. I've got something, Kendra said.
What does it say? Grandpa asked.
Kendra read silently at first. It read, The Oculus is located at the Rio Branco Preserve in Brazil. The caretakers have the key to the vault, which is located near a point called Tres Cabezas, where 3 huge boulders overlook the main river. You will have to climb to reach the entrance. She recited the words to the others.
We're a little late on that one,
Coulter complained. There's more, Kendra said.
Read on, Grandpa prompted.
The translocator can be found at Obsidian Waste in Australia. The caretakers know the location of the vault. Since the vault is virtually impregnable without the key, I took extra measures to make this artifact more difficult to recover. I hid the key to the vault at Wyrmroost, one of the 3 dragon sanctuaries closed to human interference. I have a false grave there. Below the headstone, you will find a clue to the location. Wyrmroost is inaccessible without a key to the main gate, and is protected by the most potent distractor spell I have ever encountered. The key to the gate at Wyrmroost is the first horn of a unicorn. I know of only one such horn, and I presented it to the centaurs of Fablehaven. They guard it as their most prized talisman.
Is that all?
Grandpa asked after Kendra finished relaying the words. Yes, Kendra said.
Sounds like the best way to keep the translocator hidden might be to leave it alone, Coulter grumbled. You're probably right, Grandpa acknowledged. Patton created some serious obstacles.
What is the translocator? Kendra asked.
The artifact with power over space, Coulter replied. Most likely some sort of teleportation device. Read the inscription again, Grandpa said.
Kendra complied. Grandpa and Coulter stood in silent contemplation after she finished. What does he mean about Wyrmroost being closed to humans? Kendra asked.
4 of the dragon sanctuaries are open to human visitors, Grandpa said. Few know about them, and fewer would actually take the opportunity to enter one. But those few are generally welcome. The other 3 sanctuaries are considerably less hospitable.
But the 3 worst ones can't be totally closed to humans, Kendra said. Patton went there.
In theory, humans could visit if they managed to get past the gate and secure permission from the caretaker, Coulter said. I can't imagine what unspeakable dangers would await. Dragon sanctuaries make Fablehaven look like a petting zoo.
Then I'm with Coulter, Kendra said. Even if we recovered the artifact, how could we hope to hide it in a better place?
We couldn't, Grandpa said. We now have our information. Let's go check on your brother.
Chapter 10. Hotel. Snowflakes, flung by shifting gusts, silently assailed the attic window. Powdery drifts covered the lower panes. Seth paced the room, bouncing rubber ball, unable to stop wondering about the ghostly prisoners who spoke only to him. It was tough to decide whether he should be afraid or intrigued. Seth heard footsteps coming up the stairs. The bedroom door opened and Grandpa entered.
Did you learn anything about the artifacts? Seth asked. Yes. One message concerned the oculus. The other discussed an artifact that remains hidden. How are you feeling?
Seth bounced the ball.
Fine. Weird. I don't know. Let's sit down.
Grandpa took a seat on one of the beds. Seth plopped down on the other.
What happened in the dungeon clearly rattled you.
Seth bounced the ball, tossing it forward with a spin that brought it back to him.
You could say that. Hearing spectral voices strikes me as an experience that would normally excite you.
Grandpa stared at him searchingly.
It does. I mean, it's really cool that I could hear them. They offered to serve me, and part of me, well, would love to have a zombie servant. I mean, who wouldn't? But it, I don't know, felt wrong. Too creepy. Grandpa, what if destroying the Revenant made me evil? I don't fear deadly creatures. I can see invisible shadow people. I hear whispers from your freakiest prisoners. Recognizing dark elements imperceptible to others doesn't make you evil, Seth, Grandpa said firmly. Neither does having courage. We all possess different gifts and abilities. How we use those gifts determines who we are. I didn't feel any fear, Seth said. Not the paralyzing kind. The voices were freaky, but I could get used to it. That's what scares me. The voice kept flattering me, calling me wise and powerful. I don't want phantoms to admire me. I'm sure it was setting me up for some nasty trick. I don't know if I can trust myself, Grandpa. I wanted to peek in the cell. If you guys weren't there, well, I probably would have. You've always been more curious than most, Grandpa said. Curiosity doesn't make you evil. Neither do flattering words from sinister entities. The Wraith hoped to use you to get free, nothing more. The Fiend would have said anything to convince you. The worst part is, I really am curious. Sick as it sounds, I'd love to go hear more of what the Wraith has to say. Not because I intend to let it out, it's just interesting. See why I can't trust myself? I'd go down there because I'm interested, and then that thing would probably find a way to trick me or hypnotize me. And pretty soon, Fablehaven would be under attack from evil wraiths. But here you are instead, anticipating the possible dangers, Grandpa said. You're doing what any sane and responsible person should do. Just don't succumb to your curiosity. Why exactly can I hear them? I honestly don't know. But I do know that there is a difference between hearing and listening. You can't always help what you hear, but you can control what holds your interest, what you choose to dwell on. Seth tossed the ball up and caught it. I guess that makes sense. The whole thing still creeps me out. Now that we're aware of this ability, we'll keep you away from similar circumstances. In fact, that is part of the reason I came to speak to you. Do you know what day tomorrow is? Oh, I was wondering when you'd bring this up. Tomorrow is the winter solstice. Grandpa held up a hand. Seth tossed him the rubber ball, and he started bouncing it. I didn't want to mention it too early and get everybody flustered. Things have been hectic enough without fretting about tonight being a festival night. Don't we have to make preparations? You know, carve pumpkins and all that. The jack-o'-lanterns are an extra precaution and not a very convenient one in this weather. I was thinking more along the lines of having your grandmother take you and Kendra to a hotel for the night. Seth motioned for the ball, and Grandpa bounced it to him. Isn't it dangerous to leave the preserve? The society could come after us. We've weighed the pros and cons. I don't relish the idea of putting you beyond the protections offered by Fablehaven, but festival nights seem to be getting increasingly violent. If the society intends to hit us where we live, it will probably happen tonight, when sinister creatures are free to cross boundaries and enter the yard. The voices you heard in the Hall of Dread have made the decision easy. Too many apparitions and shades roam the preserve on festival nights. I won't have you here if their voices can reach you. We'll send along Warren and Tanu to make sure you stay safe. You'll pay cash. It'll be just one night. Seth nodded. He bounced the ball off the wall, missed the catch, and watched it roll away across the floor. I can live with that. I'm not up for a whole night with monsters whispering crazy stuff to me. Speaking of Tanu and Warren, where are those guys? While we were pursuing the messages from Patton, they were interrogating Vanessa with your grandmother. About what? We're trying to decide what to do with her. She has shared some information about possible traitors within the Knights. Nobody you know. She still claims to have some enormous secret that she won't share unless we release her. We can't let her go, Seth said. Grandma is right that she could be playing us. True. At the same time, if she truly has abandoned the Sphinx, Vanessa could be a valuable ally. She has already volunteered a great deal of information. I can hardly blame her for keeping some leverage available while we hold her prisoner. Do we ever go on the offensive? Seth asked. We should hunt down the Sphinx and take the artifacts back. We're trying. Trask has kept the house where Kendra was held under constant surveillance. Kendra's friend Cody supplied all the details he needed. We believe the Sphinx remains inside. A strike force will mount a raid tonight. I wish I felt more optimistic. The Sphinx is slippery. Seth got up from the bed. So, when do we leave for the hotel? Vanessa keeps asking to talk to Kendra, and your sister has shown interest. Your grandmother will oversee the conversation. After they chat, we'll get you guys ready. Kendra knew that her old friend waited behind the cell door. She had wanted to speak with Vanessa ever since the woman had been locked in the quiet box months ago.
Most of the others had spoken with Vanessa already and had relayed information from those conversations. But Kendra hadn't been around when they took place. Her last direct communication from Vanessa had been a note scrawled on the floor of a cell.
"You don't have to do this,"
Grandma said. "I want to speak with her," Kendra affirmed. "I'm just a little nervous."
"You're sure?"
She wasn't, but she nodded anyhow. Holding her crossbow ready, Grandma inserted a key and opened the cell door. Vanessa was reclining on her cot, dressed in a stylish outfit. A battery-powered lantern rested on a table cluttered by novels. A mirror hung above a dresser topped with various cosmetic supplies. An obvious effort had been made to provide some comfort. "Hello, Kendra," Vanessa said, rising. "Hey," Kendra replied. "I'm sorry. You should be." Vanessa looked grave. "I owe you a great deal. You nearly killed us." "Kendra, you deserve a colossal apology. You healed me. I was burned beyond repair, minutes from death. After the betrayal I committed, nobody could have blamed you for letting me perish, including me. For years, I faithfully worked for the Sphinx. How was I repaid? The villain stabbed me in the back the instant I became inconvenient. In contrast, I deceived you, betrayed you, and put your loved ones in danger. Yet you showed me mercy. I want you to know that my loyalty is not completely blind, nor is my reason utterly bankrupt. I'll never betray you again." Kendra shifted uncomfortably. "Thanks, Vanessa. I'm sure you can see why your apology might be hard to believe. But I appreciate it, and I hope it's true. I'd be a fool to blame you for doubting me. I'll patiently prove my sincerity." Grandma snorted bitterly.
"Or patiently bide your time until the opportunity for another truly crippling betrayal arrives."
"Which is why I can't begrudge your decision to keep me in this cell for the moment," Vanessa conceded. "I could be more effective roaming free, but I can see that it would place too great a strain on your trust. Rightfully so." "You wanted to see me to apologize?" Kendra asked. The conversation was harder than she had expected. She simultaneously liked and hated Vanessa too much. She wanted to leave. "Chiefly," Vanessa said, "I also wanted to share some information with you. They said you're withholding some secrets." "Yes, my biggest secret must not yet be divulged," Vanessa said. "Good people on your side of this conflict would be endangered if this truth became too public. For the moment, my keeping it will benefit your cause. The day may come when that changes. Conveniently, this final secret also provides me with a little leverage to perhaps get out of incarceration at some point. I'm on your side now, but I have no desire to end my days in a cage." "They said you helped me escape," Kendra said. "I seized control of a sleeper and learned that the Sphinx had you in his custody. I also learned about the plan to free you. The Knights have spies as well. I discovered where you were being held and alerted Stan. I didn't personally facilitate your release. Who accompanied the Sphinx?" Kendra told Vanessa about Torina and Mr. Lich, then described the other people she had seen with the Sphinx as best she could. Vanessa nodded. I'm not surprised they tried to use psychics to test the Oculus. Let me guess, they also tried to read your mind?" "Yes, and they failed? They seemed really puzzled." "I bit you, Kendra, but I could never take control of you. Your mind is shielded. None of those enemies are of serious interest, except for the Sphinx and Mr. Lich. Despite her delusions, Torina is really just a minor player. I'm curious about the person in the mask. Could it have been the prisoner from the quiet box?"
"It could have been anyone,"
Grandma said. I have a warning for both of you, Vanessa said. The Sphinx is a supremely patient man. He would not have dropped all pretenses like this unless he saw a clear path to his destination. Count on the fact that he has a plan to secure all of the artifacts. Beware, he is very good at anticipating contingencies. As you move to stop him, you may find yourselves playing into his hands.
We're aware of the dangers,
Grandma assured her. Let me fill you in on some history. For centuries, the leader of the Society of the Evening Star has been a brilliant mastermind named Rhodes. Over the years, rumors abounded as to his actual identity. A cunning Blix lord, a wizard, a demon. At times, the Society thought he had died or lost interest, but he always resurfaced. He was patient and immensely secretive. None of us ever stood in his presence. Over the past decade, Rhodes became more active than ever, as did our great arch-enemy, the Sphinx. With my talent, I am always uncovering information. Not long before I was assigned to recover the artifact from Fablehaven, bits and pieces began to add up, and I found myself among a small group of Society members who suspected that the Sphinx and Rhodes might be the same person. Having now confirmed that the Sphinx and Rhodes are indeed one and the same, and that he was working for the benefit of the Society, the members of the Society will be enthused as never before. Many members have grown dormant over the years, but this news will swell the ranks of the active. Clearly, after centuries of waiting, the end is near.
I've never heard of Rhodes,
Grandma said. Like I said, he was very secretive, Vanessa replied. Much more so than even the Sphinx. We could only utter his name under certain conditions. Tarina called him the Sphinx, Kendra mentioned. I'm not surprised, Vanessa said. We used to call Rhodes the Lodestar, but he will now be using his surprise identity as the Sphinx to build morale. Ruth, Kendra, he has spent centuries researching how the artifacts work so that when he found them, he would be ready. Count on the fact that he will move swiftly to recover the other artifacts, and shortly thereafter, he will unlock the demon prison.
Thank you for the warning,
Grandma said.
Is that all?
I just want to make sure you understand that I intend to use my abilities to spy on the Society, Vanessa said. I'll share information as I learn it. I won't take control of any of you while you sleep. If I do, you would be welcome to kill me.
What if you share secrets with our enemies while you're off inhabiting sleepers?
Grandma challenged. First, don't give me secrets to share. Second, you desperately need information. The threat posed by the Sphinx is both real and immediate. Third, to a minor extent, yes, you need to trust me a little. I won't disappoint you.
You've already sold Stan,
Grandma sighed.
You know my suspicions about your pretenses at reform. I would love to be proven wrong.
Grandma opened the cell door. Wait, Kendra said. Do you know who placed the knapsack in my room? Vanessa regarded her thoughtfully. I have some suspicions, but they are part of the secret I must keep. Take heart knowing that we have secret allies.
Come on, Kendra,
Grandma huffed.
We'll find few answers here. Don't waste your breath with more questions.
Goodbye for now, Vanessa said. See you, Kendra replied. Snow no longer descended from the murky sky, and snowplows had mostly cleared the roads, but Grandma pulled into the parking lot of the Courtesy Inn cautiously. Even at moderate speeds, the SUV had slid several times on the icy streets. The Courtesy Inn was a large wooden lodge with a mostly vacant, halfway cleared parking lot. Grandma piloted the SUV into a stall. Ton went inside to check in and scope out the place while the others waited in the car. Seth wished Grandma would turn down the heater, but the vents kept gushing warm air.
"Ugh, I'm going to die of heat stroke in the snow,"
he mumbled. It was his third complaint about the temperature. Grandma ignored him. He briefly considered taking off his shirt in protest. "It is a little warm," Warren remarked.
"This vehicle is not a democracy,"
Grandma replied. A few minutes later, Tana returned with 2 keycards. They collected their bags and entered the inn. Flames danced in the lobby fireplace, and the air carried the odor of lemon-scented cleansers. They rode up an elevator to the 2nd floor and marched down a carpeted hall to a pair of neighboring doors. Warren entered first, checking the room thoroughly while the others lingered in the hallway. After what seemed like a long wait, Warren exited and unlocked the 2nd room. Grandma, Tanu, Kendra, and Seth went into the 1st room.
"I'll take the rollaway,"
Tanu offered.
"I'm smaller,"
Kendra said.
"I'm security,"
Tanu countered.
Haha, don't argue.
The plan was for Grandma, Kendra, and Tanu to sleep in here while Seth and Warren took the adjoining room. Seth unwrapped the tiny bar of soap beside the sink. There came a brisk knock on the door that internally connected the 2 rooms. Seth hustled over.
"What's the password?"
"Passwords are for sissies," Warren's muffled voice responded.
"Works for me,"
Seth said, unlocking the door and opening it. "The rooms look clean," Warren pronounced. "Hopefully, we'll have a long, dull night." Seth grabbed his suitcase and took it into his room. It was a mirror image of the 1st room, minus the rollaway. As he heaved his suitcase onto the bed, he caught a flicker of motion in the far corner by the window. He turned, staring at the empty corner. Was the window open? Had the curtain blown sideways? Everyone else was in the other room. Staring hard, he abruptly caught another flicker, a hand flashing briefly into view along with part of a leg. The body parts appeared out of nowhere and disappeared just as quickly. Seth cried out and stumbled away from the corner. Warren raced into the room. He stopped short, looking around.
"Was that a drill?"
Seth narrowed his eyes, staring hard.
"I think there's something in the corner."
"That corner?" Warren asked. A full body pulsed temporarily into view. A tall, thin goblin with a knobby head, a shriveled nose, and jutting tusks. His skin was all shiny pinks and oranges, like burn scars.
"See?"
Seth yelled, jumping back again.
"I didn't see anything,"
Warren said, producing a pair of knives, one longer than the other. Tanu stood in the doorway, a blowgun in his hand.
"I don't see anything either."
"Either there's a goblin standing in that corner, or I'm going nuts,"
Seth insisted, voice quavering. The goblin was not currently visible. Holding both knives ready, Warren advanced toward the corner. The goblin flashed back into view, irregular nostrils flaring, glaring at Seth.
"I see him again,"
Seth announced, pointing. Warren hurled the smaller knife at the corner. Twisting, the goblin sprang sideways, barely dodging the blade. The knife lodged in the wall. Wrenching the knife free, the goblin charged Warren.
"The knife vanished,"
Warren said.
"Here he comes,"
Seth warned. The goblin no longer pulsed in and out of view. Seth saw the creature clearly. Tanu came up beside Seth.
"Where is he?"
Warren backed away, blindly swinging his long knife. The goblin avoided the desperate swipes and slashed Warren across the chest. Warren lunged forward, but the goblin sidestepped the knife thrust and used Warren's momentum to hurl him to the floor.
There,"
Seth said, pointing. Tanu exhaled powerfully. The goblin paused, staring at the small feathered dart protruding from his wrist. He staggered, swayed, steadied himself, and then toppled to the floor, landing hard.
"Is that Vanessa's blowgun?"
Seth asked.
"Yeah,"
Tanu said.
"I sweetened the sleep potion on the darts to a nearly lethal dosage."
Seth gestured at the fallen goblin.
"Can you see him now?"
"Nope."
Warren staggered to his feet, probing the bloody stripe across his chest.
"Deep?"
Tanu asked. I have leather armor under my shirt, Warren said. The freak still gave me a good scratch. I keep my knives sharp. Warren crouched, recovering his throwing knife from where it had fallen. Vicious snarling erupted out in the hallway. Tanu tossed Seth a potion. He pulled out 2 more potions and stepped into the adjoining room. Go gaseous, he instructed Grandma and Kendra. Seth had used the gaseous potion over the summer. It would transform him into a vaporous version of himself. As a gas, nothing that he knew of would be able to harm him, but he would also lose the ability to assist Warren and Tanu. Instead of drinking the potion, he knelt beside the goblin. What was making it invisible to the others? Seth guessed. It had to be some sort of magical item, like Coulter's glove. The goblin wore simple clothes, a black silk shirt, loose black shorts, and sandals. Tucked in his belt were a pair of long, sharp knitting needles and a strangle cord. A conspicuous silver bracelet adorned one sinewy forearm. Seth tore the bracelet free and put it on. The goblin remained visible, as did his own body. In the past, when Seth had worn Coulter's magic glove and held still, his body had become transparent even to himself. But since his eyes somehow saw through the goblin's trick, he had no way to gauge whether he had cloaked himself from view or merely stolen a gaudy piece of jewelry. Warren and Tanu had charged into the hallway, and Seth heard more snarling. He raced out of the room and gawked at the scene down the hall, where Tanu and Warren were confronting a gray wolf nearly the size of a horse. The overgrown canine already had 3 feathered darts visible in its fur, along with Warren's throwing knife. The ferocious wolf snapped repeatedly at Warren, who was barely holding the animal at bay by gradually retreating and slashing its muzzle with his long knife. Tanu fired another dart from the blowgun, then dropped the weapon to scrabble through his potion bag. Grandma emerged from her room, crossbow in one hand, the potion Tanu had given her in the other. Seth grinned. Apparently, he wasn't the only person unwilling to go gaseous and miss the action. Grandma stared right through Seth at the combat with the wolf, then raised her weapon, taking careful aim. Seth lurched aside. Behind Grandma, the window at the end of the hall exploded in a shower of jagged shards as a muscular, winged creature crashed through it. Grandma whirled as the horned gargoyle, body scratched and bleeding, scrambled to its feet and raced down the hall, trident in hand, wings folded. She held the crossbow level and let a quarrel fly. When the projectile disappeared into the creature's head, the gargoyle lurched backward and collapsed to the floor, as if he had bashed his face against an invisible beam. Seth turned around to see the wolf backing away from Warren, legs wobbly, muzzle torn and wet. Tanu held a potion near his lips. Warren brandished the long knife. The wolf's legs buckled, and it slumped heavily to the floor, a motionless heap of fur and blood. The bracelet on Seth's arm felt steadily warmer. He removed it just as it was becoming unbearable to touch. Tossing the bracelet aside, he saw it disappear in a flash before hitting the floor.
"Seth?" Grandma exclaimed. "Where did you come from?"
The goblin had some kind of invisibility bracelet. It got hot and disintegrated.
"It may have run out of energy," Grandma said. "Or it may have been protected by a self-destruct spell in case it was stolen."
Warren and Tanu conferred briefly. Warren trotted down the hall toward the lobby, while Tanu came toward Grandma and Seth. "Thanks for dropping the gargoyle, Ruth," Tanu said. "It must have tracked us from the air when we left Fablehaven. We aren't safe here. We should collect our things. Warren is going to make sure the coast is clear." A wispy, ethereal version of Kendra drifted out of her room. She gazed at the fallen gargoyle and wolf.
Don't worry, Kendra,
Seth said, swiping a hand through her insubstantial body.
I'll grab your suitcase.
Chapter 11. Gatecrasher. Kendra awoke tucked between crisp sheets. She had a kink in her neck from sleeping on too many pillows. With the shades drawn, the hotel room was mostly dark, but she could hear the shower running. She sat up to check the clock. The display read 8:23 a.m. Stretching, she groaned. They had driven for more than an hour the previous night before choosing a new hotel. Tanu and Warren had dragged the bulky wolf and gargoyle outside and left them in the garbage bin. The wiry goblin was currently bound and gagged in the other room with Seth and Warren. Tanu had left them with the extra sleeping potion to administer to the grotesque prisoner. Their rooms did not adjoin this time, although they shared the same hallway. Kendra heard the shower stop running. She fought free from her tight sheets and slid out of bed.
Awake?
Grandma inquired from the neighboring bed.
Yeah, you too? I've been up for some time, resting in the dark. Something about hotel rooms has always made me lazy.
Kendra pulled the shades open, flooding the room with cloud-dimmed light.
Any word from Grandpa? He phoned earlier. The raid on the Sphinx failed. The house was vacant, except for a series of traps and a few old men.
They found Hayden?
Yes,
Grandma said.
Don't fret about your friends. The Knights have a substantial fund set aside for victims of circumstances like these.
So the Sphinx and Tarina and all of them got away?
Vanished without a trace.
Did they take the sting bulb? Kendra wondered.
No phony Kendras were found, so probably.
How was Midwinter Eve?
According to your grandfather, boisterous but safe. Considering what happened, we may have been wiser to sit tight at Fablehaven and endure the commotion. Of course, most decisions are simpler in hindsight.
Tanu came out from the bathroom in a t-shirt and shorts, his hair damp.
Ah, we live to see a new day,
he said with a broad smile.
Good work, Grandma said. Stan thinks we may as well head home.
Warren and I monitored the hotel and the surrounding grounds all night,
Tanu said.
Everything stayed quiet. Seth's ability to see the goblin assassin really foiled their plot. The wolf and the gargoyle were only there as backup.
You think we're under the radar?
Grandma asked.
Looks like the society has lost track of us. Still, we'll all be safer back inside the walls of Fablehaven.
Grandma got out of bed.
What about the goblin?
We loaded him into the back of the SUV, trussed up and heavily drugged. We'll press him for information once he's secure in the dungeon.
Let's start collecting our things.
Kendra went to the bathroom and washed up. By the time she was ready, the bags were packed and waiting. She strolled with Seth to the elevator, rolling her suitcase behind her. Seth looked pensive. She leaned into him, bumping his shoulder with hers. So, now you're seeing invisible assassins?
I'm relieved it was actually there. I was starting to wonder if maybe I was the only one hearing zombie voices because I was crazy.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't write off the crazy theory without further investigation.
Yeah, at least I wasn't kidnapped by a duplicate of myself.
Yeah, it does sound a little schizoid. They reached the elevator. Kendra pressed the down arrow button.
Why do you get to push the button?
Seth complained. What are you, like 3 years old?
I'm the official button pusher. I like when they light up.
You're a goofball. The elevator doors opened. The car was empty. Warren hustled to catch up. Is it really empty? Kendra asked, moving from side to side to examine the vacant space from various angles.
Very funny,
Seth replied.
I think so.
Warren joined them in the elevator. Seth pushed the L button. Then he pushed 5, 4, 3, and 2.
Race you down,
he said, dashing out of the elevator before the doors closed, leaving his suitcase behind. I think he's going to beat us, Warren said, leaning against the wall. If he doesn't get kidnapped on his way down the stairs. Tanu is already down there. Ruth will be along in a minute. The doors opened to a similar view on every floor. On the second floor, somebody actually got on. When the doors opened in the lobby, Seth stood there waiting, trying to look bored.
I got to push the most buttons,
he gloated while reclaiming his suitcase.
Plus, you earned 50 idiot points, Kendra said. A new record. What you call idiot points, I call awesome dollars.
Tanu had brought the SUV to the front doors of the hotel. Sparse snowflakes fluttered down from light gray clouds. Warren loaded their bags, and Kendra climbed inside. Grandma followed shortly and insisted on driving, since Tanu hadn't slept. The ride back to Fablehaven was boring. The roads were clear, but Grandma drove cautiously. To make matters worse, they had to listen to Seth complain about the heater for the second half of the drive. Eventually, Grandma turned it down. Finally, they left the road and started along the driveway. Kendra had her head down when Grandma exclaimed,
"What is that?"
Kendra raised her head and saw a car smashed against the Fablehaven front gate, the hood badly crumpled, fumes flowing from the exhaust pipe into the winter air. She didn't recognize the vehicle.
"Stop the car," Warren barked. "Get Stan on the line."
Grandma slammed on the brakes and the SUV skidded to a halt. They could hear the horn of the crushed car blaring endlessly.
"This has to be a trap,"
Tanu muttered, opening his potion pouch. The cell phone rang before Grandma could dial. She answered.
"We're here. We see it." "Uh-huh. Uh-huh. How long ago?" "Okay, we'll wait."
Grandma hung up and shifted the SUV into reverse.
"The car just slammed into the gate a moment ago. Stan wants us to get back on the road until he figures out what is going on."
The passenger door of the damaged car opened, and a girl tumbled out. She crawled awkwardly to the gate, using the wrought iron bars to pull herself up. The girl looked exactly like Kendra.
"Oh my gosh!" Kendra exclaimed. "Stop, Grandma! It's my sting bulb!"
Grandma hit the brakes, making their heads tip back.
"Your sting bulb?"
"The one I made when I escaped. I told her to try to get information, escape, and come to Fablehaven. I gave her the address."
"Still probably a trap," Tanu warned.
"Let me check it out," Warren offered, opening the door and leaping from the SUV. Knife in hand, he dashed toward the smashed car. Kendra scanned the leafless, snowy woods at either side of the cleared driveway, but noticed no evidence of other people or creatures.
"The car is totaled, but the gate isn't even dented," Seth observed. "How did that happen?" "The gate is much stronger than it looks," Grandma said. "Don't forget where we are. Appearances can be deceiving at Fablehaven."
Warren reached the crippled car. Knife ready, he stealthily peeked in the windows. The girl at the gate turned to face him, her face a mask of terror. Blood oozed from a wound on her forehead. She raised her hands protectively and sank to the ground. Warren lowered his arm with the knife and held up an empty palm. As he spoke to the girl, her expression softened. Soon she was craning her neck to see the SUV, hope in her eyes.
This is the end of CD number 4. Please continue listening on CD number 5. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary, CD number 5.
Kendra scooted out the door. Grandma and Tanu followed, calling her back, but she didn't heed them. When she locked eyes with her duplicate, the beleaguered girl's face instantly brightened. Kendra ran to her, crunching over the cold gravel. "You came," Kendra said when she got close. She had to speak loudly to be heard over the damaged car's incessant horn. "You told me to," the duplicate answered, slumping back against the gate. My left leg is broken. Same with my left wrist." "Why did you bash the gate?" Kendra asked. Grandma, Tanu, and Seth caught up, listening. "I was afraid. I have urgent information. Oh, I didn't know how close behind they were. The gate looked flimsy. You really messed yourself up, Kendra said. Most of these injuries are from before. The gash on my head reopened when I crashed. Kendra scrutinized her duplicate. You came here alone? Of your own free will, right? This isn't a trap? I can't be certain if they're chasing me or not. I don't think so. I've traveled a long distance. Grandpa, Dale, and Coulter were approaching from the far side of the gate. Dale and Coulter rode on ATVs. Hugo carried Grandpa. Let me share my news, the duplicate said. I'll feel better once it isn't just in my head anymore. The Sphinx used the Oculus. He had trouble, but he survived. What does he know? Grandma asked. The duplicate blinked at Grandma. Oh, it's so strange to see you outside of my memories. Let's see. He was trying to find the location of the key to an artifact called the Translocator. He had previously purchased information from a member of the family that manages the Obsidian Waste Preserve in Australia. Oh, apparently, Patton took the key from the preserve and hid it. Did the Sphinx find out where? Kendra asked. Dale unlocked the gate. The duplicate had been supporting her weight against it. Wincing, she leaned forward so Dale could pull it open. Yes, the key is at a dragon sanctuary called Wyrmroost, north of Montana. He plans to send in somebody named Navarog to retrieve it. Grandma raised a hand to her lips.
Oh, the demon prince, the dark dragon.
The person you guys let out of the quiet box, the duplicate said. Anyhow, using the Oculus exhausted the Sphinx. If he wasn't weak and in a rush, I doubt I would have escaped.
How did you get away? Grandma asked.
I jumped out of a moving car, the duplicate responded. But let me tell it in order. The Sphinx used the Oculus at Torina's house the morning after Kendra escaped. They had no idea we'd switched places. Nobody even noticed that Cody was missing. The Sphinx was excited because he thought he'd had a breakthrough on how to use the Oculus without losing his mind. He postponed their departure so he could try. They had me in the room while he did it. He succeeded, although it seemed touch and go at the end. Once free of the Oculus, he was groggy but excited, and started making plans about recovering the key from Wyrmroost. They took me from the room before I heard very much. I only know the details I told you. About an hour after the Sphinx came out of his trance, somebody noticed that the house was under surveillance. Oh, the Sphinx was furious. They took me through an underground tunnel to a different house, at least a block away. They had cars waiting, and we got out of town quickly. Right after our first stop for gas, I faked like I was feeling carsick and begged them to roll down the window. My hands were tied. The window came down as we were accelerating along the on-ramp, and I immediately dove through the opening. We were going fast. I broke my leg and wrist and picked up some nasty road rash. A bunch of motorists behind us pulled over, so the Sphinx kept right on going.
What did you tell people?
Seth asked. The duplicate grinned. Hey, Seth. I told this big nice trucker that my uncle had tried to kidnap me. Wasn't hard to believe. My wrists were still tied. Where did they take you? Kendra asked. Back to the gas station. I pretended to call my family. I couldn't remember Grandpa's cell phone number. People were talking about taking me to a hospital. Then I saw an old lady pull up to the gas station alone. She came inside and went straight to the bathroom. I pretended that I needed to use it too, and hobbled in after her. I cornered the lady in the stall and told her that the trucker was an abusive man who had picked me up hitchhiking. I stressed that I needed to get away from him. I asked her to pretend to be my great aunt and take me to the hospital. She agreed.
Whoa, so you faked like the lady was your relative, Seth said.
They bought it enough to let us leave, the duplicate said. The lady didn't know how badly I was hurt, although she could see where I was scraped up and bleeding. I told her that the hospital was just an excuse to get away from the trucker, then asked if she could take me to her house so I could use her phone. Oh, I lucked out. She was local, and she didn't have a cell phone. After we got to her place, I pretended to call Grandpa again. I told her he was coming to pick me up, but he lived over 2 hours away. She invited me to eat with her. She was really kind. I noticed that she had a computer, so I asked if I could check my email. Fortunately, the street and number of the Fablehaven driveway lingered in my brain. When I logged on, I printed up driving directions to this address. While she was fixing dinner, I wrote a note. I explained that I was stuck in a life-or-death emergency and promised to return the car along with a bunch of reward money. I took a single credit card from her purse, snagged her keys, slipped out the door, and stole her car.
Let me guess, Seth said. That's the car.
The duplicate nodded. Her address is on the driving directions in the passenger seat. Maybe you guys can fulfill my promise to her. Either way, I had to get here.
Oh, dear, you've been through quite an ordeal, Grandma said. You're lucky you weren't apprehended by the police, let alone the society. You used the credit card to buy gas?
The duplicate nodded. It didn't work the last time I tried. The tank is almost empty.
We'll see that the woman gets a new car and a generous reward, Grandpa promised. For now, we had best get you into the house. Tanu will see to your injuries.
Tanu scooped up the duplicate. She grimaced, then settled into his arms. He carried her gingerly. Good job, Kendra said to the duplicate. I'm relieved I found you. Getting here felt like a long shot. The endless honking stopped abruptly. Dale and Warren had pried open the hood and stood hunched over the crippled engine.
She seems just like you, Grandma murmured to Kendra as Tanu moved away. It's uncanny.
Yeah, and she won't last more than another day or two, Kendra said. The second dead Kendra this week. Seth sat on a sofa in the living room, tapping his knees as if playing the bongos. Grandpa had called an emergency council. They were all waiting for Tanu to come down from examining the sting bulb. Everybody was quiet and thoughtful. Seth frowned as he looked around the room. With the Sphinx coming ever closer to his goal, were these the people to stop him? More than half of them looked too old or too young. Sure, they had weathered some attacks from the Sphinx, but generally, he kept getting what he wanted, and nobody had launched any sort of successful counterattack against him. Seth felt certain the time had come to go on the offensive. Tanu came down the stairs and entered the room.
How is she? Grandma asked.
Her wrist is badly sprained. The leg is broken, but could be worse. A minor fracture. She also picked up plenty of road rash and a fairly severe concussion. Who knows how she managed to drive so far? She definitely has a lot of heart. I gave her some substances that will dull the pain and speed her recovery.
Not that she'll live to enjoy a recovery, Kendra muttered.
She's aware of her tiny lifespan, Tanu said. She kept asking to speak to you, Kendra. She hopes there is some other way she can serve you before she dies.
We could pack her in the quiet box, Seth said.
I'd rather preserve her in limbo than the evil Maddox. You never know when a duplicate Kendra might come in handy down the road.
Wouldn't that be torturous for her? Kendra asked.
Seems like she's content as long as she has a purpose, Tanu said.
Wouldn't hurt to make her the offer, Grandma suggested. See what she thinks.
We'll explore those possibilities with the duplicate after the meeting, Grandpa said. I have an unpleasant question, Warren said. Could the Kendra sting bulb have been corrupted? Or could it be a different sting bulb than the one Kendra left behind at the house in Monmouth?
Stan and I have thought this through, Grandma said. The Sphinx has clearly learned about the key at Wyrmroost. He didn't glean the info from Kendra or a sting bulb, because Kendra didn't learn that information until after she escaped. We see no strategic value he might gain in letting us know what he has discovered. In fact, the Sphinx would want to keep that discovery a secret in order to pursue the key at Wyrmroost uncontested. We'll keep an eye on the replicated Kendra, but Stan and I feel comfortable trusting her report.
Wait a minute, Seth said, eyes widening. What if the Kendra we rescued is just another replica? What if this isn't actually Kendra? She could have led the bad guys to our hotel room. We may not have seen the real Kendra yet. She might still be their prisoner. Everyone turned to Kendra. It's really me, Kendra assured them. Isn't there some sort of test? Some way to differentiate for sure?
She could read the message Patton left in the hidden chamber, Grandma said. That ability could not have been replicated by a sting bulb. Only potent fairy magic could bestow the capacity to read those words.
Grandpa nodded.
Agreed, but I appreciate your vigilance, Seth. We must remain wary. Question everything. Take nothing for granted. Now, I want to turn our attention to the matter of the Sphinx and the translocator.
Grandpa summarized what he, Kendra, and Coulter had learned about the location of the translocator and where Patton had hidden the necessary keys.
What are the chances of the Sphinx acquiring the first horn of a unicorn?
Grandma mused.
What were the chances of him finding sting bulbs? Coulter replied.
How rare are unicorn horns? Seth asked.
Unicorns are among the least encountered of all magical creatures, Grandpa said. We believe they still exist, but there is no certainty on the matter. They are elusive creatures of extraordinary purity, and their horns exhibit potent magical properties. Long ago, they were hunted to near extinction by greedy wizards. During the lifespan of a unicorn, each grows 3 horns. They shed the first 2 as they mature, sort of like humans losing baby teeth. The horn here at Fablehaven is the only first horn I know to exist anywhere. But that doesn't mean the Sphinx will fail to find another one elsewhere, Coulter emphasized. Yeah, we'd be unwise to count on him failing, Warren agreed, especially if he's gaining mastery over the Oculus. Somehow, somewhere, he'll find one.
For all we know, he may already have found one, Grandma said bleakly.
If this is our worry, Grandpa said, I see no other option than to try to beat the Sphinx to the key at Wyrmroost. We have all witnessed the Sphinx's resourcefulness. Knowing the location of the key to the Australian vault, he will find a way to get Navarog into the Dragon Sanctuary. And once he recovers the vault key, his acquisition of the translocator will not be far behind.
But can we protect the vault key better than the dragons of Wyrmroost?
Tanu asked.
At least we can keep the vault key in motion, Grandpa replied. We can use it or transfer it. Since the Sphinx knows the current location, it is only a matter of time before he claims it.
Then our first task is to retrieve the horn from the centaurs, Grandma said.
Dale whistled.
Good luck with that one. That horn is their most prized possession. They revere Patton for giving it to them. It provides the energy that turned Grunhold into a safe haven during the Shadow Plague. Could we convince them we only mean to borrow it? Grandpa proposed. We could return the horn after the mission. Unless we're all eaten by dragons, Coulter mentioned.
It will be tough to convince them, Grandma said.
That's an understatement, Dale asserted. Why not steal it? Seth suggested. The others laughed darkly. Unpleasant as it sounds, Warren said, it may come to that. Anybody know much about where they keep it? The centaurs have a proud private society, Grandpa said. But as caretaker, I technically have a right to visit them without fear of harm once a year. Otherwise, they have the right to slay any who venture onto their allotted land. I have only exercised the right twice. Theirs is not pleasant company.
We would want to get as close to the horn as we can, Grandma said. analyze the lay of the land so we can plan a raid if necessary. Then we can make a case for borrowing it.
If they refuse to lend us the horn, the visit doubles as a reconnaissance mission, Warren finished.
I'll send them word of our visit right away,
Grandpa said.
We'll go tomorrow.
I'm coming, Seth declared. The centaurs have no fondness for you, Grandpa reminded him. Your impertinence led to Broadhoof's humiliation at Patton's hands. We'll want you as far from their domain as possible.
They will blame us all for the death of Broadhoof,
Grandma said. Which is why we should bring Kendra, Grandpa said. Broadhoof helped her defeat the plague. Her purpose there will be to honor the centaurs for Broadhoof's sacrifice. If she can do so with sincerity, it may help our cause. We can't expect to dodge the issue.
I'd be happy to apologize, Kendra said. I feel terrible that he died, and he really did help save us all.
You'll have to be careful, Grandma said.
They won't want your pity. Their pride will reject any such offering. But if you show sincere gratitude for his sacrifice, acknowledging his role in saving Fablehaven, it might make some headway.
Would it be safe for Kendra? Coulter asked. Won't the centaurs blame her more than anyone for his death? She was riding him at the time. They may, Grandpa said, but under the protection of my annual visitation rights, they will not be able to harm her. Furthermore, they will hesitate to openly blame a young Curl for his demise. Being slain by a mighty demon has a much more heroic ring to it. Who else should accompany you? Tano asked. Most of you, Grandpa replied. I'll want as many pairs of eyes assessing the situation as possible. Except mine, Seth muttered. We mustn't leave Seth and the house unguarded, Coulter said. Unguarded? Seth complained. Are you trying to destroy my self-esteem? Dale has crossed paths with the centaurs more than most of us, Grandpa said. Ruth is a talented negotiator. Warren, Tano, and Coulter are all seasoned adventurers with experience recovering guarded items. Plus, Coulter has specific expertise involving magical items. I can hold down the fort, Seth assured them stoutly. I'll stay behind. Warren, Tano, and Coulter offered in unison. Warren will remain at the house with Seth, Grandpa stated. Seth, the decision to leave you with extra protection has nothing to do with our estimation of your valor, and everything to do with your age. Maybe I could join you guys in disguise, Seth proposed.
We can't take this mission lightly, Grandma said. We must keep this visit as civil as possible. If we fail to recover the horn, the Sphinx will recover the key, unchallenged. Your history with the centaurs is tainted, Seth. They may be able to get over the heroic death of Broadhoof, but centaurs never forget an insult.
Oh, I hate how my past actions keep messing up my future options, Seth muttered. Ah, then you've started down the road to wisdom, Grandpa replied. Chapter 12. Grunhold. Seth tromped across the yard wearing insulated boots. No snow remained on the lush green lawn or in the vibrant flower beds. The fairies had melted it away. Beyond the yard, the rising wind had shaken much of the snow from the naked tree branches, leaving the ground below blanketed by whiteness. A gray expanse of featureless clouds dulled the sky from horizon to horizon. Last night, they had transferred the sting bulb Kendra into the quiet box, removing the fake Maddox who would soon expire in his dungeon cell. The sting bulb Kendra had been excited about the prospect of using the quiet box to prolong her life. Seth found it very weird that he had now met 3 separate versions of his sister. At the edge of the yard, Seth set off into the trees, feet punching through the icy glaze atop the snow and then sinking at least 10 inches into fluffy powder. Where the snow had drifted, it rose above the tops of his boots. "Ahoy, Seth!" Doran called from where he reclined on a hammock. Newell slid off his hammock, hoofed goat legs sinking in a deep drift.
You got a message?
I saw it from my window. Somebody had stomped the words, hammocks today, in the snow beyond the perimeter of the yard, outside the attic window.
We noticed you weren't among the group that left earlier, Doran said. Where were they heading?
To the centaurs.
Ha ha, lucky day for you, Newell said. They'll get nothing but high heads and dirty looks from that lot.
I wanted to go. I know centaurs can be jerks, but they're just so cool.
Don't believe the cool part for a second, Doran said. The extra set of legs turns them into pompous nimrods. Yeah, you'll fare much better in our company, Newell avowed. 2 hooves are glorious. 4 are overkill.
I'm glad to see you guys, Seth said, smiling for the first time that day.
Your hammock is waiting, Newell offered. Make yourself comfortable. We've been, thinking about our prior discussion, and we have a new proposition for you.
I think you'll like this one, Doran said. Seth sat down on his hammock, kicked his boots together to knock the snow off, then swung his legs up. I'm listening.
We've been, trolling the tar pit some more, Newell began. We know you feel uncomfortable about removing valuables from Fablehaven, Doran said. But what if we found something you could use here? Newell proposed.
He rummaged in a large, coarse gunny sack and removed a metal breastplate, smoky gray with a rich sheen.
Whoa, Seth said, sitting up.
I know, Doran said. Oh, how cool is that?
Seth, this spell-forged breastplate is composed of adamant, Newell explained, turning it over in his hands. The lightest, strongest magical alloy ever devised. In bygone days, wars were waged to obtain armor of this quality. A wealthy lord would have gladly emptied his treasury in exchange for a piece like this.
Doran motioned toward the armor.
These days, an article like this is considerably rarer. The breastplate is absolutely priceless.
You don't say. What do you want for it? Seth asked, trying to sound nonchalant. Newell and Doran exchanged a glance. Doran nodded and Newell spoke.
We were thinking, 96 size C batteries.
Seth had to resist an urge to laugh. Would they really part with precious armor for batteries? Let me see it. Newell handed the breastplate to Seth. It felt almost as light as plastic, but when he tried to bend it, the metal was unyielding.
What do you think? Doran asked.
Feels kind of flimsy, Seth said. Wearing his best bargaining face, he examined the armor suspiciously.
Oh, flimsy? Newell exclaimed. Hugo couldn't scratch it with a sledgehammer. The lightweight is part of the value. Without restricting your freedom of movement, that breastplate will turn any blade, stop any arrow.
But, why do I need armor? Seth said, deliberately giving them a hard time. I'm not a knight. This may have been the ultimate prize back in the olden days, but guys, any object is only as valuable as a buyer is willing to pay. Newell and Doran leaned together and conferred quietly.
72 batteries is our final offer,
Newell declared. Seth shrugged. Look, I've known you guys for a while now, and I like you. But, I don't know, I bet Nero would give you some gold for this.
Didn't you get the news flash?
Newell said, grinding his teeth.
Gold no longer buys batteries. We really need batteries,
Doran begged.
We're missing so many shows.
Seth worked hard to resist a smile. The satyrs were desperate. They were normally much savvier negotiators. Well, I'll have to sleep on it.
He's toying with us,
Doran accused, eyes narrow.
He's enjoying this. Who wants to be a knight more than Seth Sorensen? Ah, you're on to him,
Newell agreed, holding out a hand to Seth.
Give it back.
Seth burst into laughter.
Okay, look, you guys need to lighten up.
We were trying to have a serious conversation,
Newell said stiffly, beckoning for the armor with his fingers.
You're right, Seth. Value is subjective. Since nobody wants it, we'll just, go chuck the armor back in the tar pit.
Seth cleared his throat and assumed a serious expression.
Upon further reflection, I've decided to accept your offer.
Ouch, too bad,
Dorn lamented.
The sale just ended.
Newell yanked the breastplate out of Seth's grasp.
The price just shot up to 120 batteries. Surely much more than a disinterested onlooker like yourself would be willing to provide.
Okay, look,
Seth said, trying not to sound nervous.
The breastplate is really sweet, and it could come in handy. I shouldn't have teased you. I know your lack of batteries stresses you out. I was just bored, so I was trying to be a tough negotiator.
You're our only battery supplier,
Newell said.
We've been racking our brains over this. You can't tease us like that. Not about batteries.
The more TV we get, the more we need,
Dorn explained. Seth raised his eyebrows.
Maybe you guys are spending too much time in front of the tube. It's making you grouchy. Grandpa might be right. Maybe you should take some time off and learn to appreciate nature.
We've spent the last 4,000 years appreciating nature,
Newell groaned.
Oh, we get it. Plants are pretty and smell nice. For us, the new and exotic frontier is season finale cliffhangers.
It's your life,
Seth said.
Look, of course I want the armor, but the society is after us like never before, so it may take a couple of weeks before I can make it to a store. If you give me the priceless breastplate, I'll score you guys 120C batteries as soon as possible.
Done,
Newell said, tossing the breastplate back to Seth.
We fitted it with straps so you can wear it home,
Doran said.
Can I come out now?
A voice inquired from behind Seth.
Yeah, sure,
Newell replied.
Virl?
Seth said, twisting in his hammock. The cow-spotted satyr skipped into view, holding a large rectangular object bundled in brown paper.
I need your help. Where were you?
Seth asked.
Crouching behind a snowdrift. Newell said I had to keep out of sight until they concluded business with you.
What are batteries, by the way?
Tiny cylinders of power,
Doran said.
Don't strain your brain.
Right,
Virl said, peeling back the brown paper to reveal the object in his hands. It was a canvas with a large image of Kendra's face rendered in charcoal.
Wow,
Seth said.
That looks pretty realistic. You drew it?
Along with many others,
Virl admitted timidly.
At first, I produced pictures of us together on a carousel, rowing in a canal, waltzing at a bowl. Doran warned me I was trying too hard. I finally settled on this striking vision of my muse. What better way to declare my affection than to simply revel in her beauty? Would you be so kind as to deliver it?
Yeah, no problem,
Seth said, grinning.
Oh, I blush to think of her beholding my work,
Virl confessed, handing over the canvas.
Yeah, so do we,
Newell assured him.
Oh, she'll love it,
Seth said, trying to accept the canvas. Virl would not let go.
You sure, Virl?
Doran taunted.
Pretty mushy stuff. Stan won't like it.
Virl released his hold on the picture.
Yes, I'm sure. Take it to Kendra. Oh, with my highest regards.
Seth felt and heard a rumbling that built into words.
Come to me, Seth.
Seth stared at Newell and Doran.
Did you guys hear that?
What?
Doran asked.
Virl guaranteeing his humiliation?
Oh, loud and clear.
No, a voice calling my name, Seth said.
Visit me tonight. There is little time.
The voice was like distant thunder. Nothing? Seth asked. The satyrs shook their heads. The faint rumbling faded. Newell tapped Seth on the arm with his fist.
Feeling all right there, buddy?
Seth forced a smile. Yeah, I'm okay. I keep hearing things lately. Maybe I should get back to the yard. He slid out of the hammock.
Keep the breastplate, Newell said. Just don't forget that you owe us,
120 Psi-C batteries, Seth finished. 4 stoic centaurs waited at the border of their domain, muscular torsos bare, except for wolfskins draped across their powerful shoulders. Kendra recognized 2 of them. The silver one with the enormous bow was Cloudwing. The other was Stormbrow, whom Kendra had mostly seen as a dark centaur. The coat of his horse body was white, dappled with gray. He had a high forehead and long, lank hair. One of the unfamiliar centaurs had a golden hide and was not as excessively muscled as the others. The final centaur had chestnut fur and curly auburn hair. Hugo brought the cart to a stop in front of the centaurs. Grandpa had already explained that Hugo would not be able to enter the centaur's realm. "Greetings, Stan Sorensen," proclaimed Cloudwing in a clear, musical baritone.
Good day, Cloudwing, Grandpa said. Stormbrow, Quickstride, Bloodthorn. I take it you received my message.
"Yesterday's golem bore us tidings of your advent," Cloudwing replied. "You brought many companions."
We need to counsel with Greymane, Grandpa said.
Cloudwing dipped his head. "Such is your right, once per annum."
You have the girl with you,
Stormbrow accused, his voice deep and harsh.
She accompanies us to offer appreciation for Broadhoof's noble sacrifice, Grandpa said.
Her gratitude is not required,
Stormbrow grated.
Nevertheless, here we are,
Grandpa replied, climbing down from the wagon. "Stay aboard the cart," Cloudwing instructed. "We will tow you onward." The golden centaur and the reddish centaur came forward and took hold of the handles Hugo had used to pull the wagon. Grandpa had explained that if they didn't solicit help, the centaurs might offer this service in order to shorten the duration of their visit. They were currently on the far side of Fablehaven's marshlands. The road they had traveled had skirted the fens for the latter portion of the journey. Behind them, vapor hung above the foul, unfrozen water, where slime, moss, and tall, weedy plants thrived in defiance of winter. With no further words, the centaurs broke into a canter, towing the cart along at great speed. Kendra reviewed the instructions Grandpa had given. Unless engaged in conversation, centaurs considered eye contact a challenge. She was supposed to keep quiet unless Grandpa identified specific opportunities for her to speak. They were all under orders to accept insults graciously and without rebuttal. Given his knack for infuriating centaurs, she was relieved that her brother had stayed home. The centaurs hauled them through an extensive vineyard and a sweet-smelling orchard populated by diverse fruit trees. Fairies flitted among the vegetation, driving back the snow and keeping the plants unseasonably fruitful. Only at the main house and near the Fairy Queen's shrine had Kendra ever seen so many. She also spotted female centaurs in the midst of the trees, effortlessly balancing huge baskets laden with fruit. Wrapped in furs, the women possessed a hard, cold beauty. Beyond the orchard, they passed into a snowy grove of tall evergreens. Occasionally, Kendra glimpsed pavilions through the trees. When the cart emerged from the grove, a tremendous block of stone loomed before them. 3 times as tall as it was wide, the megalith towered 30 feet high. Off to either side, Kendra saw other monolithic standing stones curving out of sight to form a ring around a broad hill. "We will proceed on foot," Cloudwing announced. "Welcome to Granhold." The centaurs who had been towing them released their hold on the wagon. Kendra clambered down along with the others and followed the 4 centaurs around the megalith and up the gentle slope. Their path wound around hedges and earthworks, beneath arched trellises, up ramps, and over small, decorative bridges. As in the vineyard and the orchard, colorful fairies filled the air, keeping the vegetation in bloom. Among the terraced gardens, Kendra observed standing stones of varied shape and size, smaller cousins of the megaliths encircling the base of the hill. Here and there, male and female centaurs roamed or conversed, showing little interest in the visitors. Occasionally, Kendra noticed yawning entrances recessed into the hillside. Kendra wondered how far the shadowy tunnels extended. As they neared the top of the hill, Kendra stared up at the primitive dolmen on the summit. 5 massive upright stones served as columns to support an immense slab of rock, together forming a crude shelter. It looked as though an army of giants would have been required to place the enormous slab atop the other stones. Beneath the massive capstone waited a brooding centaur the color of a storm cloud. His long gray hair matched his bushy beard and the fur of his equine body. His eyebrows were the same darker gray of his tail. Although his face looked older than the other centaurs, it was not wrinkled. His torso may have carried more fat than the others, but none were more heavily muscled.
"Greetings, Stan Sorensen,"
Greymane intoned as they approached.
"What brings you and yours to Granhold?"
"Greetings, Greymane,"
Grandpa answered formally.
"We are here to honor the nobility of Broadhoof and to ask a favor." "Come forward,"
Greymane invited, backing away. There was ample room inside the dolmen for the 5 centaurs and the 6 human visitors. The shelter had no furniture, so they stood facing one another, the centaurs on one side, the humans on the other. Kendra glanced up nervously at the enormous slab above them. If it fell, they would all be squished, flat as tortillas.
"I am not acquainted with all of those in your party," Greymane said. "You remember my wife, Ruth, and my assistant, Dale," Grandpa said. "This is Tanagatoa, a renowned potion master. Coulter, a lifelong friend and an expert in magical relics. And my granddaughter, Kendra." "The self-same Kendra who sat astride Broadhoof as he perished?" Greymane asked, glancing at Cloudwing. "The same," Grandpa replied. "Broadhoof bore her and the fairy stone into Curasok's realm. Without his bravery, Fablehaven would have fallen into darkness." "We feel his loss," Greymane said. "Broadhoof was like a son to me. Tell me, Kendra, how he died." Kendra glanced at Grandpa, who gave a brief nod. Her gaze shifted to Greymane, her neck craning back. He stared down at her gravely. Her mouth felt dry. Trying to suppress her nerves, she reminded herself that the centaurs could not harm them. This was an official protected visit. All she had to do was relate the truth in a gracious way. "We were riding for the black tree with the nail in it. The only way to stop the plague was to destroy the nail. The stone the Fairy Queen had given me could counteract the plague. I had used the stone to heal people and creatures who were infected by the plague. She told me that uniting the stone with the nail would destroy both objects. All around us, dark creatures attacked. Aphira, the Hamadryad who belonged to the tree with the nail, had originated the plague along with Curasok. She attacked Broadhoof to protect the tree. Her touch could darken any creature. Just ask Stormbrow. But because Broadhoof was in contact with me, and I had the stone, when Aphira touched him, he found himself trapped between 2 powers. The stone prevented him from turning dark, but the strain killed him. Broadhoof managed to get us near enough to the tree that we ultimately succeeded. Uniting the stone and the nail
cost my friend Lena her life. Without the help of Broadhoof, we would have been doomed. I'm so sorry he died. I had no idea that getting stuck between the power of the stone and the nail would kill him. I mourn for him. He was a true hero." Kendra noticed that a cluster of fairies had gathered near the dolmen as she spoke. She tried to ignore them so she could concentrate on Greymane's response.
"I have already heard this account from others who were present. I appreciate your forthright retelling of the events and join you in mourning."
His eyes turned to Grandpa.
"Was the loss of one of our finest worth rescuing the preserve? I think not. But for our present purposes, I will agree that Broadhoof died a hero, and leave it at that. You mentioned a favor? We were hoping to see the first horn you keep in your possession," Grandpa said.
Greymane traded startled looks with Cloudwing and Stormbrow. His dark tail swished.
"None are permitted to lay eyes on the soul of Grunhold."
"My ancestor presented you with the first horn as a favor,"
Grandma reminded him. Greymane stamped a hoof.
"I am aware of the origin of our talisman. It was freely given. If we are to discuss past favors suddenly requiring compensation, I might submit the death of Broadhoof as an ample display of gratitude."
"Oh, I do not mean to suggest that we have a claim on the horn," Grandma said. "I hoped merely to point out that it is not inherently for the exclusive use of centaurs. Humans have successfully watched over the soul of Grunhold in the past."
"To what end would you make this observation?"
Greymane asked.
"Well, dark times have befallen the world,"
Grandma said with severity.
"Sinister forces are gathering talismans to open the great prison Zyzzyx and unleash the demons of old."
Dire tidings indeed,"
Greymane acknowledged.
"Yet, how is it our concern? We require the horn to access a key that will enable us to safeguard one of the talismans," Grandpa said. "If we can protect the talismanic artifacts, we can prevent the prison from opening."
Greymane shared quiet words with Cloudwing on his right, then Stormbrow on his left.
"You would remove the soul of Grunhold from Fablehaven?"
"We would return it within days," Grandma said. "We ask no aid except to briefly borrow the horn."
Greymane slowly shook his head.
Should the demon horde escape Zyzzyx, the soul of Grunhold would be our only defense. We cannot accept the risk. You ask too much." "If the demons escape Zyzzyx, Grunhold will become a small island in a sea of evil," Grandpa stressed. "Under assault from the demon horde, the horn will fail, and Grunhold will fall. If, however, we prevent the demons from escaping Zyzzyx, Grunhold may well endure forever." "We cannot send our prized talisman into peril," Greymane replied. "When you removed the power from the shrine of the very queen, you destroyed it, leaving her sanctuary irreparably desecrated. My decision stands. Find another method to accomplish your aims. We will not lend you, or anyone, the soul of Grunhold." "Could we at least look upon the horn?" Grandpa asked. "Another way to protect the talismans that unlock Zyzzyx would be to ensure that our enemies will not be able to steal the horn from you. Such assurance is vital." Greymane smirked dourly. "You might also appreciate the chance to scout for ways to pilfer the horn yourself."
"The horn must not be stolen," Grandma affirmed. "We have no desire to rob you."
"As you should know, the soul of Grunhold cannot be stolen," Greymane said. "The first horn of a unicorn can only be found or given. The object radiates such purity that even the most jaded scoundrel would be overwhelmed with enough guilt and remorse at the thought of stealing it to render him incapable of carrying out the robbery."
The imposing centaur gave Grandpa a pointed look.
even if the thief had convinced himself he only meant to borrow it. What if our powerful enemies found a way to circumvent such remorse? Grandpa inquired. With your assent, I could station guards. We have guards of our own, the finest inhabiting this preserve, Greymane stated. Furthermore, the soul of Grunhold lies deep inside the hill, at the heart of a Tauren maze. A maze of invisible walls? Coulter exclaimed. Greymane nodded. The same as my kind used anciently. Fatal spells lace the unseen barriers. The intruder who touches any wall will be instantly struck down.
Such contact will also raise an alarm, Stormbrow added.
Our enemies have proven themselves unbelievably resourceful, Grandpa worried.
Ha! You still doubt? Greymane scoffed. At the heart of the unsolvable maze awaits Adnar, the mountain troll, as a final redundancy.
A mountain troll? Dale exclaimed. How did you win his loyalty?
We reached an arrangement, Greymane replied flatly. It involves copious quantities of food and drink. What about the entrance to the maze? Grandma asked.
Greymane fell silent, scrutinizing the humans one by one.
The entrance to the great hollow below the hill is sealed. I will refrain from relating the specifics to prevent any of you from imprudently coming to harm. We wouldn't dare make an attempt for the horn, Grandpa assured him. As you say, it would be impossible. You give us reason to hope our enemies would be equally daunted. Perhaps we can locate a first horn through other channels. Wisely spoken, Greymane said. Do not forget, any attempt to steal the soul of Grunhold would mean war with the centaurs. We have our allotted realm, but by treaty, we remain free to roam most of the length and breadth of Fablehaven, with the exception of a few private domains. War with the centaurs would mean the end of your preserve. Which is why we traveled here to solicit the favor according to protocol, Grandma placated. Yes, well, it disappoints us that you refuse to lend us the horn, Grandpa admitted. Much evil abroad and at home may flow from that decision, yet we acknowledge it as your decision to make. Then our parley is at an end, Greymane announced. Return to your domain in peace. We have it on good authority that our enemies are interested in the horn, Grandma said. Stay vigilant.
Greymane turned his back on them.
We require no such advice from humans, Cloudwing clarified. Permit us to escort you to the borders of our realm. Very well, Grandpa said, his voice formal. Farewell, Greymane.
Kendra followed the others out of the massive stone shelter. She noticed that a cluster of fairies continued to hover nearby, gazing at her curiously. When she showed them prolonged attention, several of the fairies fluttered away, probably in an attempt to appear disinterested. One of the fairies who remained looked familiar. Tinier than most fairies, she had fiery wings shaped like flower petals. I know you, Kendra said. The other fairies who had remained turned to jealously regard the small red fairy.
Yes,
the fairy chirped, darting closer to Kendra. Rolling their eyes, the other fairies dispersed. You were one of the 3 who helped us when we defeated the Shadow Plague.
Correct. I overheard your conversation with Greymane.
Didn't go so well. Kendra noticed Stormbrow watching her surreptitiously. She doubted whether he could understand the fairy, but Kendra spoke in plain English. She lowered her voice and resolved to choose her words carefully.
The centaurs will never part with the horn,
the fairy informed her.
Can you help us get it?
Kendra whispered, hanging back from the others, eyes on the centaurs. The tiny fairy gave a light, tinkling laugh.
Not likely, but I do know where you can find the entrance to the maze.
Please, tell me.
Gladly. By the way, if I refused, you could command me to reveal what I know. Just a little tip for the future. Many fairies are unhelpful. The entrance lies beneath the southernmost warding stone.
The gigantic one? Kendra asked, nodding her head toward the tremendous megaliths at the base of the hill.
Yes,
The fairy answered. They look too big to move, Kendra whispered.
much too big,
The fairy agreed.
and bound in place by spells. But 2 hours before dawn, the stones march. They trade places. Takes them an hour. For that hour of the night, while the stones are marching, the entrance to the maze lies wide open. It is the only time the centaurs can enter.
Those humongous stones move by themselves?
All 20 of them. It's quite a sight.
Do many centaurs go into the maze?
Not often.
Can you, tell me anything else?
I've learned to pick up phrases in the Tauran language. I listen in on their conversations for practice. Only a few centaurs know how to navigate the maze. They only go in to bring food for their troll. They love the horn and would kill to protect it. Don't go after it, Kendra.
Thanks, Kendra said earnestly. We better not talk too long. The centaurs are already suspicious.
My pleasure.
The tiny fairy zipped away. Kendra walked with the others back to the cart. She sat in silence as they passed through the evergreen grove, the orchard, and the vineyard. When they reached the edge of the dreary, steaming marsh, the centaurs handed the wagon back to Hugo, who stood waiting exactly where they had left him. Once they were well along the path, Kendra scooted near Grandpa. "Are we safe to talk about what happened?" she asked. Grandpa looked around.
I think so, if we keep our voices down.
"I know where the maze begins."
What?
Grandpa looked startled.
How?
"A fairy told me. The entrance is hidden beneath the southernmost warding stone. That is what the fairy called the giant stones at the bottom of the hill. 2 hours before dawn, the stones move around, leaving the entrance accessible for about an hour."
Well done, Kendra, Grandpa said. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it changes our circumstances much. Few creatures have more raw power than mountain trolls. None of us can navigate a Tauran maze, and even without the obstacles, the horn can't be stolen in the first place. If they don't give it to us, we can't take it. Am I wrong?
Everyone was now huddled close around the conversation.
I have no idea how we could borrow the horn without permission, Tanu said. Nor do I, Dale concurred. Our best bet is to start searching elsewhere, Coulter suggested. Somewhere in the wide world, there must be another first horn.
We'll be racing the Sphinx,
Grandma said.
and he has the oculus.
Grandpa frowned.
That may be so, but a glimmer of hope is better than none at all.
Chapter 13. Shadow Charmer. The alarm on Seth's wristwatch roused him from sleep. He fumbled with the tiny buttons until the beeping stopped. Leaning up on one elbow, he watched the motionless lump on Kendra's bed. The alarm did not seem to have disturbed her. Even so, he waited. Kendra could be crafty. She seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to preventing mischief. Minutes passed, but Seth stayed in bed. It gave his mind time to fully awaken. Earlier that day, after the others had returned from their mission among the centaurs, they had related to Seth and Warren all they had discovered. The decision had been made to start hunting for a unicorn's first horn outside of Fablehaven. Quietly, Seth had begun to make his own plans. He had spent the afternoon wondering about the voice he had heard while conversing with the satyrs. At first, he had assumed the speaker was some random ghost wandering the woods. Later, a more convincing possibility came to mind. He now felt confident that the voice belonged to the demon Grolus. After that realization, the plan began to fall into place. Grolus must have been impressed that Seth had helped overthrow the Shadow Plague, just as the demon had been astonished with how he had defeated the Revenant. Seth felt sure that the demon was summoning him. Since Grolus was calling to him, it must mean the demon had useful information. The possibilities were exhilarating. Perhaps Grolus could explain why Seth was hearing ghostly voices. After all, dark mysteries were his specialty, and hopefully Grolus could provide pointers on how they could swipe the horn from the centaurs after all. A visit to the demon might be all it would take for Seth to save the day. His grandparents were always encouraging him to learn from his mistakes, and Seth had learned enough about his grandparents to know they would never permit him to visit the demon. They were relentlessly overprotective. If he brought it up, they would be on guard and do everything in their power to stop him. So Seth decided he would keep his plan to himself, leaving a note under the bed in case things went wrong and he never returned. Could this be a trap? Yes, but if Grolus had wanted to kill him, the demon could have done so the last time Seth had visited. Could visiting Grolus place anyone besides himself in jeopardy? No, he couldn't see how. What if he was mistaken and Grolus had not been summoning him? What if the mysterious voice had an entirely different origin? If he dropped by uninvited, might the demon kill him for intruding? Maybe, but the Sphinx was on his way to collecting his third artifact, and Seth's friends and family were grasping at straws. Somebody had to make an aggressive move. Seth gritted his teeth. When all hope was gone, wasn't it his job to fix things? Of course it was. Rolling out of bed, Seth strapped on his adamant breastplate and pulled a camouflage shirt over it. He put on jeans, laced up his boots, and grabbed his coat, gloves, and hat. Then he retrieved his emergency kit from under the bed. The kit contained odds and ends that might come in handy to someone alone in the woods on an adventure. In addition to standard equipment like a flashlight, a compass, a pocket knife, a magnifying glass, a whistle, a mirror, and various snacks, Seth had retained the gaseous potion from the hotel. In the commotion, Tanu had forgotten to ask for it back. Seth stuffed his pillows under his covers, then crept to the door and down the stairs, listening behind for sounds of Kendra stirring and ahead for evidence of anyone else up and about. The house remained quiet, and he silently made his way to the garage, found a mountain bike, and wheeled it outside. He wished he had the guts to borrow an ATV, but worried that the noise would awaken somebody and end his excursion before it began. Somewhere in the darkness, Hugo and Mendigo were watching over the yard. Seth hoped he could slip quietly past them. Hopefully, they had no direct orders to keep him out of the woods. The night was well below freezing. Unseen clouds blotted out all light from the heavens. A few softly glowing fairies bobbed among the flowers in the yard, providing the only illumination. Seth mounted the bike and soon discovered that heavy boots were not designed for pedaling. Once he gained some momentum, the endeavor became somewhat easier. He knew the way to the cave where Grolus lived. From what Seth had seen, Hugo had been keeping the main pass through Fablehaven relatively clear of snow. Hopefully, that would hold true on his way to the cave. Otherwise, he might have to ditch the bike and walk. Seth pedaled across the lawn toward the path he needed. Squinting in the darkness, he rode through a flower bed and had to hit the brakes and turn to avoid a row of rose bushes. He decided to walk the bike until he was far enough from the house to use a light. Just as he was passing out of the yard onto the path, a huge hand gripped his shoulder and hoisted him into the air. The mountain bike clattered to the ground. Seth cried out in startled terror before realizing he had been apprehended by Hugo.
Late,
The golem rumbled. "Set me down," Seth demanded, legs swinging. "Oh, you almost scared me to death." Hugo placed Seth on his feet.
go home.
Hugo said, pointing at the house. "Are you under orders to send me back?" Seth asked, slipping a hand into his emergency kit.
Guard.
Hugo said. "Oh, right. They told you to guard the yard, not to babysit me."
Wood's bad. Seth alone.
"Want to come with me?" Seth tried, jittery fingers finding the potion bottle.
Guard.
Hugo repeated more firmly. "I get it. You have your orders. But I have mine. I have to run a crucial errand."
Stan mad.
"You mean Grandpa wouldn't want me running off?" "Of course not. He thinks I still wear diapers, which is why I'm doing this in the middle of the night. You have to trust me, Hugo. I know I've done some dumb things in the past, but I've also saved the day. I have to sneak into the woods for a little while. It isn't for idiotic reasons, like to get gold. Basically, I'm trying to save the world." The golem stood in silence for a moment.
Not safe.
"Yeah, it isn't totally safe," Seth admitted, "but I'm prepared. See, I even have this potion from Tanu. I'm going someplace I've been before. I'll stay on the path and be careful. If I try to get permission, I'll fail. They won't let me. But only I can do this. Sneaking away is my only choice. You have to trust me." Hugo turned and looked at the house. Seth could barely see the earthen giant in the darkness.
Hugo, come.
"You'll come? You don't have to join me. We don't want to leave the yard unguarded." Hugo pointed across the yard.
Mendigo.
"Oh, Mendigo is on lookout too," he confirmed.
Seth, go. Hugo, come.
Relief flooded through Seth. This was unexpected good fortune. He wondered if Hugo would still consent once he knew the destination. There was only one way to find out. "Hugo, take me to the cave where Grollis lives." Hugo picked up Seth.
Seth, sure?
"We have to go there. He can give me important info. It could help save everyone. Remember last time? Grandpa didn't want me to go there, but we ended up getting information that helped us stop the plague." Hugo loped away into the woods, moving swiftly. When traveling without the cart, the golem preferred to move cross-country rather than sticking to roads or paths. Ice and snow crunched under the golem's massive feet. Bare branches whipped past in the darkness, but Hugo altered how he cradled Seth to keep limbs from scraping him. This was so much better than awkwardly biking along icy trails in the frigid darkness. Seth had given no real consideration to the possibility of Hugo helping him. He had heard Grandpa give the golem orders to protect the yard, and he had never known the golem to disobey a command. Hugo was becoming more of a free thinker than Seth had realized. After pounding through the cold night long enough for Seth to start worrying about frostbite, the golem came to a halt and set him down. The night was too dark for Seth to discern any landmarks, but he figured the sudden stop meant they had reached their destination. The golem would not be able to set foot on the land allotted to Grollis. If Seth ran into trouble, he would be on his own. Seth retrieved the flashlight from his emergency kit. The beam glittered on a snowy slope that led up to a steep hill with a cave in the side. Seth rubbed life back into his partially numb ears, then adjusted his hat and coat to cover his face better. "Thanks for the lift," Seth said. "I'll be back soon."
Be safe.
As Seth tromped through the snow toward the cave, he began to question the sanity of this excursion. He was walking alone at night into the cave of an evil and powerful demon. Hoping to bolster his spirits, he shone the flashlight back at Hugo. Under the single white beam, standing in the snow, the golem looked different, like some strange, primitive statue. Hardly comforting. Clenching his jaw, Seth increased his pace. If he was going through with this, he might as well get it over with. He marched past the rotten post with the dangling, rusted shackles, paused outside the spacious mouth of the cave, almost turned back, and then strode inside. Seth hurried along the excavated tunnel, winding past a couple of curves before reaching a stuffy room with roots twisting down from the domed ceiling. The first thing that struck him was the unnatural warmth. The second was the smell, sweet and disgusting, like spoiled fruit. After shining his light across rotting furniture, smashed crates, pale bones, and moldering books, Seth let the beam settle on a massive shape slumped against the wall. He could see and hear the shape taking slow, ragged breaths. The lumpy figure stirred, cobwebs billowing, and sat up. The flashlight shone on a dusty face dripping with wrinkled lobes of inflamed flesh. A pair of ram horns curled from the sides of the bald head, and a milky film clouded the cold black eyes.
You came.
The demon wheezed in an impossibly deep voice.
You really did call me,
Seth said.
I thought so.
And you heard me.
A fit of coughing seized the moribund demon, sending plumes of dust into the air. When the spasm finished, Grawlus spat a shiny wad of greenish gunk into the corner.
Come closer.
Seth approached the huge demon. Even with Grawlus seated on the ground, Seth stood no higher than his hunched shoulder. The foul smell intensified as he drew near, becoming a rancid medley of decay and infection. Seth fought the urge to puke. Grawlus closed his eyes and tilted his head back, his bulky chest laboring like a huge bellows. Seth heard a wet rattling with each strained inhalation.
Are you okay?
Seth asked. The demon tilted his grotesque head back and forth, waddles flopping as he stretched his neck. He spoke slowly.
I am more awake than when we last spoke, but I am still dying. As I mentioned when we met before, death comes slowly for my kind. Months are like minutes. In a way, I envy Curasok.
He's really dead?
He has passed beyond this sphere of existence. His new abode is less pleasant. No doubt, he will be there to greet me.
A small spider descended from the tip of one of the ram horns, suspended by a silvery thread.
Why did you want to see me?
Seth asked. The demon cleared his throat.
You were foolish to come. If you understood who I was, you would stay far away. Or maybe you were not so foolish, for again, I mean to help you. Tell me how your abilities are developing.
Well, I could hear you when I was in the woods with the satyrs, and in the dungeon, I could hear what wraiths were whispering, and I saw a goblin the other day, even though he was invisible.
The demon raised a thick, gnarled finger and tapped it against a deformed hole in the side of his head.
Whether I like it or not, my perceptions reach well beyond this hovel. I can observe most of the preserve from here, all save a few shielded locations. One place I could never look was inside the domain of Curasok, until he died. Then the curtains came down, and I could see. The nail in the Revenant left a mark on you when you removed it. When the nail was destroyed, and some of its power fled to you, marking you more deeply.
Marking me?
The nail left you empowered, primed for even greater achievements. I understand your need. Your family discussed the object they desire from the centaurs as they traveled unshielded roads. Your grandfather should know better. I could hear every word.
Yeah, well, they need the unicorn horn from the centaurs, Seth said. I was hoping you might know how we could get it. Grollis began to cough, a violent progression of heaving and choking that left him slumped to the side, propped up by one elbow. Seth stepped back, wondering if he was about to witness the ancient demon's strangling on his phlegm. At last, gasping, creamy fluid drooling from the corner of his mouth, Grollis forced himself back into a sitting position.
The first horn of a unicorn is a powerful object.
Grollis rasped.
It purifies whatever it touches, cures any sickness, neutralizes any poison, eliminates any disease.
Do you want me to use it to heal you? The demon coughed again. It might have been a chuckle.
Disease has woven itself into my being. The touch of a first horn would probably kill me. I am that corrupt. I have no need of the horn, but I know how you can acquire the soul of Grunhold. If you want the horn, you must employ your skills as a shadow charmer.
What?
This is the end of CD number 5. Please continue listening on CD number 6. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 6.
A shadow charmer enjoys brotherhood with the creatures of the night. His emotions cannot be manipulated. Nothing escapes his gaze. He hears and comprehends the secret languages of darkness.
Am I a shadow charmer? Seth asked hesitantly.
In all but name, the nail laid a strong foundation. I intend to stabilize those gifts and formally dub you an ally of the night. It will bring your abilities into greater focus.
Will it make me evil? Seth whispered.
I did not say an ally of evil. All power can be used for good or ill. This power is already yours. I will merely help you harness it better. Use it how you like.
How will it help me get the horn? Seth asked. The demon stared, clouded eyes weighing him. When he spoke, his voice was deliberate.
Who can navigate an invisible maze? The man who can see it. Who can get past a mountain troll? The man who becomes his friend. Who can steal the first horn of a unicorn? The man immune to guilt.
You really were listening to Grandpa.
It would entertain me to see the centaurs humbled,
Grollis said.
You are the first new shadow charmer in centuries. Perhaps you will be the last. Few remain who could formalize the honor. You already exhibit most of the traits in embryo. Nothing will wash that away. Better to complete what was started. Darkness has touched you, much as light has embraced your sister.
This
This sounds shady, Seth hedged, backing away. Did he really want favors from a dying demon? Wasn't the decaying stink of the place a hint that he should go? Groaning, using a splintered fence post as a crutch, Growlus rose ponderously to his feet, his curled horns nearly touching the ceiling. Gesturing elaborately, as if painting in the air, the demon began chanting in a guttural language. Toward the end of the display, Seth began to understand the words.
Consoler of phantoms, comrade of trolls, counselor of demons, hereby and henceforth recognized and acknowledged as a shadow charmer.
Growlus lowered his arms and sat down hard. Wood splintered beneath him, and dust plumed outward. "You okay?" Seth asked. The demon coughed mildly.
Yes.
"Why did you switch to English at the end?" The corners of the demon's mouth twitched.
I didn't. Congratulations.
Seth covered his eyes for a moment. "I didn't give you permission to do that." He regarded the demon somberly. "Oh, I'm scared that coming here was a huge mistake." Growlus licked his cracked lips with a bruised tongue.
I can't make you evil any more than you can make me good. You worry that accepting aid from a demon somehow alters your identity. I was once very evil, deliberately evil. Over time, as I weakened and deteriorated, my lust for power abated. Apathy replaced avarice. You are not speaking to an evil demon. An evil demon would have killed you on sight. You are talking with the rotting shell. My life ended long ago. When I thought I was utterly past feeling, you sparked my interest. I remain sufficiently curious to help you. I have no private agenda. You remain free to use your gifts however you choose.
Seth furrowed his brow. Well, I guess I don't feel more evil than before.
Choices determine character. You made no decision to become a shadow charmer. These new abilities have been thrust upon you by circumstances beyond your control. If anything, your status as a shadow charmer should protect you and those you love from evil. You now see and hear more clearly. Your emotions can't be confused by magic. You will encounter opportunities to talk rather than fight.
Are you speaking English now?
Yes.
Another wild fit of coughing racked the demon. When the hacking subsided, Growlus lay sprawled on his side, eyes closed.
I must rest.
"When should I go after the horn?" Seth asked.
Now.
The demon rasped, his voice losing power.
Tonight.
"How do I see the invisible maze?" Seth asked. Growlus sighed.
The same way you see me. Your abilities have been stabilized.
"I have more questions. What can you tell me about the Sphinx? We know he's the leader of the Society of the Evening Star."
I have been confined to this preserve for centuries.
Growlus groaned groggily.
I lost interest in world politics ages ago. My memories are of ancient India and China. I know little of the Sphinx. When he visited Fablehaven, he seemed like a man, but it is hard to detect an avatar, even for me.
"You detected Navarog?"
Yes, I have met Navarog previously, and his avatar. It makes a difference.
"I may have to fight Navarog." The demon snorted.
Bah, do not fight Navrog.
Does he have a weakness? Grollis opened his eyes to narrow slits.
Concentrate on the horn. Nero will teach you about shade-walking and befriending trolls.
Nero? Seth asked. A suave voice spoke from behind.
We meet again, Seth Sorensen.
Seth whirled, shining his light on the troll. He recognized the reptilian features, the bulging round eyes, and the glossy black body with yellow markings. What are you doing here?
A shadow charmer,
Nero simpered in an oily tone.
Who would have suspected? To think I once saved you from a fall and almost had you as a servant.
Don't you live a long way from here? A long gray tongue flicked out of the troll's mouth and licked his right eye.
When Master Growlus commands, I obey.
You're here to help me? Seth asked.
You need a mentor. Growlus wants me to instruct you in a few matters and accompany you to Grunhold.
You can't enter Grunhold.
No, but as a mortal, you can. In fact, as a shadow charmer, you might even survive.
Seth turned back to Grollis. Are you still awake? The demon smacked his lips.
Awake or asleep, I always listen.
You really want me to go to Grunhold tonight?
There will be no better opportunity.
The demon growled, rolling over.
Now, give me peace, boy.
Seth faced Nero. Okay, how do I survive? The troll licked his other eye.
As a shadow charmer, you can shade walk. Away from bright light, you will be nearly invisible. Very, very dim. When you keep to the shade, even vigilant eyes will pass over you, particularly if you hold still. This will help you approach the entrance.
Will I be able to see in the dark?
Turn off your flashlight.
Seth complied. He could see nothing. Apparently not. He switched his light back on. Nero shrugged.
Your vision may not penetrate darkness, but other talents should emerge over time. No true shadow charmers are identical.
What types of talents?
I have heard of shadow charmers who could quench flames, project fear, lower the temperature in a room.
Seth smiled. Can you teach me?
These skills will emerge naturally or not at all. Back to the task at hand. Master Grolus tells me that a mountain troll awaits inside Grunhold. Along with the reputation for immense size and strength, their breed has a deserved notoriety for stupidity. The oaf will recognize you as an ally of the night, but he also has a charge to guard the horn. Show no fear, take his friendship for granted, and you will probably win it. Then you must convince him that you are a trickster, and that stealing the horn is a prank. Mountain trolls love jokes.
The troll held out his webbed hand. Is that a banana? Seth asked. The troll tossed the fruit over his shoulder and deftly caught it behind his back.
Your prank will be to replace the horn with a banana. The troll should like that.
Seth laughed. Are you serious?
Entirely.
Where did you find a banana?
I have suppliers. Some of the satyrs cultivate tropical fruit.
Seth folded his arms. Invisible or not, the maze could be trouble, right?
The hardest part, Nero said. If your instincts fail, the trick with mazes is to always turn left. Only veer right when you can't turn left. Eventually, you will systematically cover all the ground in the maze until you find your destination.
The entrance will only be open for an hour.
As I already noted, the maze will be the hardest part.
Seth sat down on a filthy keg. If I get trapped inside, I'll have to bide my time until the next night, when the entrance opens again. My family will freak. So, how do we get to Grunhold? Nero rubbed his hands together.
The best way is through the marsh. I have a raft. I can land you near the southern side of the Circle of Stones.
I hope I can convince Hugo.
I saw you arrive with the golem. If he would bear us to the raft, it would save time. We should make haste. The hour grows late.
Chapter 14. Heart and Soul.
Up there on the left,
Nero directed.
Perfect. You can put us down. I'll take it from here.
Hugo set Seth on the ground. Seth clicked on his flashlight. The golem held Nero by his ankles. The troll hung upside down, staring into the stony hollows of the golem's eyes.
No hurt, Seth,
Hugo warned, the words coming out like massive boulders grinding against each other.
You have my word,
Nero pledged, placing a webbed hand over his chest. The golem turned Nero around and placed him on the ground. He kept hold of one arm. Nero tried to tug away, but Hugo held tight.
You can release me,
Nero invited. Leaning forward, the golem pinched Nero's neck between thumb and forefinger.
No hurt, Seth.
I'm on his side,
The troll managed in a strangled voice.
I swear it.
Let him go, Hugo, Seth said. The golem released the troll and stood up straight. If he ends up harming me, you have my permission to squash him.
Thanks for the vote of confidence,
Nero gagged bitterly, rubbing his throat.
Seth, no go.
Hugo rumbled. I have to try, Hugo. We've come this far. I need to finish what I've started.
We must reach Grunhold before the warding stones start marching,
Nero inserted.
You will need every second.
Seth gave Hugo a hug. The golem patted his back.
Hugo, come.
Seth shook his head. You're too big. You'll swamp the raft. And you don't hold together so well in water. Just wait here so you can take me home after we return. Seth followed Nero toward the raft. The golem raised a hand in farewell.
Be safe.
I'll be right back, Seth promised. Nero pushed the raft into the water and leapt aboard. The rectangular craft was a little bigger than a king-size mattress. Without guardrails, the mooring cleats were the highest part of the vessel, a scant foot or so above the water. Clutching a long pole, the troll gestured for Seth to join him. Seth jumped onto the flat craft. Leaning on the pole, the troll shoved the raft away from the shore. Ripples spread over the dark, fuming water.
Extinguish the light,
Nero murmured.
From here on, we must avoid attention.
Seth turned off the flashlight. He could see nothing. He listened to the soft sound of water lapping against the raft. You can see in the dark? He whispered.
I can.
Can you see me?
Certainly.
Shouldn't I be invisible?
Shade walking only works before you've been spotted. Once an observer sees you, dimness will no longer hide you.
Seth thought about that. What if I snuck up on you later?
Then you might be cloaked to my eyes.
Seth sat down cross-legged. The air in the swamp felt less cold. A heavy, stagnant odor invaded his nostrils. Why are you helping me?
You are an ally of the night,
Nero said.
Rawless is demonic royalty. Long ago, he served as the left hand to Gorgrog, the Demon King. I owe Growlus a tremendous debt. He gave me my Seeing Stone.
You'll wait for me while I snag the horn?
Whether you return tonight or tomorrow, I'll be waiting with the raft near the shore where I drop you. Silence. Something approaches.
Seth listened intently, but could hear nothing. Nero crouched at his side and whispered in his ear,
Lie flat.
Seth sprawled out on his stomach. He could feel the troll lying beside him. A moment later, he heard something sloshing through the water in the distance. It was coming toward them. Seth wished for eyes like his sister, so he could pierce the darkness without a light. What could it be? From the sound of it, something big. He held his breath. The sloshing drew nearer. The rhythm of the splashes suggested a gigantic creature wading through the water. One leg sloshed forward, then the other, then the other, then the other. Nero eased away from Seth. The swamp was totally black. As the sloshing continued toward them, ripples began to make the raft wobble. But then the raft began to glide forward, away from the path of the approaching threat. Seth heard noisy breathing above and behind them. Unable to see, he closed his eyes and focused on quieting his own breathing. The creature passed directly behind them, never pausing, and soon the sloshing threat was moving away. The sound had completely faded before Nero resumed poling forward in earnest. "What was that?" Seth whispered.
Fog giant, Nero replied. They don't see any better than you in the dark. They roam the marshes erratically. But if they find you, that is the end.
It came close.
Much too close. We're fortunate it fails to catch our scent or hear us. The brute must have had a destination in mind.
"The water isn't deep here," Seth said.
The water is seldom deep in the marsh, up to the thighs of a fog giant. Keep silent. Before long, we will near the shores of the centaurs. If you are apprehended inside of their territory, they will kill you as surely as any giant would.
Seth stopped speaking. The anticipation of his mission helped offset the boredom. He was about to trespass alone in the centaur's secret stronghold, armed only with a banana. If the centaurs caught him, not only would he die, but he would provoke a war. The thought was sobering. Without warning, the raft ran aground, squishing against the muddy, reedy bank.
Here we are, Nero whispered. Move away from the water. Keep to the shade. Go swiftly. The hour grows late.
"Thanks for the ride," Seth whispered back. "See you soon." Seth sprang from the boat, reeds rustling as he landed. He froze, crouched, listening. When no furious centaurs descended on him, he crept forward, staying low and stepping with care. Up ahead, through the trees, Seth began to discern the wavering glow of firelight. He advanced toward the light. The foliage at the edge of the swamp soon gave way to evergreens. There was little undergrowth, so Seth scurried from tree to tree until he obtained a view of a large hill. The monstrous silhouette of a colossal stone dominated the foreground. Cressets and torches burned on the hill, shedding warm auras of radiance and backlighting the megalith. Seth took out his compass. He could barely read it by the wavering light of the distant flames. He found north and promptly determined which of the megaliths was the southernmost. It was the second monolith to the right. By no means did the torches brighten the entire hill. The jittery flames merely provided a periodic illumination. At first, the area appeared deserted. Then Seth began to spot centaurs, spaced around the base of the hill, lurking in pockets of darkness away from the flaming cressets. He counted 3 and assumed there would be more on the far side of the entrance. Rather than cluster around the southernmost stone, the centaurs had opted to spread out, as if simply guarding the hill. Their positions showed no preference to any particular megalith. Clearly the centaurs didn't want the placement of their sentries to give away the position of the entrance. The deployment could work to his advantage. It gave him some room to work with. The level area between the evergreens at the base of the hill lacked cover, but it was dim. If his ability worked as Nero had described, he should be able to slink forward, then sneak along the bottom of the hill to the southernmost megalith. If not, he would be apprehended the instant he crawled out from behind the trees. Dropping to his hands and knees, Seth inched forward, eyes on the nearest centaur. The guard stood perhaps 100 feet away, brawny arms folded. The cover of the trees was soon well behind Seth. At times, the centaur seemed to stare right at him, then the brooding face would turn away. So far, so good. Seth had no idea how much movement might destroy his dimness and attract attention, so he advanced very slowly. He crawled toward the nearest megalith, stomach tight with worry. Once he was close enough to the huge stone, it would interrupt all lines of sight from the hill. Too bad the southernmost stone was still over 100 yards away. When he reached the megalith, Seth stood up, sweaty despite the cold. He started working his way around the gigantic stone to peek at the hill again. Just as part of the hill was coming into view, the ground began to vibrate. Seth froze. The vibration grew into trembling, the trembling into a quaking, and the megalith beside him began to rise. Seth fell flat and crawled on his belly toward the hill. He squirmed to the nearest bush and then held still, ready for a centaur to shout an alarm. Abruptly, the quaking stopped. Glancing over his shoulder, Seth saw that the bottom of the stone was hovering about 5 feet in the air. The megalith appeared to have risen about 15 feet, the lowest 10 feet of the stone having been underground. A dark pit yawned where the colossal stone had rested. Slowly, the megalith began to drift sideways. The clock was ticking. Seth had 1 hour to get through the entrance, navigate the maze, befriend the troll, claim the horn, return through the maze, and exit unnoticed. Rising to his knees, Seth surveyed the vicinity, making certain the centaurs had retained their previous positions, and scanning for any sentries he may have missed. He saw no surprises. The nearest centaur was up the slope about 30 feet. From this angle, a torch farther up the hill made his outline obvious. Seth began crawling along the base of the hill, trying to keep bushes and hedges between himself and the guards. Several times he had to creep across open spaces. He proceeded slowly, and no alarm was raised. His most nerve-wracking moment came as he crept across empty ground not 15 feet in front of a sentry. He was halfway across the shadowy gap when his knee came down on a dry twig, snapping it clean. Seth halted, head down, muscles locked in panic. From the corner of his eye, he saw the centaur plodding forward to investigate. His only chance was to remain still as a statue and hope he appeared much less visible than he felt. The centaur halted immediately beside him. Had Seth stretched out a hand, he could have touched his hoof. Seth concentrated on breathing softly. Might the centaur smell him? His arms began to feel wobbly from holding the same position. The centaur finally backed away, returning to his station in the gloom below a tall hedge. Seth slunk forward, careful to move in silence. At last, heart pounding, Seth came even with the pit belonging to the southernmost megalith. The huge stone had now floated completely out of the way. To reach the pit, once again he would have to traverse an expanse of unshielded ground. Clenching his tongue gently between his teeth, Seth crawled forward, resisting the temptation to hurry across the bare area. He was well away from any cover when he heard approaching hoofbeats. He slowly turned his head. Several centaurs were approaching from his left, bearing torches and pushing enormous wheelbarrows heaped with food. Behind him, a centaur whom Seth had failed to notice emerged from hiding. The centaur called out in a series of grunts, gargles, and whinnies. The centaur language sounded more like horse noises than human speech. The oncoming centaurs responded to the greeting by trumpeting strange replies of their own. As the centaur behind Seth cantered over to greet his comrades, their eyes were on each other. Seth decided it might be the only decent distraction he would have before they reached him, so he rose, sprinted to the pit in a low crouch, and dove blindly into it. Fortunately, the walls of the pit were not sheer. Seth rolled to the bottom. Relieved once again to hear no cries of alarm, he regained his feet. A rounded entryway dominated one side of the pit. It had no door, so Seth dashed inside. Below his feet, the ground became firm and smooth. The long tunnel sloped steadily downward, plunging into and under the hill. Not wanting to accidentally brush against a wall, Seth switched on his flashlight, cupping a hand over the end to reduce the glare. Before long, he noticed a bluish radiance up ahead and switched off the flashlight. Seth sprinted along the tunnel until he emerged in a vast cavern. Heavy iron chandeliers hung from the high, vaulted ceiling, casting a diffuse glow across the room. Tall barriers of dark iron reached halfway to the ceiling, barring the way except for 5 gaps. There was no way to confirm that the iron walls were invisible to others. They sure looked solid to him. Hooves clattered in the tunnel, and Seth slipped through one of the gaps into the labyrinth, putting a barrier between himself and the entrance to the cavern. He did not proceed far. If he was careful, the presence of the centaurs might work to his advantage. By following them at a distance, he could take the guesswork out of wandering the maze. He bounced on his toes, flexing his fingers, ready to run in case he had accidentally chosen the correct gap and the centaurs came his way. Glancing at the ground, he noticed that the iron walls cast no shadows. The mellow light from the chandeliers dispersed evenly, with no interference. And in that moment, he realized his problem. If the walls of the maze were invisible to the centaurs, the iron barriers would do nothing to conceal him from their sight. From the sound of the approaching hoofbeats, the centaurs were almost through the tunnel. Seth raced out of the maze and hurried to one side of the tunnel mouth, standing as close to the wall as he dared. The light from the chandeliers was mild. Was it dim enough for his shade-walking ability to function? Probably not. His mind scrambled. He had gotten only a quick glimpse of the oncoming centaurs. Their wheelbarrows were big, almost the size of wagons. They were piled high with food. What if he tried to hitch a ride as the first one emerged? If he stayed low and kept in front of the wheelbarrow, the centaur pushing it might not see him. The first centaur had almost reached him. He could hear the creak of the first wheelbarrow's wheel and the unhurried clop of hoofbeats. As the wheelbarrow nosed out from the tunnel into the cavern, Seth hopped in front of it, sprang inside, and burrowed down as low as he could. He found his cheek nestled against something soft and covered with coarse hair. It took a moment to realize that it was the ear of a pig. In fact, the entire wheelbarrow was stacked with freshly slaughtered hogs, many of them almost Seth's size. The dead pigs were piled high enough that Seth could not see the centaur pushing the wheelbarrow. He wriggled down as far as he could. Who knew if this wheelbarrow would remain in the lead, or what might happen after they negotiated the maze? He had tried to bury himself. The pigs were heavy and did not leave much wiggle room, but Seth managed to partially conceal his body. The wheelbarrow entered the maze, moving ahead smoothly, turning right, then left, then veering slightly back to the right. Seth tried hard to pay attention to each turn. If he managed to avoid discovery, he would have to return through the labyrinth on his own. He wondered how the centaurs moved so surely if they could not see the walls. Either they had memorized the route with startling precision, or they were somehow navigating by secret markers, perhaps on the ground or ceiling. Focusing on the iron walls from his position in the wheelbarrow, Seth soon became disoriented by the many turns. He found that if he contented himself with watching the walls peripherally and studied the ceiling instead, he retained a better sense of where they were in the room. They followed a serpentine route through the maze for longer than Seth liked. He tried to keep count of how many times they doubled back, approximating their position by the stationary chandeliers. At length they arrived at an open area toward the middle of the cavern. In the center of the broad space stood a stone about the size of a refrigerator. The mountain troll sat near the stone, a huge, hunched creature bristling with spikes. His back was to the centaurs, but Seth could see his thick limbs and tough hide. Seated, the troll was at least 3 times taller than Seth. A chain with links as thick as Seth's waist connected the creature to a huge metal ring in the ground. Suddenly, the wheelbarrow was upended, and Seth found himself participating in an avalanche of dead pigs. Lying beneath a heavy pile of swine, he heard other wheelbarrows dumping their contents. The downside of his position was that the pigs were crushing him. The upside was he could still somewhat breathe, and he was utterly hidden from view. He heard the centaurs retreating. No words were exchanged with the titanic troll. As the hoofbeats faded, heavier footsteps drew near. The chain clanked weightily. Seth had a vivid image of the troll cramming dead pigs into his mouth, and a human boy along with them. Seth tried to squirm, but the weight of the hogs was too great. He was pinned. Hello? Seth called, not raising his voice too much. The troll stopped moving. Hello? Seth tried again. Seth heard a couple of nearby footfalls, and the porcine press began to lessen. A moment later, Seth had been uncovered. This was his chance. He had to act friendly, show no uncertainty. He rose to his knees. The troll towered over him, yellow eyes glaring down. His flesh was thick and folded like the hide of a rhinoceros. The cruel spikes protruding from his shoulders, forearms, thighs, and shins ranged from the length of a knife to the length of a sword. The brute smelled like a monkey house.
Hi,
Seth said brightly, waving and smiling.
I'm Navarok. How are you?
The troll snorted and grunted at the same time. The exhalation intensified the funky odor. Seth stood up shakily.
I'm a shadow charmer, an ally of the night. Trolls are my favorite. You sure are big. Look at those spikes. Oh, you must be the strongest troll ever.
The troll smiled. 4 of his bottom teeth jutted up almost to his nose.
I figured we'd become friends,
Seth continued, stepping away from the dead swine.
How do you like it here?
The troll shrugged.
Why, you in food?
The words came out like a controlled belch.
I'm working on a trick. Yeah, I'm going to play a joke on the centaurs.
The troll sat down, picked up a hog, and stuffed the entire animal in his mouth. Bones crunched sickeningly as he chewed.
Me like jokes.
Yeah? Well, I have a really funny one planned. I missed your name.
The troll swallowed noisily and wiped his lips.
Adnar.
He picked up another hog by the rear legs, dangled it above his upturned mouth, then dropped it in.
Pig's good.
I like pigs too.
Adnar grabbed a 3rd pig and held it out to Seth.
Take.
Oh, I can't, Seth apologized. I ate one on the way in, so now I'm full. I'm not big like you.
You take no ask?
The troll accused, voice rising.
No, not one of yours. I brought one from home. A little one, my size.
Adnar appeared satisfied. He leaned over to a different pile, snagged a pumpkin the size of a beach ball, and popped it into his mouth.
What joke?
Seth fished out the banana from his emergency kit.
Know what this is?
Banana.
Seth took a steadying breath. He prayed that Nero was right about mountain trolls and pranks.
Oh, I'm going to give the centaurs a hilarious surprise. I'm going to switch this banana for the soul of Grunhold.
The mountain troll stared at him, eyes widening. He placed one huge hand over his mouth, then the other. The enormous creature started to shake. He closed his eyes, and tears trickled down his cheeks. Dropping his hands, the troll released a blast of sound like a stuttering foghorn. Seth joined in the laughter. The sight of the troll cracking up was really funny, and the rest was fueled by relief. Eventually the laughter subsided, leaving the troll panting.
Where put Soul?
Udnar asked.
I'm going to hide it, just for a little while. A few days. It'll be a good prank.
You bring back?
The troll checked, his merriment gone.
Oh, sure. I'll bring it back in a few days, Seth promised. I just need to sneak it away long enough for the prank to work.
Centaurs mad,
Udnar said seriously.
Probably, but can you picture their faces when they look for the horn and find a banana?
Udnar erupted in laughter again, clapping his hands. As his laughter abated, the troll gobbled down another pig.
You funny guy. Talk good, Duggish. Udnar miss Duggish.
I love Duggish. Huh, best language in the world. So, where do you keep the soul?
Seth was keenly aware that time was slipping away. The troll jerked a thumb at the stone in the middle of the room.
Soul in heart.
Oh, the rock is the heart?
Heart of Grunhold.
Seth trotted over to the stone. Udnar began smashing open barrels and guzzling the contents. On the far side of the stone, Seth found the horn conspicuously sticking out, the top half fitted in a socket. Seth pulled the horn from the hole. About 18 inches long, the straight, tapering horn spiraled to a blunt point. It felt heavier than Seth would have guessed, and had the smooth luster of slightly translucent pearl. He found it beautiful, but experienced no rush of guilt upon taking it.
I'll bring you back, he promised quietly.
He crammed the banana into the hole. The fruit was a little too wide to fit perfectly. He twisted and pressed until it curved up instead of down. The troll lumbered over to join him and collapsed to the ground, guffawing at the sight of the banana. Seth moved away from the brute as he thrashed his bulky legs in ecstasy.
Oh, so funny,
Udnar panted, sitting up.
Well, I need to get going,
Seth announced, striding toward the only gap in the iron barrier.
Back soon?
The troll asked.
Count on it,
Seth assured him.
You don't know any tricks for getting through the maze?
No touch walls,
Udnar cautioned.
I won't. Oh, once they notice the banana, don't tell them you helped me. Pretend you don't know how I did it. That way, they'll just get mad at Navarog, the trickster. Bye, Udnar. Enjoy your pigs. See you soon.
Back soon, Navarog.
After storing the horn in his emergency kit, Seth sped up to a jog. He wondered if the centaurs could sense that the soul had been removed from the heart. Regardless, time was running out. How long since the giant stones had started marching? Half an hour? More? Less? Why hadn't he consulted his watch until now? He had tried to pay attention when they emerged from the maze, and felt confident that his first turn was to the right. At his next intersection, he could either go left or straight. Neither iron corridor looked more familiar than the other. Nero had said that the secret to a maze was to always turn left, but Seth supposed the reverse would work just as well. Always turn right. They had spent most of their time winding around on one side of the room, and it looked like left turns would take him away from that side. He decided to take every right turn, but to keep an eye on the ceiling and break from the pattern if the position of the chandeliers started to look wrong. Seth broke into a run. Because a lot of this would be trial and error, the faster he covered ground, the more likely he would be to get out in time. When he hit dead ends, he reversed his course instantly. Same when he headed down a corridor that led him to a section of the room he had not traveled in the wheelbarrow. Soon he was panting and sweating. The muscles in his legs began to ache. Fatigue forced him to slow his pace. He took encouragement whenever a particular intersection or series of switchbacks felt familiar. Most of the time, nothing seemed recognizable. He kept checking his watch. He may have failed to look at the time when he had first entered the cavern, but he knew how long it had been since he had started back to the entrance. 10 minutes, 15, 20. Hope began to fade with every minute that sped by. As he kept watching the ceiling, Seth finally found himself on the side of the room near the exit. Since he had only been in this area right at the start, he doubled back whenever corridors led him too far away. He abandoned his rule to generally turn right and soon began to feel he was passing along the same corridors multiple times. A certain intersection with 5 choices began to look familiar. Upon reaching it again, he felt certain he had tried 4 of the 5 branches, so he jogged down the unfamiliar iron hall. After 2 more turns, he emerged from the maze, the tunnel to the surface gaping before him. Seth glanced at his watch. More than 30 minutes had passed since he had started back. Breathing hard, Seth dashed up the steady incline of the tunnel until he reached the pit. Overhead, the giant stone was drifting into position, blocking out the light from the hillside torches. The megalith already covered more than 3/4 of the pit. Observing no centaurs, Seth quietly climbed the side of the pit opposite the hill. Hesitating just below the top, if he timed this right, he could use the giant stone to screen him from view. If he timed it wrong, he would be fatally mashed into the dirt. The colossal stone hovered directly above the pit and began to sink. Moving slowly, Seth climbed out and then held still as the stone settled behind him. Ahead of him were evergreen trees, their needles visible at the edge of the firelight from the hill. Most of the intervening ground was shadowed by the megalith. Seth crawled slowly forward. If he rushed now, he might get spotted and spoil everything. Little by little, the evergreens drew near. When he paused to glance back, the centaur sentries stood at their shadowy posts, frowning into the night. They appeared to harbor no suspicions that the horn had been removed from its socket. Once he reached the shelter of the evergreens, Seth arose and ran to the brink of the swamp. He saw neither the troll nor the raft.
"Nero!"
he hissed into the darkness.
"Nero, I'm back!"
He was tempted to sweep his flashlight over the water, but decided not to risk a centaur noticing the shine.
"Nero!"
Seth cried in a louder whisper. A voice from the darkness shushed him. He waited in silence until he heard water lapping against the raft. As it drew near, Seth could see the troll.
"Come aboard,"
Nero whispered. Seth obeyed, the raft rocking and sloshing as he landed. Nero used the momentum from the jump to pull away from the shore.
"I can see you," Seth whispered.
"Dawn begins to color the sky. We must hurry back to the golem. If a fog giant spies us, it will not end well. You achieved your aim?"
"Yeah, I got the horn,"
Seth said.
"The centaurs haven't realized."
As if in response to his words, they heard the long, low moan of a distant horn. As other horns took up the call, sonorous wails echoed through the swamp.
"They know,"
Nero spat, licking an eye. He began to pull them forward, louder and faster.
"You are now a fugitive. The golem must smuggle you to the safety of your yard as soon as possible."
"Will the centaurs be looking everywhere?" Seth asked.
"Everywhere. Fortunately, they cannot run on water. They'll have to come around the marshes to get at you. If the golem hurries, you should be fine."
By the time they reached Hugo, the east was gray, and Seth could see quite well. Seth leapt from the raft to the muddy shore. "Thanks, Nero."
"Away with you,"
the troll urged.
"Home, Hugo, fast as you can. Avoid centaurs at all cost."
The golem swept Seth into his arms and loped away into the trees. Chapter 15. Horns. Kendra awoke disquieted. She rolled over and squinted at the gray pre-dawn light filtering through the attic window. Twisting the other way, she peered at Seth curled up on his bed, the blankets up over his head. She closed her eyes. No need to rise before the sun. Then she heard the long, distant call of a horn. Was that what had awakened her? Another horn answered on a different pitch. She had never heard horns resounding from the woods of Fablehaven before. She glanced over at Seth again. He was sure curled up tight, and he didn't normally sleep with his head under the covers. Crossing to his bed, she peeked under his wadded sheets and found only his pillows. She checked under his bed and found his emergency kit missing. Kendra did not relish her role as tattletale, but with a brother like Seth, what was she to do? It wasn't like he was stealing from the cookie jar. At Fablehaven, his adventurous nature sometimes led to life-threatening situations. At the door to her grandparents' room, Kendra knocked softly, then entered without waiting for an invitation. Their bed was empty. Maybe Seth wasn't gone after all. Perhaps everyone was awake but her. But why would Seth have disguised his bed? She hurried downstairs and found her grandparents on the back porch with Tanu and Coulter. They all stood against the railing, gazing out over the yard. The sonorous moans of horns drifted to them from different parts of the woods. Some sounded nearby. "What's going on?" Kendra asked. Grandma turned her head.
"The centaurs are agitated about something. They seldom range this far from Grunhold, and never wind their horns so freely."
Chills tingled through Kendra. Seth is gone." The others whirled.
"Gone?"
Grandpa asked.
"I don't know when,"
Kendra reported.
"He stuffed pillows under his covers. He took his emergency kit."
Grandpa bowed his head, clapping a hand over his eyes.
That boy will ruin us yet. We wouldn't be hearing horns if they had caught him, Coulter observed.
True, Grandma acknowledged. Warren approached from behind, rubbing sleep from his eyes, his hair matted erratically.
What's going on? Apparently, Seth has riled the centaurs, Grandpa said.
"Would he have gone after the horn?" Grandma asked. "Surely he couldn't be so foolish."
If he had gone after the horn, the centaurs would have him, Warren said. More likely he was mad he didn't get to accompany us to Grunhold. He probably went, sightseeing. Grandpa was gripping the porch railing hard enough to make the veins stand out on the back of his hands.
Oh, we'd better send Hugo after him.
He raised his voice.
Hugo, come!
They waited. Nobody came. Grandpa faced the others, looking sick.
He couldn't have cajoled Hugo into joining him.
"Mendigo!"
Grandma called. A moment later, the human-sized wooden puppet came dashing across the lawn, the golden hooks of his joints jingling. He stopped near the porch.
"Did Hugo leave with Seth?" Grandma asked.
The puppet pointed toward the woods.
No wonder the centaurs haven't caught him, Tanu said. If he's on the run with Hugo, he should make it back. Oh, and I'll have to deal with the aftermath, Grandpa grumbled. The centaurs don't smile on trespassers.
What can we do? Kendra asked. Grandpa harumphed.
We wait.
Who would like a smoothie? Grandma asked.
Everyone but Grandpa asked for one. Grandma was walking into the house when Tanu spoke up.
Look, here he comes.
Kendra looked across the yard. Hugo came loping out of the woods at full speed with Seth tucked under one arm. The golem charged straight to the deck and placed Seth on his feet. At first, her brother looked worried, but then he started trying to resist a smile. The call of horns continued to echo across the woods, the forlorn notes occasionally overlapping.
"Is something funny?" Grandpa asked in a severe tone.
No, sir," Seth said, still wrestling against a smirk. Grandpa trembled with anger.
The centaurs are not to be trifled with, and you are not to be trusted. You are grounded indefinitely. You will spend the rest of your time here, locked in a cell in the dungeon.
Grandma laid a hand on Grandpa's arm.
Stan.
Grandpa shrugged away from her.
I'll not lighten the punishment this time. We've clearly been too gentle in the past. He is not an imbecile. He knows that this type of behavior puts himself and his family at risk. And for what? To sneak a peek at some centaurs. Oh, frivolous amusement. Hugo, how could you have joined him in this?
The golem pointed at Seth.
Horn.
Yes, we hear the war horns,
Grandpa said impatiently. Then he paused, his expression softening.
Are you telling me that you went to rescue Seth after you heard the horns? No, Grandpa,
Seth said, no longer smiling. He took something from his emergency kit.
He's telling you that we got the soul of Grunhold.
He held up the pearly unicorn horn. Everyone on the deck gaped in disbelief.
I'll be jiggered,
Coulter murmured. Grandpa was the first to recover, his eyes intently roving the trees.
Inside, now.
Seth returned the horn to his emergency kit and climbed over the porch railing. Warren clapped him warmly on the back.
Well done. Hugo, resume patrolling the yard, Grandpa said. Your excursion with Seth never happened.
Kendra followed her brother into the house, her mind reeling. How could he have possibly gotten the horn? Had there been some sort of total centaur malfunction? What about the guards and the maze and the troll? What about the guilt that prevented the horn from being taken? They took seats in the living room.
So, how mad are you?
Seth asked, holding up the lustrous horn, a grin creeping back onto his face.
Less mad, Grandpa admitted, fighting a smile himself. At least you weren't endangering us frivolously, although it was still unwise. How was this accomplished? First, I went to Grolus.
The demon?
Grandma exclaimed. When I was outside with the satyrs, I heard him calling to me, summoning me, just like when I heard the wraith in the dungeon. I figured Grolus could explain what was happening to me, since dark stuff, well, is his specialty. He told me that the nail turned me into a shadow charmer.
A shadow charmer? Coulter repeated, frowning.
Yeah, Seth replied. That was why I could see the invisible goblin at the hotel, and how I heard the voices. I already had most of the powers. Grolus just explained the details and made it official.
The adults traded uncomfortable glances.
Finish recounting how you obtained the horn, Grandpa prompted.
Seth related the whole adventure, from the help he received from Nero, to crawling past the centaurs, to tricking the mountain troll, to his hasty retreat to the yard.
No centaurs saw you, Grandpa said. Not a glimpse, Seth assured him.
And you told the troll your name was Navarog,
Grandma confirmed.
Right. The centaurs will undoubtedly suspect us, Grandpa said wearily. But without proof, they cannot go to war. Our story will be that we tried to warn them as soon as we learned that the society might be after the horn. They will be reluctant to admit that we stole the horn out from under them, and may embrace an alternate explanation. Meanwhile, we should head for Wyrmroost, Warren said. Once we retrieve the key to the Australian vault, we can return the horn to the centaurs. We'll pretend we recovered it from the society. We mustn't move hastily, Grandpa replied. We should consult with the leadership of the Knights of the Dawn. This mission to Wyrmroost must succeed, and we don't have the expertise in this room to form a proper team.
I'll second that, Coulter muttered. We'll need dragon tamers, Tano agreed.
For sure, I'm going, Seth announced. I got the horn.
Grandpa turned to him.
You aren't out of the woods yet, young man. Don't start making wild presumptions. You took a huge, unauthorized risk going to the centaurs. Would you have ever authorized it? We're all fortunate you succeeded, Grandpa continued, ignoring the comment. Had you failed, you would be dead, and we would have a war on our hands. Additionally, this shadow charmer business will require further investigation. Shadow charmers are the stuff of old bedtime stories. They are generally the villains. We have no idea what kind of access dark creatures may now have to you.
What if Grolus can now spy on us through your eyes?
Grandma said.
I don't think it works like that, Seth said. We possess little sure knowledge of shadow charmers,
Grandpa reiterated.
We'll do what we can to acquire more. Don't hold your breath,
Coulter mumbled. Grandpa leaned forward, regarding Seth kindly.
I honestly don't know what to do with you. Facing Grolus was incredibly brave. So was retrieving the horn. I know you had good intentions, that you took a calculated risk. Moreover, you weren't wrong. You pulled it off. Recovering the horn was a major coup. But until we learn more about your status as a shadow charmer, and because you took a potentially disastrous risk without permission, I'm afraid I still have to punish you.
Punish? Seth blurted, rising to his feet, the horn in his hand. Good thing I didn't find the cure for cancer. You might have had me arrested.
I'm with your grandfather on this,
Grandma said.
We love you, Seth, and we're proud of you. The risks you took worked out this time, but how can we reward such behavior? Because we love you, we must teach you caution, or your boldness will destroy you. I weighed my options and made smart choices, Seth responded. I didn't set out to borrow the horn. I only decided to try for the horn after Grolus showed how my skills as a shadow charmer gave me a realistic chance at success. It was me or nobody. What would Patton have done?
Warren chuckled. He would have shaved the centaurs, dipped them in honey, covered them with feathers, and hung them up like a bunch of piñatas. Kendra, Seth, and Tano laughed. I'm just saying.
Very few men who live their lives like Patton Burgess die in bed,
Grandma said gravely, extinguishing the snickers.
We're not sure how to guide you, Seth,
Grandpa said resignedly.
Considered in context, maybe your decisions were reasonable. Maybe if we were more willing to let you take risks, you could have come to us. I certainly don't relish reprimanding you for courage and success.
Then don't, Seth urged.
Just be glad we have the horn. I know you love me, but sometimes that gets in the way. Honestly, was there any chance you would have let me visit Grolus if I'd come to you and asked?
Grandpa met Grandma's eyes.
No,
he admitted.
You guys don't like to let me take risks because you feel like you have to protect me, even when protecting me could harm all of us. If we don't stop the Sphinx, you won't be able to protect anybody. I wasn't off goofing around. Sometimes risks are necessary.
You'll need to give your grandmother and me some time to consider this in private, Grandpa said.
Okay, but just keep in mind that my new abilities could come in handy at the Dragon Sanctuary, Seth said. The excursion to Wyrmroost will likely be a suicide mission, Grandma said. The entire sanctuary is a death trap. Punishment or no, keep in mind that we'll need to send in a small team of our most experienced operatives.
Seth put his hands on his hips.
You can't just cut me out of it. Who we include or exclude is not up to you, Grandma stated firmly.
The reward would be not having to go,
Coulter huffed.
Yeah, well, I'll give this stupid horn back to the centaurs before I get left out of the trip to Wyrmroost, Seth threatened.
Good luck taking it from me.
It isn't going to be a vacation, Seth, Coulter said.
And it isn't about seeing cool dragons, Grandpa growled, clearly losing his temper.
Although they will be cool, Warren murmured, earning an elbow from Tano. Tears brimmed in Seth's eyes. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say more. Then he turned and stormed out of the room.
What are we going to do with that boy?
Grandma sighed.
I don't know, Grandpa said. If he hadn't decided to go after the horn, we'd still be treading water. Maybe he's the only one of us seeing this clearly.
Grandma shook her head.
Don't kid yourself. His main interest is still the adventure. Saving the world is a happy side effect. This is all still a game to him.
Well, Patton was the same way, Warren mentioned. He did a lot of good, partly because he relished the thrill. I think Seth cares, Kendra spoke up. It isn't only about the fun anymore. I think he's learning.
He went through a lot tonight, Tanu said, and he hasn't had much sleep. His emotions are tangled.
I could go talk to him, Kendra offered.
No, let him brood, Grandma said. He's a good boy. He'll settle down and find the shame in his outburst if we let him stew.
You know, he's right that we can't take the horn from him, Warren pointed out. In fact, we may not be able to use it without him. It's still stolen property. He may be the only person who can withstand the guilt.
We'll cross that bridge when we must, Grandpa said. I swear, that boy will be the death of me. For now, let me get on the phone to Dugan. The lieutenants should be able to help us assemble a strike force.
I'll go get
Grandma began, but the sudden blast of a horn cut her off. Much louder than the other horns, this one sounded close. Warren rushed out of the room.
They're at the outskirts of the yard, he called. I'll handle this, Grandpa said. I hope Seth is right about their lack of proof.
Let me come, Kendra suggested. It'll look more innocent, like we were caught off guard. Grandpa appeared ready to disagree. Then his expression changed.
Oh, why not? You're right. We don't want to appear the least bit defensive. We want to look bewildered by their presence, but let me do the talking.
Dale came stumbling down the stairs, bleary-eyed and in his nightclothes.
What's all the racket?
Dale, Grandma said, go stand on the deck and watch Stan speak with the centaurs. We have no idea why they've come.
Grandpa escorted Kendra outside. They crossed the lawn to where Cloudwing waited, beside a tall centaur with light blue fur.
Greetings, Cloudwing,
Grandpa said as they drew near.
I didn't expect to see you again so soon.
Make no pretenses at courtesy,
the blue centaur growled.
Return the soul.
Now hold your horses,
Grandpa responded in a less friendly tone.
What are you talking about? I'm not sure we've met.
Skygazer is our spiritual leader, Cloudwing explained.
When I awoke today,
Skygazer said,
the power shielding Grunhold had waned. The heart remained, but the soul had fled. We found human tracks leading to the marsh. On the far side of the marsh, we located similar tracks, along with the unmistakable footfalls of your golem. The golem's tracks were very fresh, and returned directly to your yard.
Grandpa stared at Skygazer in astonishment.
And you think that means one of us took the horn?
Kendra had never realized her grandfather was such a good actor. His disbelief seemed authentic.
One of our spies recently sent us information that our enemies might make an attempt for the horn. We relayed that information to your king. I sent Hugo out as a precaution to keep watch for anything suspicious.
You asked to borrow the soul yesterday, Cloudwing reminded him.
Right, we asked. It would come in useful. We knew our enemies wanted it as well, but we harbored no illusions about stealing it. If we intended to steal it, why would we draw attention to ourselves with a visit? Why would we warn you to guard it well?
Skygazer glowered.
When necessary, we have secret means of communicating with our mountain troll, Adnar. He mentioned the name Navarog.
Navarog, Grandpa exclaimed. The dragon? The demon prince? He was imprisoned until recently. We've heard he is abroad again. Oh no, this bodes ill.
A demonic dragon could not have entered Grunhold,
Skygazer stated.
Navarog can assume human form, Grandpa said thoughtfully. He is a powerful demon lord. He might have had magic to foil your defenses. Later, if he changed form again and took flight, he would explain why his footprints vanished. Or he was working with you, and the golem brought him here, Cloudwing said, his posture and voice less certain. Grandpa laughed. Right, Navarog the dragon, the demon prince, is now our errand boy. Skygazer scowled. Adnar reported that the intruder moved inhumanly fast, and taunted him by divulging his name, as if fearless of retribution. He left a banana where the soul belonged. Oh, These are dire tidings, Grandpa lamented. Our enemies will employ the horn to our significant detriment. You claim no involvement in the thievery, Skygazer confirmed. Grandpa shrugged. Does it seem possible that one of us could have navigated the many safeguards protecting your soul? If we uncover any leads, you'll be the first to know.
Very well,
Skygazer relented. We'll be watching.
The centaurs wheeled about and cantered away through the leafless woods. Seth stalked back and forth across the attic bedroom, the horn clenched in his fist. He had felt confident that his success would override any resentment of his disobedience, and it had, to an extent. But in the end, he still felt he had disappointed everyone. Why did he want to go to Wyrmroost so badly?